Yeah. Look. Whole court way booming. Spinning top playing Googie. Whole hood like Baghdad. Niggas spin a block and they shoot. That's what made me a man. I don't feel nothing. Nigga gotta stand on it. Over mines, I die about it like X did, but I don't plan on it. My city living like American horror. Hit Miami just deflecting the harbor. Molly Cuda getting sexy in Georgia. Know some shooters by the Mexican border. Fuck Trump, chump, word to my Migo. You don't fuck with me to keep it a casino. Free my niggas out the federal bureau. Get back to that paper, but keep that a kilo. Big check, hoes checking the status. Red melting like a peppermint patty. Big B's when I'm shooting the basket. I'm a hustler when I shoot through Nebraska. I'm a hustler, what you move, I can match it. Make it double, put that loot in the mattress. I just struck on what you do with the matches. Use a pussy, what you using the max it. Tropical trigger and turn in the taxi. Trapping that tree while we turning in traffic. These niggas sweet, we don't moving that fashion. Your bitch want a G, so her buttons unfastened. Ducking the people for clutching the ratchet. My lips in your reader stay tucked in the jacket. I could go back shit, I could go ape shit. If I ain't got it, I gotta go take shit. I'm from the project, that's how that bitch raised me. Pray for the grapes, but I'm good with the raisin. In the kitchen cooking chicken with Cajun. All this drip, man, I can sling by the casing. Float coke coming all out the casing. I'm making good on my homeostasis. Don't play with homie, cause homie don't play that. Me and my dog will pull up where you stay at. Whole court way booming. Spinning top playing Googie. Whole hood like Baghdad. Niggas spin a block and they shoot. That's what made me a man. I don't feel nothing. Nigga gotta stand on it. Over mines, I die about it like X did, but I don't plan on it. My city living like American horror. Hit Miami just deflecting the harbor. Molly Cuda getting sexy in Georgia. Know some shooters by the Mexican border. Fuck Trump, chump, word to my Migo. You don't fuck with me to keep it a casino. Free my niggas out the federal bureau. Get back to that paper, but keep that a kilo. The brush y'all watch niggas freeze like a popsicle. Talk how they bout it, then dodge every obstacle. Talk how they got you before when they not with you. We never fall, we propose in the hospital. I'm spitting gospel. This ain't no gossip, I'm the apostle. Not no imposter, niggas get hostile. We might hold them hostage. Stick like it's hockey, hit like a drop kick. Gotta be quick on that fish like an ostrich. Just simple science, it's real in that project. Seen too many niggas get killed in that project. But I know hustlers who made meals in the project. Homie hating, he ain't feeling the progress. I pour up an A, he ain't hitting the hot tech. You value your plate when I spin you shit hot. They get all in your space, now you finna get hot jet. All out your body, that's cool for a homie. Boy out here nodding, that's cool for a zombie. Hit your medulla, get behind the guy. Get niggas wings, that's a whole lot of fly shit. Recipes to bro, we used to run when I was younger. On the time when we were chilling about Chamara for the summer. Holla Larry, nigga used to have a project going bookers. Watch the rim fucking up the ab, serving all the jokers. Whole court way booming. Spinning top playing Googie. Whole hood like Baghdad. Niggas spin a block and they shoot. That's what made me a man. I don't feel nothing. Nigga gotta stand on it. Over mines, I die about it like X did, but I don't plan on it. My city living like American horror. Hit Miami just deflecting the harbor. Molly Cuda getting sexy in Georgia. Know some shooters by the Mexican border. Fuck.
Rock bottle on the track, boy.
Yeah. Lady fresh, keep it real, and that's a fact. She gon' tell it like it is, that's just that on that. Yeah, that's just that on that. This the fresh perspective with Lady Fresh. Lady Fresh, keep it real, and that's a fact. She gon' tell it like it is, that's just that on that. Yeah, that's just that on that. Tune in every week, rockin' with Lady Fresh.
My family, my life, and I appreciate it.
Run cut that back.
Like I said, I always try to express my appreciation, to everybody. It's a lot of
fresh perspective. Real empowerment, you better be respected. Lady Fresh on a motherfucking check-in. Weezy got her back, she stay protected. Just a fresh perspective. Real empowerment, you better be respected. This for the dreamers, it's to get you through the night down. Not for the haters that you they don't come outside.
Lady Fresh Brown. That's kind of
Top of the hour, salute, 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 salute. This your boy Knowledge Reborn, you know what I mean, 2.0. Anyway, this is going for Maine the Milkman, you know what I mean, as far as how I was introduced to the brother. I was introduced to Maine the Milkman from a sister by the name of Lady Snoop, you know what I mean. Lady Snoop pretty much introduced me to Maine the Milkman, you know what I mean, after she seen my like setup, you know, and seen that I was into music. And she told me, you know, you should go check out the brother Maine the Milkman, aka Behind the Bar. You know, he got a music show and you know what I mean, he do music. So I went to go check it out. And I was impressed, you know what I mean? I was real impressed by his setup. To be honest, I was actually encouraged, you know what I mean? And I was definitely encouraged, and it actually gave me the energy, you know what I mean, to want to start, you know, my own actual podcast, even though, you know, people have been telling me to start my own podcast. But when I seen it set up, I said, you know, wow, you know, so then I started following him and watching him, and I seen a lot that he was doing. So that's one part how I was introduced to Maine the Milkman, aka Behind the Bar. Second thing, you know, a little advice for him and encouraging words would be, you know what I mean, as far as the haters, man, listen, man, keep doing what you doing, my brother, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's better to keep putting that energy out there as far as your content, your own unique style, you know what I mean, being original, you know what I mean, and giving people something to think about, you know what I mean? So my encouraging words to you would be pretty much, my brother, keep doing what you're doing, man, because as the saying goes, as long as there's hate, you know you got people listening. As long as there's hate, you know that you're doing something different. You know what I mean? You know you're doing something different and that you are basically being original about it. That's where the hate comes from. So for me to you, my brother, you know what I mean? Take the hate that you get and keep the hate as energy to keep you going. You know what I mean, my brother? So that right there is my conclusion of what I need to say, you know, to brother Maine the Milkman, you know what I mean, aka Behind the Bar, man. Keep your head up, my brother. Stay positive and keep doing what you're doing. With that being said, it's your boy Knowledge Reborn 2.0. Peace.
Yo, it's your boy Psychel. I heard Maine the Milkman through the Star Report. If I got any advice for him, it ain't on you. It's in your homie. Keep pushing.
Milkman, this is Solutions saying, you know how to keep those haters away. I'm on assignment, of course, but you know how to keep those haters away, Milkman. You make sure you make them a plate. So, keep up the good work, Milkman.
Hello, 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 everybody. Hope you can hear me okay and everybody's doing well on this Saturday night. So, we're getting ready to get into this interview. We just heard from Knowledge Reborn 2.0. We heard from Mills Lane, and we also heard from Psych Easy. They had words of encouragement and praise for Brother Maine. Hey, guys. Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning into the Fresh Perspective. I'm sorry we got a little bit of a late start. You know, your girl always got a little bit technical difficulties, but you know, we got the guest of honor here. I'm just going to take a quick second and acknowledge a few people that I see in the chat. If I don't say everyone, I'm sorry. I'm going to get to you, but I just want to acknowledge a few people. Jay Savage, salute. Lotus Flower Bomb, my boo. ATG TV, thank you for tuning in. Uncle Fresh, drunken Uncle Fresh in the building, my king, salute. Don Philly 215, salute. Pink Sugar in the building, salute. Don Caluminati, thank you for tuning in. And my Eve, of course. Thank you so much for tuning in. So you guys know why we're here tonight. It's the much anticipated interview of Maine, the milkman from behind the bar. So let's give him a welcome here today on the Fresh Perspective. Maine, are you there? I think he's here. I see him on the screen. So while we give him a second to come on up, I just wanted to mention that my Celtics are now 1-0. First game of the finals. I think we're gonna take it this year. It's our year. I think it's destined. So I'm really excited about the the progression of the finals. I'm really excited to see what happens with that. We got a nice young team, new coach, and we're looking real good, real good. Yes, fresh breezy putting up the shamrocks for the Celtics. And so, you guys, make sure during this interview, drop a couple of your questions if we get a chance. We'll definitely dive into a few of those. But we do have questions on board. So, but definitely drop a couple questions if you have some. If we have time also to add you guys at the end of the show, we might be able to allow a couple people come up, ask a couple questions, or give Maine some encouraging words, because we are here. We're supporters, and there's some haters out there, but hey, you know what? If you don't have no haters, you're not doing something right. Seriously, that's real talk. I just want to give you guys an advisory. I am not responsible for what you hear today. I'm conducting an interview. I'm conducting an interview. I'm asking the questions. His response is his response. They do not reflect the views of Lady Fresh or the Fresh Perspective. Let me make that very clear. These are his views and his views alone. Okay. So once again, we're going to introduce the man of the hour, Mr. Maine, the milkman of behind the bar.
Yo, 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 yo.
Oh, Lord.
Yo. I said, what's popping? What's popping? What's popping? Slide, slide, slide. Y'all see it? Huh? Maine the
Barely.
The People's Podcast Champion in the building. What's popping, everybody? What's Gucci, man? Huh?
I gotta give it to you to come in with your own music and your own drops. That's what I'm talking about.
Let me tell you something, man. I'm sipping my tea right now. Hopefully it don't burn me and shit like that. You're it.
Oh, so you starting with the bullshit out the gate.
I'm gonna sit back and sip my tea and make it do what it do. But we in the building, man. Do us a favor before we get this show started, man. Get the ball freaking likes up in this bitch. We about to get this shit on and popping. I'm here to sip my tea, spill the tea, and make it do what it do. What's up, Lady Fresh? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Maine the milkman?
My BDB sign looking. Is it crooked? How we look? Is we Gucci over here? What's going on? Talk to me, man. We Gucci?
Whatever you using to hold that B up, you might need an extra nail or something. That thing.
You don't know. Believe me, you don't want to know. Anyway, salute to the chat, man. I see you up in here, man. What's the name? TDK in the building. What up? Eve in the building. What up? E Money Bags. What up, man? John Columinati, Mama Boo.
Dirty Kenzo.
What up, though? Everybody in the room, man. Lotus Flower Bomb. We in the building, man. We in the building. So let's start this shit off, man. I'm ready, Lady Fresh. What's popping, man? It feels good, though, before I say anything, man. Usually before I start the show, I'm preparing. I'm behind the scenes, running up and down, trying to make sure my show is good. It feels good to be sitting back right now and just being on the opposite end of the camera and being asked questions. I don't know why people don't want to interview Maine the Milkman. What y'all scared of, huh? What y'all scared of, huh?
Ain't nobody scared.
Shit. There you go. Let's get.
It's weird because you actually wanted me to interview. So the first question I'm going to ask you is, why did you want to sit down with Lady Fresh? I'm the new kid on the block. There's plenty of bloggers and podcasters that I'm sure with larger names and a larger profile that can give you more exposure. Why Lady Fresh?
Well, that's a great question. I've been interviewed before by people like Star. I've been interviewed by people like Death of a Clout Chaser. These are big names on YouTube. But your journey with the Fresh Perspective podcast, which is something that I inspired, according to you, that you watched Behind the Bar and you inspired it, and you came from a different platform where things didn't really go too well. I think the content was good, everything was going good, but for whatever reason, it didn't work out, and you was getting discouraged at first. You was like, yo, I don't think I could do this. I'm not comfortable in front of the camera. And me, people like Willie, Fresh Breezy, everybody was telling you that you have what it takes. You've done several episodes so far, and every episode I've seen so far is good. And you and I are friends in real life. We met a couple of times, one time at ATL, one time on an unfortunate situation. We met up in Harlem. Rest in peace to, the homie Hicks and whatever. Rest in peace.
Yes.
And we're here today. So, you are inspired to do YouTube, become a YouTuber, do interviews. And, I'm a small fry right now. So what I'm saying to you is that in your YouTube journey, I foresee you interviewing bigger names, not better, not get it twisted. Ain't nobody better than me, but you will be interviewing bigger people in the future. So I'm just honored to be here so that when you look back 2-3 years from now, you can see your growth from you interviewing Maine the Milkman to interviewing Oprah Winfrey. You never know, but that's a fact.
Well, I do appreciate the amount of support that you've offered to me and to my husband. In our time of need, in celebration, and as far as the show is concerned, you have been immensely supportive. So I want to start off by saying that, and I really appreciate also the insight that you have as far as how far I'll go. The fact that you felt like I would be good at this, it was definitely something I didn't foresee for my future. So thank you for really pushing me and setting the bar for me to accomplish, what I'm setting out to accomplish. But speaking of accomplishments, doing this interview, sitting here with Lady Fresh, talking amongst so many of your supporters, and I'm sure there's a few haters in the bushes. What is your hopes to what do you hope to accomplish with this particular interview? I always say, we're gonna set some things straight, but coming into this interview, what do you hope people hear from Maine the Milkman?
And that's a great question. And I told you from the beginning, I said, listen, man, hold no bars. You know what I mean? I said, let's interview Maine the Milkman, the man behind the bar. You know what I mean? Let's keep it strictly when it comes to YouTube stuff. We could, on a later date, we probably could get deep inside on my background before growing up in Bridgeport, Connecticut and everything like that, and how I grew up, mom, dad, and stuff like that, and things that I experienced as a adolescent growing up. But today I kind of wanted to focus on the man behind the bar. I started doing YouTube back in 2018, and it was kind of by mistake. I was inspired by people like the Star Report, and then I was watching this show called The Callers, man, and there was something about that show very, very entertaining. And before I started blogging on The Callers, I tried to do it by myself, but nobody knew who the Maine the Milkman was, so I would do a little show and upload it. My first show was actually with my wife, and I would upload it, and it wasn't getting any traction. So I was kind of lost. I didn't have anybody to help me out, no mentor, no nothing. I was just somebody that was just in the comment section trying to figure it out until I stumbled across a show called The Callers. And, I got into a controversy with one of the guys there, and I responded with a video. And I remember when I responded, because I responded really aggressively. And the next morning I woke up and it had 5,000 views. I said, whoa. Wow. Wait a minute, we got something here. Because at first I was getting discouraged. I was like, this behind the bar thing ain't gonna work. Don't nobody know my name. And I remember when I was responding to that guy, his name is Queen's Flip, because I inquired to be on the show. And they said, we don't know you. Who the fuck are you? We don't know you. Nobody knows you. You know him? Anybody know him? And nobody knew who I was. And I remember I said to myself, one day, not only you, but the world gonna know my name. You know what I mean? And even though the world don't know my name now, I believe one day I will be a household name. You feel me?
I agree with that. You mentioned that Star was an inspiration for you. What have you pulled from listening to people like Star?
He's the original person online that had no filter. You know what I mean? He would say whatever was on his mind, and he was on the radio back in the day. I was in middle school, and I used to listen to him on the radio. And he had no filter on his mouth, and he's one of the first people that got on the microphone, along with the sides of but more on urban side, that was very controversial online. I mean, we done heard the things about the Aaliyah drops, and he would when he interviewed people, he would ask the tough questions, and that's what I always used to like, watching the tough questions. But when he got off the radio, I used to also listen to the Breakfast Club, and I used to also be inspired by people like Charlemagne, the old Charlemagne, not the Charlemagne now, the old Charlemagne, where he had a guest inside the show, and he would ask the real strong, deep questions. You know what I mean? And that's what I like. As far as when you're interviewing somebody, I don't believe you should be politically correct or be afraid to offend the person you're interviewing based upon a legitimate questions. I get in trouble to this day by asking people legitimate questions because I really be wanting to know certain things because I'm a natural I'm naturally nosy for the most part, but I'm inspired to be a journalist, and part of being a journalist, you have to be able to dig deep, and you have to be able to
ask those tough questions.
Absolutely, you know what I mean? And some people may get offended by the questions that I may ask, but if I ask you a question, there's a reason why I ask you the question. You showed me something for me to ask that question pertaining to what's going on. You know what I mean? And that's
you realize that controversy sells quick. You realize that quick when you woke up and saw those 5,000 views.
Absolutely. I said, when I saw the 5,000 views, I said, I got something here. You know what I mean? And ever since, and I did that for maybe a year straight. I didn't concentrate on just one person because he had a whole cast of people on there. And I would, blog on, I would watch the show. The next day I would respond to the show. And my people used to think I was live. I would never be live. I'd just be sitting there pre-recorded, but everybody think I was live. So I would fool my new subscribers that I didn't know who they were. And I would just assume who would be in the chat. And like, for example, the chat right now, if I know Willie 3 will always be in my chat while I'm preloading, I would be like, yo, shout out to Willie 3 in the chat. Shout out to Pink Sugar. But I'm actually watching in the background because everything is already pre-recorded. But I would talk to the audience like I was live. You know what I mean? And people used to think I was live. And I never forget, I received my first Cash App from doing a pre-recorded. I said, wait a minute. You mean to tell me people going to pay me to talk shit online when I do it in real life for free? Oh, this is easy. You know what I'm saying?
Ani Cabal, right?
Ani Cabal sent me my first Cash App, and $15,000 left later, I'm still doing the Cash App.
That's what's up. So when you started off with uploading pre-records.
Absolutely, but at the time on YouTube wouldn't let the people that's watching at the time. They didn't know whether it was pre-recorded or it was live. Everybody would assume it was live, but it was never live until like later on.
And so did you realize quickly that you liked the lives better than the pre-records?
Yes, because I didn't know what I was doing. I actually at the time I didn't know how to go live. So if I really bring it back, I probably could have went live at the time, or maybe I didn't have enough subscribers. I forget how it goes. But eventually, I met a guy named Global Media Inc. And he pulled me to the side, Salute Global Media, and he pulled me to the side and said, yo, you have potential here, but you need help with your production. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, listen, I could teach you how to use, at the time was called OBS system. I use that every once in a while, but OBS is something that was out before StreamYards. StreamYards is actually fairly new for people that don't know. StreamYards is probably maybe 2 years old, maybe 3 at the most. You know what I mean?
I know that.
Yeah, so StreamYards is fairly new on YouTube, and there was no StreamYards first. So I used to use the Blog Talk Radio, and I used to have people call in. Once I figured out how to go live with the help of my guy, Global Media Inc., he used to help me out and taught me how to use the cameras and taught me how to buy this and what to do with that, and sat back with me for hours, just like how I did with you. Sit back with you for hours. He did the same thing for me and didn't charge me a dime. He just said, yo, if you ever become lit one day, just don't forget to reach your hand back and help me back up with you. And, I'm the type of person where I don't believe people should work for free. So I still would give him a little money here and there to compensate him for his time and his effort or whatever. And he appreciated it. But he just said, man, just don't forget about me if you ever get big, because I see that behind the bar has potential. You know what I mean? And here we are today.
I definitely can see that. And I know for a fact that you believe in paying it forward. So real quick, just to the chat, Fresh Breezy is going to be looking for you guys' questions. So if there's something that you want me to ask, please feel free to drop it and he will let me know. So continuing with how you pay it forward, I've watched you be an inspiration to other platforms. Now we know for certain that the Roz and Fresh Show and the Fresh Perspective are under the BDB umbrella. I claim that. There were several other platforms that started. I'm not sure if they say that you were their inspiration or not, but they started after being a part of Behind the Bar. Would you say that the Rise and Fresh show and the Fresh Perspective are the only two that were truly under the umbrella, or would you claim the King Ramones, the Larry Beaches, the Kid Murrays? Do you feel those are under BDB?
I mean, and those three names that you named, I have, and I don't think those people would deny it. You know what I mean? These are words from these people that told me that Behind the Bar helped motivate them. As far as the Ramon guy, he said he did YouTube a couple years before me, like a podcast thing, but it didn't work out. He gave it a break a couple years, and then he came back. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he said that I inspired him to get back online and doing some type of content on YouTube or whatever. So for the most part, I will agree with that those particular gentlemen was inspired by Behind the Bar. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And so we know that there's some division there, but we'll get to the controversy in a minute. I wanted to talk more about production and under your umbrella. And I can't forget karaoke and food with Sweet Tea. Y'all make sure y'all be tuning in. She be cooking. Let me tell y'all. Oh my God. Maine, that's why you a little fluffy around the middle. Cause Sweet Tea be feeding you, don't she?
Oh yeah, that's a fact, man. When I first met her, I was in college, and she came to my school with some honey barbecue wings, and I said, "Yeah, I knew right then and there that's gonna be my wife one day." You know what I mean? They
Is
said,
that for real? Like you really knew it then, or are you capping?
yes, I knew it then. You know what I mean? I got to know her over the phone. I got her to know her over the phone. We were talking on the phone for a while, and she was telling me a little bit about herself. I was 18 at the time. We were both 18 at the time. I met her on, I believe, a couple of days before her 19th birthday. I met her on the right a couple of days before her 19th birthday, and I knew a little bit of stuff about her and her history and how she grew up. You know, she grew up with like there's certain type of standards that I always had with women. You know, oh shit, you there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
On a big screen.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I always had certain standards, right? Ever since I was a child. So I always said, my wife in the future, she has to have this, she has to have that. She can't have this and she can't have that. And Sweet Tea met all those qualifications that I was looking for and for a woman. Because ever since I was a child, I always knew I wanted to have a wife. I always knew I wanted to have a family right away. I pictured in my mind before my kids was even conceived, I pictured myself having a son and a daughter. You know what I mean? And everything that what's that?
His and her kids.
Yeah, yeah. They call it a rich man's family, but I wish I had the pockets as a rich man, but that's a whole nother story. But my life that I see thus far, I already envisioned it as a child, you know what I mean? And here we are.
That's beautiful. And the family part wasn't really factored into the interview because we were talking more about your shows. But I can't help but mention the fact that your wife is a huge supporter of yours, probably your biggest supporter. She's very present, and you guys have a very beautiful dynamic that comes across on the screen. And if I'm allowed to ask, how much does that motivate you? Because I know there has to be times that you get down doing the show. Sometimes the shit just gets to be too much, but you have such a great partner. How much does that keep you focused on keep creating content?
I'm very arrogant, at times. I like to always try to take credit. I like to take credit for things, but if I'm gonna sit here and be honest, honestly, if it wasn't for Sweet Tea, Behind the Bar probably would have been over with. You know what I mean?
Drop that bomb. Drop that bomb. Drop that bomb real quick.
When I'm having events, she's the one that's decorating the bar. She's the one that when I'm over here dumping beer over my head, she's the one over here the next day cleaning it up, and she's the one that's that's the person that I don't talk to her about everything, to be honest with you, about YouTube, because I don't want to, stress her out with the dumb shit that I go through and shit like that. So I try to keep her away from the stupid shit that I go through and protect her and her energy or whatever. But for the most part, she's the one. Like if I'm down here at night, 3-4 o'clock in the morning, making noise and turning up, she's never coming downstairs telling me to keep down the noise and none of that type of shit or whatever. So, she keep the party going. and I don't want to use the word allow, you know what I mean? But
Right.
let's just say that she
He understands.
she understands that she understands the goal, she understands the mission. Because before I did YouTube, just to give you some backstory, me and Sweet Tea used to do skits with each other on Instagram back when they had the 15-minute clips. And I went viral a couple times, on YouTube doing skits or whatever. That was at the time with DC Young Fly and all them people that's popping right now. We was all on the same level ground with like 5,000 followers on Instagram back when I had my Maine the Milkman Instagram. I used to go do skits every 2-3 days. I'm getting Tia. Tia was pregnant with my daughter, and I got her doing pregnant skits where her water breaks on the skit or whatever, and we trying to rush to the hospital. We used to do all types of skits, and we was getting numbers. I was getting like thousands of views and thousands of likes at one point on some videos or whatever. And there was something going there, but my channel, my Instagram page got taken down because they said I was bullying somebody on the internet. I was going back and forth with somebody online.
Y'all some bullies.
They they flagged the YouTube channel and stuff like that, and they eventually deleted my channel. So I gave up that particular quote unquote dream of being an Instagram star back in like 2017, like 2016. When my daughter was born, like 2017-ish. You know what I mean? I gave up that.
Well, I would love to see that. Like, I would love to see more of the dynamic between you and Sweet Tea and some of the family skits. And since we're talking about Sweet Tea, I got a little message for you, Maine, from Sweet Tea herself. Let's see.
Hey BDB, it's your wife and children. Sweet Tea is in the building. Thank you for being such a family man. That's the most thing that stand out to me when I first met you and to this very day. I wish you the best and love behind the bar forever.
And Sweet Tea in the building.
BDB forever.
Well, okay. So while we're talking about, productions and you with Behind the Bar, what you used to do on Instagram with Sweet Tea, you also have On the Road with Maine the Milkman. I really like that show because I think it delivers something to people for the after hours. You know what I mean? What inspired you to start doing that show while you were on the road?
That's a great question. What inspired On the Road with Maine the Milkman? I felt as though I wasn't giving the people enough content. You know what I mean? As people know, I'm a truck driver, so I work 50 hours a week. And a lot of people say, "Oh man, you got to do more content. You got to do more content." But as you know, I got wife, I got kids, we got things that's going on in real life. You know what I mean? Like YouTube is not my life. I dedicate maybe less than 10% of my life to YouTube. The rest of 90%, I got other things going on. So while I'm at work and I'm sitting here driving, I'll be bored sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm bored. So I'm like, you know what? Let me see if I can make content being on the road and just freestyling with the supporters. You know what I mean? And I mean, On the Road with Maine the Milkman, it should be bigger than what it is. It's a segment where it probably averages about 500 views when I go live on the road. You know what I mean? And it's not really that active, but we have deep conversations on there. And when I'm behind the bar, it's all about me for the most part. Yeah, I drop the link every once in a while, but I get to show my ass because you asked me the other day, is Maine the Milkman a character? And now that I think about it, I think I would say Maine the Milkman is more like my alter ego. Maine the Milkman is somebody who I wish I can be in real life, if that makes any sense. I can't be Maine the Milkman at my job. I can't be the Maine the Milkman on the streets because that guy is wild. That guy, Maine the Milkman, is friends to none. You know what I mean? Now Jermaine has friends. Jermaine has a different attitude, but Maine the Milkman is the type of person that he tolerates no nonsense. So if I see some type of discrepancy going on and I feel as though somebody doing some sucker shit, Maine the Milkman don't bite his tongue. Jermaine might bite his tongue in real life and say, you know what? They could have that. But Maine the Milkman, when he get behind the bar and put on his cape and take a couple shots, he's a whole nother character, or quote unquote my alter ego. You know what I mean? And I like Maine the Milkman. I actually like Maine the Milkman more than Jermaine. Jermaine is actually a boring guy. Jermaine is go to work, take care of his kids, and do boring dad shit. But Maine the Milkman is a superhero to me. You know what I mean? And it is what it is.
Maine the Milkman has a lot of controversy in the YouTube streets. And I know that the 32 people in the room tuned in mainly to find out your views on your own controversy. So we know that Maine the Milkman, we called him a character, but you like to refer to him more as your alter ego, which I think is a perfect description. Why do you think you're so controversial?
Because I just said it previously, as a matter of fact. I'm controversial because a lot of people, a wise man once told me that silence is golden. Silence is golden, meaning that within time, if you have an issue with somebody, time would tell all. So in real life, most people will wait and just play it out and see what's going on. And once the smoke clears, you're able to see what happens. But Maine the Milkman says, I can't wait. Maine the Milkman has no patience. Maine the Milkman wants to know exactly what the fuck is going on, why you acting funny, why you did this, why you did that. So as opposed to silence is golden and sitting back and waiting for what's going on, I'm going to press you, and I'm going to press you, and I'm going to press you to find out what the issue is. I will even go online and I will put things on blast and say, yeah, listen, what's going on here? And I came up with this thing. I'm one of the first people on YouTube that came up with the whole theme of receipts, because I'm going to prove to you.
Uh-oh, something is frozen here. Do you guys still hear him? Maine, are you still there? I can't hear him. Can somebody put in the chat whether or not you still hear him? Oh, there he is.
I'm back. Okay, I don't know what's going on. My internet, if my internet does that, just drop the link again. My internet is acting weird for whatever reason. I don't know if it's because I moved my computer somewhere, but like in a
It's
different.
because you talking that shit. But you said something. You said something about a wise man told you that silence is golden.
Okay, that's where it stopped at. Yeah, silence.
You got a little past that, but before you continue, I wanted to ask you about that phrase because you said that you like to just get to it. You're gonna press somebody until you get answers. Do you feel like that is always the best approach? And has that served you well?
I think so, because for the most part, I'm 90% accurate with my assumptions when it comes to anything. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people like to beat around the bush and not keep it real. I like people to keep it real with me and see what the hell's going on. And if I see anybody that's being fake or phony around me,
Sorry.
if I feel like anybody being fake or phony around me, man, I call them out. You know what I mean? Because I don't want no fake people around me. As me being a channel holder of Behind the Bar, I have the right to move how I want to move and have who I want to have around me. I have no time for people on snakes around me, people that's going to backstab me, people that's going to betray me. I don't got time for it. I'm not going to wait for you to stab me in the back. I'd rather, see it before it's coming so that you can't hurt me. I'd rather hurt you before you can hurt me. I'm very defensive. Maine the Milkman is very defensive.
Now, being very defensive is not always a good thing. Usually, when you're very defensive like that, you end up being wrong. And I think giving yourself 90%, would you honestly say that you're 90% correct in
Yeah.
those cases?
Yeah, I think everybody that was once a part of Behind the Bar is not Behind the Bar, and I had a discrepancy with them. I think for the most part, I don't regret doing anything that I did. Everything was, in my personal opinion, justified. You know what I mean? Because I know my heart and I know my intentions, and all I try to do for the most part is try to give people a platform to build their own platform. That's the thing. That's the most misconception about me. People think when people come over Behind the Bar, I just want them to come over here and not do their own thing. My whole purpose of Behind the Bar, my vision was to build a platform to give everybody a voice so everybody could eat and everybody could branch off and everybody could do their own thing. The problem is people feel, I don't know what it is, intimidated by me or whatever the situation may be, but people feel intimidated by me and the Milkman. They feel like, oh, he think he the shit. I'm gonna do my own thing, and I'm cool with that. But it's not what you do; it's how you do it. If you want to do your own thing, I'll help you do it. That's the problem. But people, rather than work with me, they want to work against me. People want to be my competition as opposed to being partnership. What I realized on YouTube, man, it seems like nobody could get along, especially when it comes to the people of Black people. Black people seem like we all have like crabs in the buckets. If we see one person going up, we got to hate on him and drag him and bring him down. It goes on every day on YouTube. I sit back and watch YouTube damn near every day, and I watch people tear each other down. Nobody's building each other up. Even the people that you see building up, I watch them every day fall apart. This person falling out with that person, this person falling out with that person. What sells is
I think we lost him again. We were doing fine till we started getting to the controversial questions. I don't know why that keeps happening. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link for Maine again, so he can come back up. Yeah, you guys, make sure that you're giving Fresh Breezy questions. I'm gonna get into a few questions from the chat here shortly. Once he gets back on.
I took off my Wi-Fi just now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I took off my Wi-Fi just now, and I'm on Ethernet right now. Hopefully, that would help out with the internet service. I apologize for that.
It's okay. It happened. I'm telling you, you talking that shit, so your Wi-Fi recognizes like I don't mean. But you shall not. The listeners shall not be denied. That's something that you live by as well. And having said that, there was a particular incident in which you felt that the listeners should not be denied. And that incident that I'm referring to was the announcement that you made on your platform about the ending of the Roz and Fresh show. And so I think the majority of everyone that is in the chat right now seen that episode. It was my birthday. Worst birthday I ever had. But it was my birthday, and Maine was kind enough to give me an impromptu birthday party on YouTube. And during that live, he made reference to the Roz and Fresh show. And Maine, can you refresh everyone's mind about what you said during that stream?
Wow. Yeah, it was, and I still feel bad to this day. And what I feel bad about is that I ruined your birthday party. I definitely did, because for my supporters that I feel as though really support me, I will take the time out and just celebrate them for the day. And we just do little games, and we'll show little clips of them and play music, and we have fun, and we turn up. And it was an unfortunate situation, because that particular person, we'll say names over here. Her name is Raz Girl. I threw her birthday party on her birthday last April, and I'll never forget. She said it herself. She said, "Yo, man, this is the best birthday party anybody ever gave me. This lady's 40 years old." So that spoke volumes. I said, "Oh, wow, something via internet I never mentioned before." That made me feel proud, and me and her been cool online for like 2 years. You know what I mean? I found her from a particular platform. What I felt as though they wasn't showing her no respect. The lady Shay show, Sugar Shay. I apologize. And we always was cool. After each show, me and her would talk on the phone, and she would tell me, "Yo, great show," and we would chop it up and build and everything like that. And we would refer to each other as bro and sis and everything like that. And a month before your birthday, like a couple months, I just seen like she was moving a little bit strange, and the communication was off key, and all this other things going on. And I hear things, and I'm watching things, and I'm hearing things, and I'm hearing her talking about me in a negative way, and a lot of things. And I let a lot of that shit slide. You know what I mean? I let a lot of that shit slide. I remember she was on 777 Channel 10, and people that I 777 said I sabotaged her first show on Roz and Fresh, and she was co-signing him, saying she agreed and all types of things. And I would see that she would go on other people's chats that don't fuck with me and would laugh at me in the live chat. And she even admitted, "I'll laugh at you. I'll give a fuck, blah, blah, blah." So I seen that she was moving kind of funny. Now, looking at it from hindsight, right? Because I did a show the other day talking about mental illness, right? So I did a show talking about mental illness, and it kind of opened my eyes a little bit more to be more understanding of people that go through certain mental disorders. She's someone who has bipolar disorder, and I believe she has bipolar disorder. And unfortunately, at the time, and still to this day, I'm not really educated, and I don't know how to relate to these type of people, because people with bipolar disorder, you guys could be cool, bayan, all good, and the next day she don't even talk to you like you did something to her. But
which is something that she did explain, once that she came, just for people to understand, once we started the show, she decided to be public about her condition. And she did explain that, that at times that she could disappear, she could, but it had nothing to do with the person. So let's be very clear that that was something that was made aware. However, we're still learning. We're not aware of all the ins and outs, but I will say that it made me want to understand, especially knowing that I would be working closely, with her as far as the show was concerned. Um, but going back to the day of that show, because we can get into the background with you and Roz after. I want you to remind the people exactly what happened that day.
Okay, so me and Lady Fresh, we first of all three of us, me, Lady Fresh, and Raz Girl, would be behind the scenes, and I sat back there and I gave them all the information I know about StreamYards, YouTube, how to do this, how to do that. All the information I had, I would give it to them, and I would let them know. Don't let people come between our friendship. Don't let, because I have a lot of quote unquote haters out there. They're gonna get in your ear and tell you don't need Maine. Fuck Maine.
There go that damn Wi-Fi again. I've never seen Maine have Wi-Fi issues like this. We do an interview on him. He start talking his shit, and now it wants to start acting up. So while we're waiting for him to come back in, let's be very clear that this is not a bashing session for anyone, Maine, anybody that's affiliated who's left the platform. That's not what this is. This is an interview of a person who draws a lot of controversy around him. Therefore, tough questions need to be asked. And so, being that this particular situation involved me, I feel 100% comfortable asking the questions that I'm asking. So there's no disrespect, there's no slander. We're getting to the bottom of a story that has been told a few different times. So you can continue, Maine. He frozen again. Um, let's see. Let me say hello to a few more people in the chat while we're waiting. Willie, salute, Jen, Alex, salute. I don't think I've ever seen you before. Thank you for tuning into the First Perspective. Who else? Yeah, man, got to do something with that Wi-Fi. We was just getting into the nitty gritty, and now we can't talk no more. Andre, Obama don't like me. I'm gonna drop the link for him again. Hopefully, it'll work. While we're waiting on him, I'm gonna put up another clip.
I was first introduced to Behind the Bar from my brother, my good brother Jack Ham. We had did a couple records together, and he told me behind the scenes, yo, Seven, this brother Maine the Milkman spinning our record. Go over there and support him. Go show some love. And so I came over to the show, checked it out, and I loved it, man. As a spectator, as a viewer, you know what I'm saying? I just love the show. And then Maine hit me up behind the scene and was like, yo, send me some more music. So I stayed tapped in with him that way. And I just became a part of the squad, man. BDB. In the future for Behind the Bar, I see sponsors, Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcasts, more interviews. You know what I'm saying? Branching off with the family tree, with the Fresh Browns and the Lady Freshes and the Larry Beaches, the Willies. You know, you never know, man. Big 707 might have a show under the BDB umbrella. You feel me? Keep grinding, bro. Keep grinding. Because you got so much talent And you got so many people that love you, man. You got a dope team behind you. It's a machine, bro. Just keep going, bro. Don't stop. Because Kevin Samuels, rest in peace, didn't pop off. It took him 10 years to become a household name. He was grinding for 10 years on YouTube. And I believe that Maine the Milkman behind the bar will be a household name. Maybe not, maybe it won't take 10 years, but maybe 2, 3, 4 years. He's gonna be up there with the Vlad TVs and the Norries and the Star Reports. You know, BDB is gonna become a household name. Big 707 said it.
That was from 707 Cortez giving praise to Behind the Bar. You got that Wi-Fi situated, bro? He frozen again. Oh goodness. I don't know. Let's see. Maine, you there?
Yeah, you be there?
Yeah. I can see you getting frustrated with this Wi-Fi.
Check.
Yeah, you there. He's frozen again. That is crazy. I've never seen him have this many issues with his Wi-Fi before. I'm gonna have him come out and come back in. So, what you guys think so far? You know, got to start off a little slow before we start talking about the more uncomfortable things. You know, get a little insight of the person that he is before we start. Let's see if this is better. No. Yeah, getting into, you know, the person that he is and a little bit of his background. And then we can start asking a little bit harder questions.
Hey, yo, check this out. Yo, Lady Fresh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm about to send you a link. I think I just sent it to you on your phone, right? Matter of fact, it's a new link I'm about to send you right now. 1 second.
I'm gonna here. Do me a favor, send it here because it's hard for me to send stuff from my phone while I'm live. I just sent you a message. Just send it to my laptop.
Okay, so I'm gonna shut my computer down and turn it back on. In the meantime, play this link right now so everybody can see it. Let me know if you got the link. And I'm gonna shut my computer down and turn off my router.
And I salute you.
Yes,
I salute you for all the.
So I'll start playing that for you.
And I salute you. I salute you.
Put on the screen.
Yeah, I gotta put it up.
Okay.
All right, you guys. We're gonna play a video.
You for all the heat you get, but you still keep going, and you should. Don't never let nobody stop you.
Wow, those type of words coming from you means a lot. You know what I mean? As you've been seeing, I've been kind of on a rampage, you know, on YouTube, trying to uphold the integrity of what I got going on behind the bar. Because you know, despite what anybody want to say, you know, I get a lot of bad rap, but I don't think I get enough credit that I deserve as far as the good that I pure into my supporters and the YouTube community that support behind the bar. So by you telling me that, kind of like solidifies that I'm doing something right. I appreciate you saying that, Lotus.
And I appreciate you taking it and receiving it.
Wow. What is it? And you know, not to bring it all on me, but I hardly get to have you. I think I had you came up on my channel maybe 3 or 4 times in the past year or so that you've been supporting me. What is it that keep you coming back to behind the bar despite the so-called controversy I may be going through? What is it about? Because I see you support my wife, you support me. You know what I mean? What is it about behind the bar that keeps you coming tuned in every episode?
Because despite the BS that we experience, but you still have a good heart and you still have a good spirit, and everybody's not going to see that.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's exactly what I needed to hear, man. And are you excited about the interview that's got going on Saturday at 8 p.m. on the Fresh Perspective podcast? Are you excited about that?
I am excited. I can't wait.
I'm gonna put you on the spot right now, Lotus. Are you ready for this one? If you can ask anything, what do you want to know? I'm not going to answer now. I'll leave it to Lady Fresh to ask the question. But is there anything about me that you may be curious about, the character Maine the Milkman?
I will ask your wife. Are you the same Maine the Milkman you are when you're on live? And not to say a different person, but do you joke with her as much as you joke on live? And do she get tired of it?
Salute to Behind the Bar, though. Salute to Behind the Bar, man. Salute. Listen, we gotta send a special shout out to Behind the Bar because Behind the Bar is one of our counterparts on this YouTube shit. And salute to Behind the Bar because Behind the Bar does something actually fucking he's fucking phenomenal for real. So if y'all Behind the Bar, make sure y'all subscribe to Behind the Bar because he's fucking dope, man. Salute to the Milkman. CT connection all the fucking way from Bridgeport to Hartford, nigga. CT all the fucking way. Salute to Maine Milkman.
That's a fact, man. Maine, no. Salute to my guy, man. You know what I'm saying?
Behind the Bar.
Definitely, without a doubt, got some of the illest effects on YouTube. Great content, man. One of the underrated content creators might not add.
Maine the Milkman Behind the Bar is in the building. Murph and Kells are fucking BDB supporters. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. Salute, man. Yo, I don't know if you see me saying it in your chat earlier. I don't know if I could say it enough, but Sweet T and you both killed it. And your editing was on top. I beat the editing as a content creator. But just like the dancing, and it ain't easy to dance for a whole damn song. Let's add that shit up. But your editing was dope on top of it. So let me just say, vocally, I really appreciated that content. You put on a great show Saturday night too. Congrats on the win on the verses. That shit was definitely dope. Maine was playing like the replay of it today, and I'm like, even the replay, I was in it, so that was definitely dope. Yeah, you doing it for us, man. I'm one of them fat boys. I call it the mid-30s dad bod. Pause. But, I get it, man. You did it for all of us. I put my fist up in solidarity. But he did the Dreams and Nightmare. It's like, I guess you would call it almost interpretive dance because you're kind of acting out as well as you're dancing. And then they did the Eve song, Get Your Tambourine, and Sweet Tea had the tambourine. Like, come on, that was perfect. So.
You already know friends supporting friends behind the bar where I first started with my roast, my guy, the Milkman, setting platforms for everybody. I'm at my first big show. You already know I killed him, big dog. But guess what? He helped me get there. We in here. If you don't fuck with the Milkman, you don't fuck with cheese. And I said it. You don't make it.
It is just like that.
Fuck anybody that don't fuck with the Milkman. He's putting niggas on the map, giving us a comedy platform, giving many platforms, and he's doing it with pay. He's doing it with pay. You understand me? You know what? They gonna try to bust that U-turn, and what you do? Get them niggas some milk. He needs some milk.
He needs some milk.
Shout out to Behind the Bar. I'll be doing something with Behind the Bar real soon. Real soon, we be putting this work, and I'll probably do a StreamYard with Behind the Bar. We're going to set up something real powerful over there on Behind the Bar.
Boom. Behind the Bar. More bars to Comstock, more Glocks in stock than the cops. Let me stop playing. Salute, man. God bless you, B.
My mind lead me the way I did, and they're like, you're a piece of shit. A piece of shit. Yeah, Behind the Bar, look at me. You are a piece of shit. Fuck you. Okay. But do I like this piece of shit? I do. Because you know what? When I have to hit behind the bar, behind the scenes, and I'd be like, hey, bro, check this out. This, that, and the other. This, that, and the other. It's never like, fuck human nature. It's different. You know what I mean? Like, he knows he got his things to do, and I respect his things he got to do. Game got to recognize game.
I'm the milkman, man. And you get me misconfused with Maine the Milkman now. Shout out to Maine the Milkman.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Guess who we got in the house? We got behind the bars in the house. Yo, fam. I showed up to your show. And I saluted to you on your show. Then I jumped into the bushes because that roast show was hilarious, bro. I ain't lying. That show was funny as hell. That show was fun. Say y'all need to go to Behind the Bar show. His birthday show. That birthday roast show was funny. Y'all need to check that out for real. Man, that show was funny. But shout out to you Behind the Bars as well, bro. Shout out. Say thank you for showing me out as well too, bro. Appreciate that. But your show. Say that was genius, bro. For real, that was genius. That was a great show you did.
Again, I'm gonna give props where it's due, bro. You definitely inspired me to jump on and want to do, because I always wanted to do a music show, but I was like, I don't know, man. So you definitely was an inspiration to me, and I thank you for that.
Outside of Blur Minds Media, Somebody Gotta Say This Shit, Ills World Podcast, I say the motherfuckers that I see doing it the best is Behind the Bar and the Star Report. And if anybody understands what I'm saying is, if I'm putting Behind the Bar neck and neck with Star Report, I feel like, to me, that's absolute respect, because if somebody ever said anything on Blur Minds Media was par with Star Report, I would be tickled fucking pink like fucking Cameron and the goddamn mink during the Bird Gang shit. So
it's funny you say that, because Maine the Milkman got that compliment once before by another one of his viewers. So that's a compliment within itself, that another man with another life experience, completely different from the last guy that gave him that same compliment, is giving him that compliment once again.
I'm saying that you bigger than Star. With the energy that you bring, you bigger than Star.
Wow.
Which part? The thing is,
man, that's the biggest compliment you've
ever received.
Jesus.
Hey, that's the part. You have to prove it. You have to prove it to yourself. You know what I'm saying? You stop fucking around with these little motherfuckers. That's what I see you doing, man. You bigger than them. We watching you. You was ahead of us. You know what I'm saying?
Maine the Milkman, you funny. Y'all see, Maine the Milkman. I like that skit you did about me. Maine the Milkman, you funny.
You do know who I am, man. I made a video with my daughter for your birthday. We made you a cake.
Say no more.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Maine the Milkman behind the bar. Happy birthday to you. Blow out your candles. You 33, looking like 64. We got chocolate because you look like a piece of you old monkey face gorilla. Hey, I remember you starting off, seeing you a lot of other YouTube, channels. Of course, other popular social media channels. Go ahead, she's gonna blow out the channel for you. And yes, it's dark. And I remember when you did the DCW Derek C. Williams video, man. You was in the basement, you ain't have the bar hooked up. I continue to see you grow, man. I like your format, the 2 cameras, you got the sound effects and roasting and blacking out on people, man. Hey, keep doing your thing, man. Oh, I can't show. Should I show my face? This baby girl. Say what's up, dude.
What's up?
And this is your boy.
Seven the Scientist.
Yeah. Hey, happy birthday, slime. That's okay. We about to eat we're gonna eat all your cake. Eat it up. Yeah. All right. Peace out, man. Blessings to you. I've been watching Maine the Milkman since he had the folding table in the basement before the basement was even done. You eating on the folding table? I've been watching you. I just be in the background. I changed my name, profile pictures, but you know who I am, man. I've been there. I'm a day one with Jordan, you, the game, man, Militant. I'm not, low-key supporter, man.
Let me tell you something, man. When you sent me that video, you and your daughter, you sent me birthday to me and everything, man. That shit made me smile from ear to ear. I showed my wife, I showed my kids, I showed my family. I thought that shit was super dope, man. I appreciate that.
Oh, man, I appreciate
it, man.
But you know what? Behind the bar, I was already subscribed to you, and just now.
All right, man. Here I am again. I apologize, man. This is crazy.
You good now?
I hope so. I hope so, yo.
I guess you needed to get behind the bar. It's the interview of Maine the Milkman, the man behind the bar. Relaxing. You got to get behind the bar. It's work.
See, I was about to pop a bottle. I can't even drink right now. I'm so stressed out over this damn internet, man. It's crazy, yo.
No, don't be stressed. Take you a shot. I got my white Henny right here. Look how full that glass is. I'm about to be lit.
Wow, but yeah, let's keep this party going, man. I apologize to the live chat, man. Listen, now rumors gonna go around saying I sabotaged the interview with Maine the Milkman. Ain't that a
it's perfect that you say that because you have the reputation for sabotaging shit, and we were kind of talking about that before we got rudely interrupted by your Motel 6 Wi-Fi.
Absolutely.
But we're gonna get back on track, and I think we were, it was good. What you guys watched was, something BDB put together. I guess a collage of, some of the moments and support. And it was nice to see that. But we want to get back to some of the controversy now, since that's the topic that we're on at the moment. And so we were discussing, the Rise and Fresh show and the day of my birthday. We hadn't quite gotten to the story, so hopefully now we can get to, what exactly happened that day.
All right, so check this out. I sent you a link just now before the original link. I need you to play that link right now. It's going to correlate to how I'm going to break this story down.
You didn't send it to my laptop. I think you sent it to my cell.
I'm sorry. So, okay, let me send it to you right now. I'm bugging right now. Okay, here we go. Send it to you right now. Copy link. Boom, boom, boom. Sent right now in 3, 2, 1. I sent you this right now. And the reason why I sent you this link is going to make sense.
Okay.
When you receive it, it's a 4-minute video, and I'm going to rebuttal the video, and that's going to make sense.
Oftentimes, I can.
All right, I'm going to share my screen.
Can wake up and the sun is so I have bouts of depression. Yes, I remember when you were saying that. I have bouts of depression. Oftentimes I can wake up and the sun is gleaming, but my world is shattered and there's no reason or rhyme to it. And YouTube came by way of giving me life, speaking to people who were sometimes positive, sometimes negative, but it helped me. I didn't know anything about Behind the Bar, didn't know anything about any of that. I knew Star and Unwind with Tasha K. Recently, I found out that the Anita that Star always talks about It's King Sugar. I never do that.
You know, I'm
I have
learning
been.
quickly. Everybody.
I had no idea. No idea. I've been in a manic state for the last couple of weeks, so I haven't been engaged in Behind the Bar or many other chats. I've kind of been trying to work my way back into it. But my reason for being up here is because oftentimes people think I'm put together and this and that, but it's a hard life outside of YouTube. It's a hard life to be the Roz girl that everybody speaks of. So when I'm up here, I want to be transparent. I was told not to say that I suffered from that, but I know that YouTube helped me get through it. I want to help somebody else get through it. And it's hard at times. It's extremely hard. But being up here with y'all, seeing people, when I say I miss y'all, I need y'all, that's for real. Like, that's from the heart, because I don't know how the wind gonna blow, and I hate that about myself. It's probably the most ugliest part when I hear BDB play drops of me going at that guy Prezi, or hear myself cussing people out and shit. That's like a whole different person to me. I can't process it, don't remember it, black out, everything, you know. And it's the ugly part. It's the ugly part, but I think I thank everybody who I come across in YouTube, and that's why you see me in different chats, Pete, going in all these different rooms. Like they like give me life sometimes, and it just helps me. So yeah, like I feel like a family here, and this sisterhood right here is greatly appreciated. The first person I told in the YouTube world was BDB about that. He never exposed my secrets. He was always there for me. There were times that I stopped talking to him for weeks and months, and he didn't understand. He never walked away from me. He remained my friend. It makes me emotional because I lost many friends due to bipolar and lost many jobs. And I don't talk to him much, but I was sick. I was manic, and that's why I didn't reach out to him. So just know that I love you, BDB. I love him, sweetie. He is a great friend to me, and he was there for me when other people wasn't. So shit. Yeah. So that was my real story.
I totally you have to walk away for a minute. I know for me, and I often tell people when people want to connect with me, look, you might not hear from me for a minute, but my thing is wherever we left off, that's where we should pick back up. Even if it's 6 months later, if we were good the last time we spoke, we need to be able to pick right back up there. There is no warming back up, or trying to check in to make sure everything is okay. If we didn't fall out, we didn't fall out. You know, for the same reason, right? It's the same reason. Because when I need to check out, just let me check out. But when I come back, I don't want to have to go through the whole thing of warming back up to
explain.
Yeah, just go with it. Because if we're good, we're good.
Yeah.
But
that's why I said when I met.
All right. So I played that because it correlates, right? Because we're dealing with someone that has bipolar, and I told y'all earlier, I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me, but you know, it doesn't make it right. I would say this, right? I do believe she has that condition, but it doesn't make it right for you, for them people with them conditions to treat their friends like shit. It doesn't give them the right to disrespect their friends, talk shit about their friends behind their back, and pick sides. If it was an even playing field where she wasn't blatantly online talking shit about me, I would have just let her do what she's doing until she finally comes back. You know what I mean? And you know, that's why I kind of said what I said. So you asked me a question earlier, Lady Fresh, and you was like, "Yo, what made you come out and say what I said live on my show?" So I was doing a show, Lady Fresh birthday, right? And I made a statement. I was like to my audience, I'm like, "Yo, I don't know if the Rise and Fresh show is going to come back. You know, hopefully it does, but I'm not sure. I don't think it's coming back." And me and Roz she was talking to me in the live chat while I was talking to her on the microphone, and she was going back and forth with me, you know, saying little slurs here and there. in the live chat. There's been a series of events that have been going on prior to what I said. You know what I mean? She got into her feelings one time. She didn't get a hoodie, and you know, everybody that buys a hoodie from behind the bar.
There we go with that Wi-Fi again. I feel like we're never going to get through this particular story. And I mean, there is an absolute reason why I wanted him to tell this story again. Give his perspective. I've been very silent about the entire situation because I legitimately have love for both sides. And so I wanted to make sure that, you know, we can air it out.
So long story short, man, it's been a build up. So it didn't just happen like that. It's been a few weeks of a build up of just little things behind the scenes where, you know, it was just not looking good. You know what I mean? She wasn't talking to me. She wasn't talking to Lady Fresh at one time. She done changed the number on us. So that's what led me to believe that the show was over. When she changed the number and nobody could communicate with her because she's, you know, supposed to be doing a show and everything like that, there was just no communication. I thought to myself, I assumed that the show would be over. You know what I mean? And lo and behold, you know, it came out to be true that she didn't want to do the show anymore. And here we are now, where her solo venture here on her own thing, the Fresh Perspective, This Ain't That. And that's why she got the name This Ain't That, because, you know, she's saying this ain't Behind the Bar, this ain't Rise and Fresh, this is the Fresh Perspective. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, man, to be honest with y'all, even if you hear me trolling her all the time and playing the drop to the left or the right of me or whatever, that's just my alter ego, you know, doing what I do. But to be honest with you, I have nothing against her. I wish her the best. But I think it was a point where she kind of chose sides. You know what I mean? One thing about what I learned with YouTube supporters, when two people fall out, the supporters feel as though they have to pick sides. So, oh, word, Maine don't mess with Roz no more. I got to pick to see if I'm going to support Maine or I'm going to support Roz. And the proof is in the pudding. You know what I mean? People who I, you know, bring her on the platform and introduce her to don't fuck with me no more based upon my fallout with her, which I think is not fair. I think it's very childish that people stop rocking with me because of her. And a lot of you guys don't know the backstory. If you just saw the clip that we just posted, she admitted, hey, this bipolar disease that I have has me losing jobs, has me losing friends. I cut people off for no reason. And somebody like me that don't suffer from that can't really comprehend or understand what they're going through. So that's where the division happens between me and her. The lack of communication, her order, I don't understand it. She don't understand me. And it is what it is. But I did nothing to that girl for her to.
So I will say this, and I had a first row seat to that train collision. Okay. And I do believe that the clip that you just played was her way of explaining to the world, finally being comfortable to explain to people about her condition, something that she didn't talk about before, but was comfortable enough to explain and really try to get people to understand that she may fall back, she may not be around, but that there's no issue. Now, I'll say this. Being on the other side of it, it was definitely something I wanted to understand. I wanted to understand it for her and for our show. But I'm not perfect. You know, we try to understand things, but it takes time. The reason I wanted you to recap that story was because oftentimes when I hear you retell it, you don't get into the part where you guys have that exchange where you're vocally saying some things to her. She's saying things in the chat that people probably missed. So it sounds like you're attacking. It was very aggressive. It even came off aggressive to me. And I was the second part of that show. And so bringing this up was you and I had several conversations, and I want to make this very clear because I never really spoke on this topic, except for once on Eve's show. We have never had a degrading, disrespectful conversation about Roz. I don't come from that place. Any communication that BDB and I had about the show was about the show and about how to get back on track, because there was lack of communication at a point. I wasn't aware that she changed her number. You weren't aware that she changed her number. It was a place of concern. And so the air needs to be clear as far as what that conversation between you and I ever was concern. You know, is everything okay? Is the show going to get back on track? Now, here was my problem with you. And I told you I was going to bring this up. My problem with you is you and I had a conversation that Roz and I was going to wrap the show, and we decided how we were going to wrap it. We decided what we were going to say, and we left it at that, hoping that we would be able to come back for season 2. Whether or not that was going to happen is neither here nor there. It was a decision that Roz and I made. And of course, I discussed it with you because you have been instrumental in the building of that platform. On that day, when you guys had that exchange and you decided to announce that the show would not be returning, that we broke up like Destiny's Child, it put a very negative connotation on the entire situation. Therefore, I think that is why her response was what it was. Again, people didn't see what you guys' exchange was. They only heard what you were saying. However, because of the way that it was presented, it made it sound like there was a problem with her and I, that there was conversations behind her back. I do believe that she jumped to a conclusion about that, but it's nothing I can do about that. I just felt, as being your friend and being the person that you helped along the way with the production of the show, did you ever feel like, well, damn, like, maybe my approach to that wasn't the best? Lady Fresh ended up being collateral damage for no apparent reason. And so that made me feel a little bit away about you. And I'm not gonna hold my tongue when it comes to you. I think another common misconception of hers was that I support you, and don't let you know when I think you're wrong. And I let you know in that particular instance that I thought you were wrong. And so my question for you is, seeing that I end up being collateral damage, she no longer speaks to me, which is fine. It is what it is. At the end of the day, people have to be comfortable with themselves. But do you feel in any way, shape, or form that you could have handled that situation differently, not even speaking on the end of the show, much less saying that we broke up like Destiny's Child and making it seem very negative?
Right, and that's a great question. And it's unfortunate that you end up being collateral damage. That's kind of a situation where I can't go back and change. It is what it is. In hindsight, looking at how everything turned out, in my personal opinion, it's for the betterment for you. It wasn't going to work out with you, in my personal opinion, y'all as a team. The condition that she's going through, no disrespect, but you don't have the qualifications. And I mean, now, I know I don't want to make it sound crazy, but I don't think you can help her. You know what I mean? You're not a doctor. You know what I mean? Those type of people, they have to take their medicines, and she substitute her pills with marijuana. That's what I believe. I don't believe she takes pills or medicine. She takes marijuana, and she tries to use that to cope with her bipolar depression, bipolar disorder. So it was going to end up being a disaster at the end when it's time for you to go live. And it's a good thing now that you're independent. I know at first it probably looked crazy, but I guarantee you that the fresh perspective, you have a breath of fresh air to be able to fly like the wind and not depend on anybody to wait upon for you to, when it's time to push play, when it's time to push record. Look at your platform right now. You're doing well. You got almost 200 subscribers. The live chat is going good. Everything looks well. Now you're independent, and you're able to flourish. She's doing her thing now on a different network. Now she's able to flourish, and it is what it is.
So let me comment on that. Because we're going a little ahead. The fresh perspective was always gonna happen once we wrapped the show. We discussed it on the last show that the fresh perspective, she would be doing something on her own. So that was something that was already put out there. My thing is the accountability on your part. I understand about it possibly being for the better. I can't help her. You know, we had a good thing while it was going, and maybe we may not have come back. But my thing is, did you really? I know your motto is the listener shall not be denied. But did you feel it was your place to make the statements that you were making at that time? And I only ask you because people accuse you of you know, telling their business, you know, you call them friend and then you violate them in some way. I've heard that a few times, and we've seen that with a pretty decent exodus of behind the bar, the Ivan G's, the Larry Beaches, the Champs, the Nalas, there's countless people even before I came along. And then after everything that happened with Roz, it was even more people. So do you feel any type of accountability and maybe you could have done something differently? Because I know you feel you're 90% correct. So did that fall into that 10%?
It falls into 90%. You know what I mean? And we have to put in emphasis that I said when I made my statement. We could go back to it if we would like. I said that I think that the show is over. So I gave my opinion about a show being over. She went over the top and went wild and told me to go fuck myself, fuck you, man, and all this other shit. And it is what it is, you know. From the statement which she made when she said she's looking to the person to the left or the right of her to find out they're real people, she's been looking at you suspicious from the beginning due to her bipolar disorder. She had things in her head that's telling her that you really not her friend, I'm really not her friend, and she has to keep an eye on us. Now, let's go back a little bit. She been throwing shots at me, been disrespecting me, been shitting on me. You seen it for yourself. We done changed clips. And look at she's live over here talking greasy about me, accusing me of this and accusing me of that. Allowed the white boy 777 that disrespected you, disrespected me, disrespected my wife. She's over there with the white man, allowing that white man to manipulate her. And I shouldn't even use the word manipulate. She's a 40-year-old woman. Had the white boy go over there and turn you against your so-called brother. So this was a buildup of disrespect that happened to me. So if I said what I said and she felt offended by what I said, then it is what it is. You disrespect me, I disrespect you, and we could go our separate ways.
Okay, and I get that. And all the receipts are out there for people to go back and see clips. My point is, she wasn't the only one that felt disrespected. She wasn't the only one that felt violated. The minute it hit my ear, I was like, why? Why was that the thing? And you said a little more than I think it's over. It was what they do, 10 shows. You know, they couldn't make it last. That shit over like Destiny's Child. That shit is triggering. I can handle it a little differently because, you know, I'm not dealing with any extra issues. But for someone else, and I'm just, you know, presenting it to you from a different perspective, not just Maine's, because what Maine needs to realize is there's always going to be a little bit of contention with some of the things you do. And so I was just curious if you felt any type of, especially being that again, I ended up being collateral damage. I understand all the supporting facts that you have. I've gone back, I've looked at it. I honestly don't really feel like what you said that day was enough to warrant what happened. I will say that after going back and looking at it and looking at the equal exchange between you guys in the chat, I do agree that it was a bit over the top, but it happened and we are where we are today. You know, you're helping me with the fresh perspective. She's on her own journey. I, you know, wish her the best. I hope at some point everyone can at least be cordial to one another. You know, not necessarily saying that we have to be sharing each other's platforms, but I'm a real big person on energy. And even though I don't need to share your energy and be friends with you every day, I don't like to have no shit with nobody out in the universe. And I didn't even do nothing. Like I legit did nothing. I just showed up to work every day. That's how I felt. And then I got the really bad end of everything. But that's neither here nor there. That situation is what it is. And did you have any final comments about that? Because I don't want to spend too much time on Rise and Fresh.
Yeah. I mean, you said what you said, you know what I mean, and I respect what you said, you know what I mean, and unfortunately, you were collateral damage, but you can't change the hands of time. I did what I did. I said what I said, and it is what it is, man. Like I said, I wish her the best. I'm not gonna come over here and bash her, clown her, make fun of her.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Moving forward, man, that's just the name of the game on YouTube, man. Like, as a content creator, here's my advice to you. There's gonna be people who you're gonna be cool with now. There's people who you're cool with now, and then you're gonna look to the left or the right of you, and this person to the left might be gone, and the person to the right might still be there. 6 months later, that person to the right is gonna be there, and the person for the left, you know what I'm saying? So this is the as being a content creator. There's no YouTuber on YouTube that has guests on their show that you're gonna be cool all year long. Something's gonna happen where this person's gonna feel disrespected. This person's gonna feel slighted. This person's gonna feel that. This person's gonna be in their feelings. You can't make everybody happy. And the beauty about the fresh perspective is that this is your house and it's your rules, and you do what you want to do on your platform. So I'm not perfect. I'm gonna live my life. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna lose friends. I'm gonna gain friends. I'm gonna gain friends. I'm gonna lose friends. But I don't care what nobody say. The shit that I do for my supporters and my people never see the good that I do. People always magnify, oh, the time where you told Raz Girl that you think her show was over, you're a piece of shit. Or what about the 100 good things I did for Raz Girl? What about all the times that I put her on a pedestal and I told people how much of an amazing person she is, amazing mother she is, how amazing this person she is, how much I made sure I put money in her pocket sometimes. We'll be doing shows together. She's doing her birthday party together. I think she made like $500 on Behind the Bar on the show. How much I put the spotlight on her and put respect on her name and did everything positive for this young lady. Nobody remembers that. Who gives a fuck all the 100 things you did for her, Maine the Milkman? That one time when you told the people that you think her show was a rap, oh, you the biggest piece of shit in the world. Nobody remembers about the good things. Nobody gives a fuck. Everybody gives a fuck about the drama, the negativity, and that's what's wrong with YouTube. Nobody puts hype.
Well, you said it yourself, man. Controversy sells. You found that out early, right? Doing the shows after Queen's Flip, right? You woke up after putting that pre-recorded clip up, talking your shit, and guess what? You have 5,000 views. Controversy sells. So you can't be upset that people are magnifying the negative over the positive. Like that is YouTube. And I'm learning. Like you've been teaching me well. That is a part of this culture. The way that things are today, everybody wants to glorify the bad instead of the good. And that's why I thought an interview like this was very important, so that we can not only dive into all the controversial moments because so many people know you by them, but to be able to really get down to a lot of the good things that you do. And so since we're changing gears a little bit, I want to kind of step away from some of the controversy and get to a couple of questions that came from the chat. You game for that? Maine?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You down for a couple questions that came from the chat?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Little silly questions. They not deep, just okay. So we had a live the other day, and a couple of people dropped a few lighthearted questions. So I'm gonna ask you a couple of those. Do you want more kids?
I've been messing around with. I think we're too old now. Like, not saying that we can't reproduce, but I don't want to start all over. You know what I mean? My baby is 6 years old right now. You know what I mean? And I want my kids to be comfortable. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be able to put my son through college, put my daughter through college, and I think it'll take away from their future if I decide to have more kids. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta be responsible, man. You know what I mean? You gotta act your wage sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, my son. He's me all over again, reincarnated. When I see him, I see me. And most parents should say that in their children. You know what I'm saying? So, I made a vow to myself to make my son, try my best to help him get to where he want to be. You know what I mean? And that's going to cost me in the future, time, money, and everything like that. For me to have a couple more kids at this particular time probably wouldn't be a great idea. Besides, Sweet Tea been snatching, been losing weight and everything like that, and I doubt
you looking good. You might get one up in there.
Now Sweet Tea want to ruin her body again for another baby. You know what I mean? So to answer your question, I'm fine with my boy and my girl. I'm good.
You have the most beautiful family, y'all. His and her children. I'm loving it. You know, Milkman Jr. He looked just like you. Oh my God, he looked just like you, and she looks just like her mom. So that question actually came from my boo. We had another question. Are you a certified DJ or are you self-taught?
Yeah, I'm not. According to Willie B told me to stop scratching on the ones and twos. He says that my DJ skills are subpar. He told me that, you know, you need to stop DJing out here because you look crazy out here on these YouTube streets. And for me to just play the music and calm down. But to answer your question, no, I'm not a and I'm glad you asked that. I'm gonna plug my shameless plug right now. I see we got a couple people in the room. It's a nice crowd today. Shout out to everybody in the room, man. Salute to everybody in the room. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all for joining this interview. I am not a certified DJ. I'm self-taught. I'm still learning how to use these turntables in front of me. But if you want Maine the Milkman to come on your channel virtually and spin some records for you, holla at me. You know what I mean? The price of the brick went up. That's a fact. Just to let y'all know. You know what I mean? The price of the brick went up. I'm out here. I'm probably one of the most entertaining DJs on YouTube.
You are.
I mean,
you're very entertaining, man. I have to give that to you. In fact, you're so entertaining that people want to know, like, where did you get your dance moves? I don't think that's really a good question, but where'd you get your, yeah.
Yesterday's price is not today's price. Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Let me tell you something. I'm an entertainer, right? At least in my mind, I'm an entertainer. I'm not a dancer. I'm not a singer. I'm not a DJ. I like to have fun, right? So Maine the Milkman, my alter ego, thinks in his mind that he's a dancer. Jermaine knows that he can't dance. Jermaine knows. Jermaine have 2 left feet. The dancers in my family is my wife and my children. They the ones that could dance, as you guys can see. I can't dance, but when the liquor's in the system and Jermaine turns into Maine the Milkman, my alter ego, you can't tell me nothing. I could sing, I could dance. I got excuse my language. This ain't towards your wife, Fresh Brown, but when I'm Maine the Milkman, I got the biggest dick in the world. Goddamn, I don't give a fuck what nobody say.
I told you I cannot. Ain't no telling what he gonna say, y'all. Y'all asked for it, now y'all gonna get it.
Oh, so hold on. I'm sober this whole time, and you got me up. I ain't gonna lie, you got me under pressure right now. It's time for me to get my drink on right
now. Pop that bottle. While you popping that bottle, we'll put up another clip for one of our many supporters, Mr. ATG TV.
Yo, what's poppin', slime? How was I introduced to Behind the Bar? I was introduced to Behind the Bar by my brother G-Up. G-Up. Oops, I'm at work. Where do I see Behind the Bar at in the near future? I see Behind the Bar as being one of the greatest YouTube channels around. Dope content creator. All right, how do you address the haters and the naysayer, man? Simple, bro. Let them watch your success. You don't address nothing. You don't give nobody no clout. You do you, slime. You already know.
Hey, what's up, you piece of you know what? All right, let me think. How did I meet you? There was a question of, where did you meet Behind the Bar? And I'm kind of like, did I ever formally meet this man? And you know what? I'd say no. We kind of clashed into each other. And from that day forth, it's kind of been a, push and shove relationship. And I was warned about you. They're like, hey, that guy, don't deal with that guy. He's a piece of shit. He's this, he's that. And, that's what gets me in trouble all the time anyway, is never listening to what people say. I'm like, well, I'm going to give him a chance. And long and behold, I got to see that, man, you are definitely a piece of shit. But you know what? In the ways that you kind of got to love it. You ain't big brother, little sis, even though we're pretty much the same age. But kind of let me know a little bit about this YouTube and how it works. And I just see him, the name Behind the Bar, going real far as long as you keep your eye on the prize and not let all these people hating on you and, you know, just trying to bring all this negative in. Stay positive. You got this. Behind the bar, China doll. Let's go.
Wow.
That was dope.
Wow, yo.
Shout out to Naomi, China D, and ATG Barnes. Thank you so much. Let me tell you, people had no problem, you know, sending some things over. You know, people be late, last minute, but I got them. And you got support out here, Maine. But real quick, the consensus seems to be that you're a piece of shit. That's been an ongoing theme. So I've gotten this question 3 times. Why are you such a piece of shit?
All right, let me address something real quick. And my computer was acting up earlier. Let's keep our fingers crossed it doesn't act up earlier. Shout out to Mills Lane. What you said, I heard what you said. I appreciate that, man. I met Mills Lane in real life. Solid guy. He tall as hell, too. I didn't know he was that tall. I'm like, God,
really?
He like 6'2", 6'3", and he bigger than me too. He like good, probably 280. I'm like, God damn, this nigga big as hell. Shout out to CMW Music, man. Yo, listen, CMW Recordings, you know I fuck with you. Anytime you're ready to start your podcast, my nigga, you got my personal number. Hit me behind the scenes. I'll show you the ropes, and we can launch your shit. No problem. You are definitely someone who's been supporting me since day one. Shout out to Jack Kim. ATG Barnes. That's my guy. Shout out to ATG Barnes. I hit him up a couple of days ago. And I said, congratulations, ATG Barnes. I said, you are 2 years clean from your sobriety. You're 2 years clean from drugs. You're 2 years clean. God bless you. He said, damn, Slime, how you remember that? I said, how can I forget? I interviewed you, and you told me at that time it was like a year you was clean last June, and it's June again, 2022. I said, oh, shit. 2 years. Congratulations. That's what's up. Knowledge born. I seen what you said earlier, man. I appreciate you, man. I'm glad I was able to inspire you. You know what I mean? You my guy. You and I talk behind the scenes. This nigga Knowledge Born call me every single day. Sometimes I gotta look at my phone like, God damn, my nigga, what the fuck, my nigga? You call me more than my wife, my nigga. I'm just kidding. That's my guy. Shout out to him. He's my fellow Connecticut veteran. You know what I mean? He out there in Hartford. I'm from Bridgeport. We never met in real life, but that's my guy. I appreciate your platform. You know, he be having his foot in these people's neck. He be spanking these niggas on the internet. And, you know, I like to take credit, my nigga. He said, been watching me for a while. And, you know, if you learn anything from Maine and Milkman, you know how I get down. And that's why they call me a piece of shit, because I take it there. Naomi China D. That was dope. The way you edited up and the way you went from your car to walking outside and saying what you said. And Naomi China D told me, like, everybody told her, don't fuck with Maine. He's a piece of shit. He's an asshole. She said, I don't care what you motherfuckers think. I'm going to evaluate him for myself, and I'm going to judge him for myself, and not going to let anybody persuade my thinking of who this person is. She sat back and watched me, and she observed the fact that I'm a piece of shit, but a good piece of shit. You know what I mean?
A good piece of shit?
I want to say I'm a good piece of shit because this thing right here. Well, let me ask you a question, Lady Fresh. What does Maine know when you hear that? Maine know. What does that mean to you when you hear Maine know? What just happened?
I don't answer no questions.
Okay.
I'm interviewing you.
Cool. So what Maine know means is that Maine is about to either do or say some shit that may rub people the wrong way. But what he said might be true. But what he said maybe have been too soon, may have been too harsh. But what Maine said was facts. When I first came out on YouTube, the thing I presented to people, I said pull out my pocket and show people receipts. And I said ear niggas out with the receipts. And like, God damn, man, you said what you said and it was kind of harsh, but no lies told here. You know what I'm saying? The lie detector determined you were telling the truth.
I'm glad you said that, because another question from one of the people in the chat, do you really believe you came up with receipts?
No, but let me say something. I'm one of the first males to say it on YouTube because receipts was something that people used to deem as feminine. Oh, men aren't supposed to say receipts. It's a female's trait. And, you know, that's debatable. You know what I mean? But I think receipts is probably one of the best ways. Hold on.
Popping the bottle, popping the bottle.
I'm too
While
sober.
he popping that bottle, y'all make sure y'all go hit the like button for your girl. And if I'm doing a good job, don't be afraid to hit my Cash App. I'm gonna go ahead and drop that thing so y'all have it. We're doing an interview of Maine, the Milkman, the man behind the bar.
How about you hit my Cash App?
I think he gonna get real lit in a minute because now he cracking the bottle.
Oh shit.
What you drinking? What you drinking?
Oh man, we sipping up. We popping champagne. Oh, we pop champagne. Oh, yeah, I'm on that Bel Air right now. You already know what time it is, man. We
I still haven't tried it. Breezy got like a couple bottles. He always finish it before I get some.
But yeah, man. You know, yeah, that's why, man. I'm a piece of shit, but you know, I'm a piece of shit with a heart. You know, I'm not a complete piece of shit.
I got that question like 3 or 4 times. That is so crazy.
I'll tell you something. What I mean by that is that I'm the type of person that you can hit me up behind the scenes, right? If you're somebody that supports me, and I mean you have some type of rapport, you can hit me up behind the scenes and be like, "Yo, man, I'm in the gym right now. I'm fucked up, man. Can you help me out?" And I'll do everything in my possibility to help you out. You know what I mean?
I've heard people say that about you.
There's people that came on the show, like a guy like Shy 120 came on the show one time and told people a story how he was in the gym. I never made it public. He made it public. And yo, man, I needed some situation. I needed some bread. He hit me up. He paid me back a week later, got his money. Situation, Psych L came on behind the bar and told niggas that he was in a situation where he just bought a new house and started the whole business. I donated, no lie. Psych L would tell you this. Over $2,000 to Psych L to help him out, and he paid me back every dime. But check this out. Here's how this worked. Psych L, throughout the years of helping me build behind the bar, donated about $2,000. So I pretty much gave him back what he gave me because he believed in me. How can I deny a man who donated $2,000 to me and he hit me up in the gym and needs help and I tell him, no, I can't give you $2,000? That would be just the most ridiculous thing in the world. And there's countless other people online which will remain anonymous because I'm not going to put these people out there because they never made it public, where they hit me up and say, "Man, I need gas to get to work. Man, I need this. Man, I need that." And I give it to them, no problem. That's the type of person I am. So when I tell you I'm a piece of shit with a heart, I'm a piece of shit with a heart. There's no way in hell, even though you probably never need me because you're probably out here balling, but Lady Fresh, Breezy, I mean, who else? I mean, I gotta look at my Cash App. Pink Sugar just hit me up with a Cash App randomly today just because there's a handful of people. You guys know who you are. Right now, I can't name everybody, but there's at least a good 50 solid people who contribute to Behind the Bar that they could hit me up behind the scenes, and they in a situation where they fucked up. And if you in the area, if you live around my area and your car broken down, I will pull up and I will help you start your car up, change your tire. I'm that type of person. You know what I mean? So people can say what they want to say. The amount of shit that I do for people behind the scenes that I can't make public, because if I put somebody on blast and say, I helped such and such when they didn't have this, that, and the third, then I'll be a piece of shit. You know what I mean? So,
a real piece of shit then, right?
Exactly. So I got to keep a lot of things on the hush hush, and it is what it is. But yeah, that's
you know, you can't deny somebody who, you know, donated $2,000 to the platform if they need you, and you're to be commended for that. But you almost did walk away from someone who donated $2,000 to the platform. You was ready to write them off. Like, so there's a perfect instance of where you was dead as wrong. You read into it too much, and somebody took the nice, the subtle, the calm approach and checked your ass on screen real nice. And even you had to say, he bought that $2,000 up, and you was like, I got to check the numbers, but you know. And I honestly, I wish we had that clip right now because
I got that clip. That clip is where the thing I said.
I wish you, yeah, because
I don't know if it's gonna play.
I felt like that moment, and it's not that it was a moment for you to like, oh, see, Maine was wrong. Yay, he finally. It just it brought so much clarity on how easy it is to misunderstand and misinterpret a situation, which I have told you a few times that I think you've done here and there, that you might have misinterpreted something. But like Willie, that's what we talking about, y'all. Willie B He was so calm. He let you talk. You walked off and came back. You were saying what you had to say. You was getting hype. So your blood pressure, your heart was beating fast. And he never raised his voice.
That's a
And
fact.
he said one simple thing, and it shut the whole shit down. That was a beautiful moment.
That was a beautiful moment on Behind the Bar.
That was a beautiful moment.
I agree with that 100%. 100%.
And so would you admit at that moment, like, he got you?
Absolutely. I talked to him behind the scenes. I apologized to him behind the scenes and everything like that. And, you know, it is what it is. You know, like I said, I'm right 90% of the time. There you go, the example right there. That's the 10%. When Maine the Milkman was completely, you know, out of line. You know what I mean? I was in my feelings for whatever the situation may be. And, you know, me and him spoke like men on camera and off camera. And we came to the conclusion that, you know, Maine the Milkman fucked up right then and there. You know what I mean? I'll say one thing about Willie B, man. Like, it don't get no more loyal than Willie B. Like, it don't get no more loyal than him. You know what I mean? That's a guy right there that, you know, I think that I done been in situations where I'm getting jumped on the platform. Niggas is bodying me. 4 or 5 niggas is attacking me, going crazy on me. Willie B hit the link and like, nah, I ain't doing this to my boy. Nigga, fuck out of here. You know what I mean? It would come through as the enforcer and hold it down for Behind the Bar.
He really does. And I think he brings such a calmness to everything. Like, you want to get lit and turned up and make your point, but Willie comes in and just be like, I'll let you finish. And then when you finish and you ain't got nothing else to say, he come in with some shit and you can't even deny it half. I will say that he is right 95% of the time.
That's a fact. Silence is golden, Naomi. Silence is golden.
Yeah, at times
Willie B is someone who Willie B and Fresh Breezy. Those are the two guys where I call Breezy my therapist. You know what I mean? And behind the scenes, sometimes where I don't know what the fuck is going on, and I'm confused about what's going on, and they sit back and make sense of situation. Because my first thing to do is I'm gonna go blackout. I'm gonna go line. I'm gonna shit on this nigga. And I talked to Willie. He like, yeah, maybe that's not a good idea, man, because X, Y, Z. And Breezy would calm me down too. Like, yo, I'm like, yo, Breezy, man, I don't know, bro. This shit bothering me right now. This such and such is acting like this, that, and the third. He like, calm down, nigga. Take a chill pill. Relax. You on the clock right now, nigga. Right now, nigga, this is off hours right now. I'm about to charge you double pay right now. But listen, I hear you. I give you 10 minutes, motherfucker, but hurry up. You know what I mean? But those are the two go-to guys on Behind the Bar. And even you sometimes where, you know, you and I talking, you'll talk some sense into me and shit like that. But
I just tell you straight up, because, you know, I'll sugarcoat sometimes when, you know, and see, that's a little bit of the difference between you and I. You and, you know, you're a little bit younger than me, so, you know, that'll come with time maybe. But for me, before I hit 40, because I always tell you that 40 was the manifestation of 0 fucks given for me. Okay. And so I really take that approach more positively than it sounds. And it's just kind of taking each situation one at a time, evaluating it, and moving right along. Move right the fuck along. Like, I don't have a lot of time to spend on stuff that's insignificant. But I have learned sometimes that it's okay not to respond to everything. It's okay not to put everything on Front Street, because at the end of the day, what does that really do for you?
I hear you.
You know what I mean? And so that's what works for me now, because I spent so much of my life turning the fuck up on this one, turning up on that one, ready to slap this one. Bitch better not say nothing to me or I'm gonna have to whoop that. Like, I spent so much of my life turning up like that. And that was like my real life, not even my YouTube life. So, you know, Jermaine may not be like that, but Maine the Milkman is. And so I think with you, like, I have a lot of respect for you. I have immense respect for you. Don't always agree with everything you do, but who do you always agree with everything they do? I don't agree with everything my husband does. My kids do. You know, some people on you, I don't agree with everything. And that's okay. That's what makes this shit so dope, is that we are entitled to our opinion and how we feel about people. Absolutely. But I never want to hurt people. And when I feel like I'm crossing the threshold of hurting people unnecessarily, that's when I step back and take a look at myself. And so I know that you have the philosophy of friends to none, correct? How how true to that statement are you? Are you truly friends to none? Or is it, friends to this one, maybe friends to this one off YouTube because I met you in real life? Like, how exactly does that term apply to you?
Well, like I told you, my alter ego, Maine the Milkman, he has that philosophy that is friends to none. But there are some real life relationships I built behind the scenes, like some people like you, Fresh Breezy, Willie B, you know what I mean? And a few others, and I say those people because these are the people that I kind of met in real life. Like I got a lot of respect for a lot of people. Like ATT Barnes, I got nothing but respect for him. The Kenzos, him and his wife, I think their relationship is dope, you know what I mean? And things of that nature. I have a lot of respect. Mills Lane, I got a lot of respect for a lot of people. I don't want to say no names because somebody feel left out. Oh, you don't respect me, but I'm just saying. Um, I got respect for people. Don't friends. There's a thin line between love and hate, and friends and foe. And I observe YouTube and I see what's going on. There's a situation today. Shout out to Lady Snoop. There's a situation that happened today, and this is public, so this ain't me doing no sucker shit. This is going viral on this side of YouTube. Long story short, Lady Snoop have a man that she was in a relationship with, and come to find out, she found out this morning that her man, her boyfriend, the nigga that she calls her boyfriend, is fucking her ops, misunderstood on the internet. The meth head girl. This is her boyfriend on the internet and embarrassed her on the internet by smashing a meth head. This is her boyfriend who and they see I'm saying, like, this is some sucker crazy shit that goes on. Now she's on the internet looking kind of like, God damn. The other day, come to find out, she came out and said she was dating the nigga Tommy Sotomayor. They dating. And she was one time
dating him.
Lady Snoop was dating him a couple years ago.
Oh wow.
So I remember I came up with Lady Snoop like last year, and I was throwing my shots at Tommy. She's like, "Oh, you better not disrespect Tommy." She was so protective of him. But Tommy's shitting on her right now on the internet, putting her on blast. You know what I mean? Like, this is the shit that goes on. And this is just a small example of what I see on YouTube. So I want to protect my heart. You know what I mean? Not to sound all sensitive, but I want to protect my heart as far as not allowing to open up with people online and trusting them with me just for them to be mad at me and then shit on me on the internet and try to talk shit about me. It happened before. So I'm talking from experience where people who, when I first started YouTube, I'm like, oh my God, these people really like me. These people are my friends. And as soon as we have one fallout, like this, it's always the one fallout with me. It seems like I don't get 3 strikes with people. It's strike one, nigga, get out. You know what I mean? As opposed to most people be like, all right, you're fucked up, man. I give you another chance. And then, they have a saying to say, you fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So people have that philosophy where I don't get a second chance for the most part. But it is what it is. Life moves on. But to answer your question, my alter ego, Maine the Milkman, is very, very protective over his spirit, who he allows to call him friend, who he allows to have any personal information about him. You know what I mean? But you got to know Jermaine. You know what I mean? And you said it yourself. Maine the Milkman and Jermaine are 2 different people. I'm nothing like I am on the internet. So that answers your question.
You still have the arrogance though. Like, you still walk around like you the illest nigga in Nebraska. But like, there is a real life human being, human element, a person that cares, a person that is respectful. And I think, I love Maine the Milkman, the character, the alter ego. And you talked about doing your other page, the Behind the Bar page, and converting it to a different type of platform with a membership, and that we would see different types of content over there, which I want you to, talk about a little bit. But I would definitely like to see just a little bit more of Jermaine. And I know why you got to kind of keep him down a little bit, because, you've been a victim of some really fucked up shit on YouTube, as far as being doxxed before, people talking about your family and your wife and you've been a victim of that a lot more than I even knew until recently. But yet and still, you manage to still do this on a regular basis, provide the content. How do you push shit like that down and perform each time? Is it because you have Maine, the alter ego, and that affects Jermaine? Is that how you get through that?
Well, you asked some great questions, by the way. Bravo, I like this. Well, I told y'all this plenty of times. YouTube for me is therapeutic. When I come on here and I get to transform and put on my cape and be Maine the Milkman,
you got a cape
for me. My imaginary cape. It's therapeutic for me and it's fun for me and it's entertainment at the end of the day. Now, there's people out there that will get in their feelings and will cross the lines between entertainment and real life. You know what I mean? And sometimes, people do sucker shit like that, and it only makes me stronger, right? What I'm about to say is really arrogant, but I believe it's true.
Say it.
Me as a young man, when I show people my beautiful wife, when I show people my kids, people who don't have that get intimidated, feel some type of way, wish they could have what I have and have the love that I have, and it fucks with them. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people out there that don't have no love. There's a lot of people out there that can't talk to their kids or be around their kids. There's a lot of people out there that got baby mama drama. There's a lot of miserable people out there. So I take that as this. I say, you know what? Okay. I show off my wife every once in a while. I'll show you my kids every once in a while. But I keep a cap on it. I'll give people too much. But I want to show people the real life person of me, that I'm a real life person, real life human being, and give my supporters a little tad bit of who I am. Now, you brought up my other channel. But those that don't know, I have another channel. It's called Behind the Bar. Same way without the 2.0. Make sure y'all go over there and subscribe. I am really contemplating, really thinking about making that particular channel a membership channel where you would get a little bit more of Jermaine as opposed to Maine the Milkman. So you would see Maine out with his family. You might see me out in the park with my kids. You might see me having a conversation with my children, having a conversation with my wife. You might see us inside the house cooking more. You might see me cooking. You might see me outside. I might show you a couple of my vehicles that I have. I might show you a couple of things and everything like that. Me raising my children, me playing in the dollhouse with my daughter. Little intimate things that I may give you guys, and I will give you guys on that particular channel. You know what I mean? I may make that a little bit more content for Sweet Tea. You know what I mean? Because for those that don't know, my wife has a channel as well. It's called Karaoke and Food with Sweet Tea, where she goes and she cooks meals. Most of her meals are from scratch. While she's cooking, y'all, she's singing to y'all and she's entertaining y'all. She's dancing for y'all, doing a lot of things. So you go over there, and this family is full of excitement. It's full of content. I might put my mom. I might have my mom on there one day. I might have my dad on there one day. You guys may need to meet my brothers and sisters. You never know. So for like maybe $4.99 a month, you go over to Behind the Bar. It's not up yet, but I will start promoting that sometime this summer for those that's interested in who Jermaine is. But as far as my core audience over here, this is all what you will see is Behind the Bar and On the Road with Maine the Milkman. That's a fact.
All right. I'll be looking forward to it. I mean, I think that's actually really great because I think that'll eliminate some of the riffraff as far as people having to actually subscribe and pay a membership to see certain things that, people can hide in the bushes here but to pay your money for somebody you don't like. And that's something I'm learning about the YouTube culture. I haven't gotten the trolls yet or the haters yet, but I'm sure it's like you'll be around long enough, it's bound to happen. You know what I mean? People in your bushes, dropping comments and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like with that new channel, you'll have a chance to put out that type of content and not necessarily have to deal with as much of that. Right. So I had a couple more questions from the chat. Jay Savage, I'm not answering that. I'm not asking that question. We've moved past that. Oh, I'm not asking that one either. Jay said, well, I'll ask it. Jay Savage wants to know. I'm not asking that question.
Come on, just go ahead and do it.
You want me to ask it?
Sorry, I want to ask. Go ahead.
Jay Savage wants to know: have you ever tried cocaine?
That's a great question. Believe it or not, because Willie B, I was talking to Willie B the other day. He said, if I didn't know you personally, I would think that you want some type of pills because you have too much energy. He said, yo, you have too much energy. If I didn't know you and I didn't speak to you, if I didn't meet you, I would think that you pop pills. So here's a fun fact. I never smoked a cigarette, never smoked a black and mild, never smoked weed. I've never done drugs. The only drug I've ever done is alcohol. So I never smoked before, no. Never even smoked a cigar.
Wow, that's why you like that.
That's a great question.
No, that's not the question I didn't really want to ask, but we've moved past the whole Raj shit. I really don't want to go back to that.
I agree.
But I do have a question from the Dirty Kenzo, and I think he was in the chat when he asked this, and he wants to know: is he your favorite white boy?
Is he Eminem?
Oh shit. Well, Kenzo, wish I had to. Guess he answered that. Well. Maybe you hit second.
I think the Murphs, him and his wife, I think they're the cutest couple on the internet.
Yes.
The reason why I say that is because they'll be in the same room, and this is me assuming they'll be in the same room, in the same chat, and saying hi, babe, to each other in the same motherfucking room. I'm like, oh hell no, what the fuck?
Many people do. Me and Fresh do the same thing. You be hating. Like, get a room. Why the hell y'all sitting next to each other? You be hating.
They be in the same room. She probably sitting on his lap inside the living room, sitting down. He's in the live chat, hey babe, and she's writing him on her phone, hey babe, how you doing?
That's
Going in the same goddamn room. Ain't that a bitch?
Team love. Okay, Kenzo. You know, now that you said that, let's go ahead and drop this right quick.
What's going on, guys? It's Murph, aka the Dirty Kenzo.
And Kels from Cooking with Kels.
Dirty Kenzo Productions. And I first met Maine, I believe it was from Larry Beach, in a different chat. And he was talking about the night before was like a troll competition or, like a roast off or a rap off or something. A cash prize, and everyone was talking about how it was fun with the music and everything. So that's what first, brought me to Maine. Eventually, I, brought Kels over, a few of our other friends.
And as to the future of Behind the Bar, I mean, with the panels and the music and the comedy, I think I could see it on Spotify.
That's what I agree. Like something a few times a week on one of those shows, I could definitely see that. So, from Dirty Kenzo Productions to the whole Behind the Bar Productions, Sweet Tea, salute to the fresh perspective, and thank you always for including us, and we appreciate it. Wishing you guys nothing but the best and tons of success. Thank you.
Yo, that was beautiful. We'll jump on for that real quick. Let me say something. I don't have too many Caucasian supporters. You know what I mean? I could probably count on one hand how much Caucasian supporters I have, but I would say this, I was skeptical about Murph at first because I got introduced to him during the whole Megan situation. You know what I'm saying? And I remember when he first hit my panel, there was rumors going around saying that he was like a racist or whatever. So I thought he was gonna hit my panel and say, well, fuck you niggers and all this other, like I thought he was gonna come with that energy for whatever reason. I thought he was, but he came on my platform and he cleared his name. He's like, yo, listen, bro, I'm not a racist. I don't know what's going on over there. Y'all just keep me out the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh, wow. And ever since then, I gained the respect for him. But let me tell you something, right? I don't know if I ever said this publicly, right? But people always send me receipts on people. Yo, this person, that. Watch out for this person. Watch out for this person. And people were sending me receipts to try to do things and try to make fun of him or his situation where him and his wife overcame their situation. But people was trying to get me to put emphasis on their situation and make it a big deal and make fun of it and expose or whatever, which they already spoke about it. This is all public information. But people wanted me to go out there and try to humiliate their situation. And when they did that, I would go block them and tell them go fuck themselves because I don't have a soft heart for many people. Many people me and the Milkman don't give a fuck about nothing and nobody. But there was something about Kenzo and his wife that I said I wasn't going to come between that union. I pray for them. I wish them the best, and it is what it is. So Maine the Milkman has a little heart, god damn it, because if it was anybody else, god damn it, shit, nigga, they a plate, nigga, huh? Well, shout out to the Kenzos, man. Real talk.
I love them. They have been super supportive of the Fresh Perspective. And he's always the first one to do anything I ask. Like, I wanted people to send me stuff. He was the first one to do it. First person to be on time. That's probably because he's white. No disrespect. I'm just playing. But yeah, no, like he's always the first one. He's always super excited. They share my lives. They promote me on IG. Same thing with Mills Lane, ATG. Like the love is real, and I feel like they're genuine. Like if they turned out to be the ops, like I probably would legit be heartbroken. Everybody else is like, oh well. But I would be legit heartbroken if like they just weren't who they are. So salute to the Kenzos. Thank you so much for all your support and everything that you've been doing for Maine and for the Fresh Perspective. I think you guys are awesome, and I love your shows. So,
that's a fact. Shout out to the Cooking with Kels every Thursday.
Yes, please, moderators, please make sure that you're circulating these platforms in the chat. Cooking, karaoke and food with sweet tea, Behind the Bar 2.0. The Dirty Kenzo, Cooking with Kels. Make sure these are being circulated in the chat. So,
Yo, listen, y'all. Shout out to the people who's actually sending me donations, and I didn't ask for a dime. That shows
what the hell they sending it to you?
Listen, I have no idea. Shout out to Mike Martin for the donate. He said 2 donations. Okay, that's Mike Martin and Pink Sugar for the donations. I appreciate y'all, but this is just a interview. You know what I mean? But
y'all backwards as hell. How the hell y'all sending the guests to them cash out?
I appreciate
it's all good. Now we appreciate your time, man. Like anytime that you're on camera, you deserve to get your cash app. So that's what's up. So a lot of people left behind the bar. A lot of people before I even came along. And quite a few since I've been here. 2 of the most notable, well, 3 of the most notable were Ivan G, Larry Beach, and most recently, I feel like, and I don't feel like it's a permanent situation. I really feel like it can be fixed. Bonnet Lightbody. If you could bring one of those people back, who would it be?
I want to say something first. You said a lot of people left behind the bar. Every time I lose somebody, I gain 3 people. Whether they're supporters from just in the live chat, whether they're new donators, or whether they're new contributors. Like shout out new people like Knowledge Born. Shout out to the new people like Mama Boo. Shout out people like Miranda. Shout out to the new subscribers. You know what I mean? And I'll never forget that my guy Big 72C told me though, stop worrying about the people who left you, my nigga. Stop worrying about it. Worry about the grass right in front of you. That's what you got to worry about. Worry about the people right in front of you. And let me tell you something, man. Like I said, Maine the Milkman always wants to know answers of what's going on. So when people leave, sometimes I would reach out to them and I would try to figure out what's going on, and it never goes right. It always goes left. So I've been finding myself lately, even though I had a mishap the other day, I've been finding myself lately to say, okay, this person is no longer around here no more. That's fine with me. I'm not going to reach out to them. If they decide to come back, they come back. If not, it is what it is. But for the most part, I leave my platform open for anybody to come and go as they please for the most part, right? Mm-hmm. Like I said, I had a mishap last week with an individual where we squashed that, so that's neither here nor there. But you asked me a question. Who would I want back?
If anyone, you may be like, fuck that. But
let me tell you something, man. This is a tell-all show, right? I need a drink, God damn it.
You need a drink for that one, man?
Right.
My pure white.
All right.
I'm in the good shit, hubby. I'm in the good shit.
Let me say something real quick. Larry Beach. Let me start with Larry Beach real quick. I made an announcement on Murph's show the other day, and I was like, yo, me and Larry Beach kind of going our separate ways or whatever. And Larry was probably one of the most entertaining people that I ever virtually met. That guy is always on one. That guy is This guy support behind the bar like crazy, bought every merchandise, hold me down, promote me wherever he go. This guy was behind the bar's mascot, and I mean that by all due respect. But recently, I've been seeing like a shift in our friendship, whatever you want to call it, relationship, whatever you want to call it. I just seen a shift where him and Haya was disconnected with one another, and I made a show because I kind of did some things where I felt as though I was wrong, and I made a show, and I apologized, and I tried to make things work. But for whatever reason, it keeps going left. It keeps going left. It keeps going left. So I never told anybody on Behind the Bar never to come back until I told Larry a few months ago. I said, yo, I don't want to see you nowhere around me. Stay away from my chat. Don't acknowledge me. I don't want nothing to do with you. Nigga, lose my number on some female shit. Goddamn, ain't no. I said, nigga, lose my number, motherfucker. I don't want to talk to you no more. But
that's deep. That's deep.
Yeah, because there's certain things where I have a zero tolerance for. Zero. My zero tolerance level is if a motherfucker lie on me, I don't know if I could trust you anymore. It's the lie for me. You know what I mean? And I don't want to get too specific with the details because if I get deep in the details, it's other people that's going to be collateral damage, and I don't want to do that to the people, right?
Oh, that's so nice of you.
Yeah, I'm not going to go all the way there right now because this shit is like a few months old. But long story short, you know, he was going around the internet lying on me to people and shit like that, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt, so I called him up on the phone like, yo, homie, what's going on, man? You going around this, that, and the third, and he got super defensive and hung up the phone on me. So he didn't even want to have the conversation of me trying to talk to the nigga and find out what's going on. So nigga hung up on me. So I said, all right. I called him back a couple hours later. He didn't answer the phone. I said, all right, cool. So in my mind, I said he guilty as charged because if you don't want to have the conversation about what somebody told me about what he said, then he guilty as charged. So I sent him a text message. I said, yo, my nigga, I wish you the best. You do your thing. I do my thing. Now, this is 3 months later, right? And I never had a nigga pour milk over his head as in solidarity and dedication for me. So I can't lie and say, yo, I can't sit back and lie and say, yo, Larry is somebody who I got love for. I can't lie and say I don't because the nigga was solid for the most point. I don't know what the shift happened at the end, but like I said, I wish him the best. If Larry was to call me today, I would answer my phone. That's all I would say. I'll answer my phone. I'll give him the conversation. You know what I mean? But I don't want to disrespect him. And I notice he go live every once in a while and he'll throw a little shade here and there, but it's never to the point where he would say something that is like to the point where it's no return. Besides him lying on me. That lie that he doesn't want to talk about or clear up, or he need to produce the receipts or something, then it is what it is. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you were willing to talk about that because I believe that wasn't very public until recently. Like you said, you talked about it on another platform just recently, like the other day, right? I don't think a lot of people really knew that. It's a lot of people who didn't even know that a true issue happened between you guys. And the fact that you said that you would answer your phone if he calls, like that says something to me that always tells me there's an olive branch there, willing and available. So, you know, I really like that is always an option. You know what I mean? So salute to Larry Beach.
Now, Bonnet. Let's talk about Bonnet real quick.
Let's talk about Bonnet Lightbody. We just got him back.
Man, listen. Bonnet, numerous times, and he made this public so I could say this. Bonnet will call me behind the scenes. He's one of them guys that will call me behind the scenes. And he let this know, and he let the people know this publicly. This is why I'm saying this publicly. Maine looks out for me. If he's in the gym, he need a couple of dollars just off the strength. Here you go, my nigga. Here go this $25 here. Here go $25. Whether he need to eat, whether he need it for cigarettes, whether he need it for a beer, I'll ask no questions. Like Bonnet don't ask no questions. I'm always having Bonnet's back. Most of you guys are familiar with the story. Everybody thought Bonnet was dead. Everybody thought Bonnet was a plate. Nobody did their research or due diligence to reach out to the nigga to make sure he was still alive. Come to find out, he was in a coma for 6 months, had 11 surgeries. I was trying my best to be a true friend to Bonnet. But Bonnet don't know how to. He doesn't know how to separate YouTube and entertainment and everything like that. So long story short, and we and Bonnet had many fallouts, but he sold us a story, and I told the story, and we had access to the story. And because I gave the guy that he was talking about a voice to tell his side of the story, he felt a way about me and started doing things like dropping addies and chats and all types of shit, basically threatening me. Basically, he telling me, nigga, I know where you at, nigga. Let me tell you something, man. I'm not afraid of a nigga or a bitch on this internet. That's a fact. I done been threatened before. I done came outside when niggas think they know where I'm at. I met them at the intersection. I done pulled up at niggas' studios for all the smoke. These are all facts. I've never been afraid of a nigga or a bitch. But there's certain things that you do that's you cross the line. So you sitting here dropping addies in comment sections to let me know that you know where I'm at. Nigga, why you didn't pull up yet, nigga? You're not invited, but nigga, if you pull up, nigga, I promise you I'm gonna spill some tea on your lap, nigga. If you pull up on me, I'm gonna spill some tea on your lap, nigga.
All right, man. Okay. So having said all that, excuse me, and I want you to listen and hear me out. I had an opportunity to speak to Bonnet. And what if I told you he didn't give two shits? He didn't give two shits about you interviewing Quiet Storm. What if I told you that? That's not the issue.
I will ask you what the issue was there.
Okay. Are you willing to listen to it?
Sure.
Okay. I want you to hear me. And I'm going to ask you to do something that people have a hard time doing. Not just you. You just have it on times 10. I need you to look at it from his perspective for just a second. Okay? So, whole incident happens with the tea. And Bonnet, forgive me, I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about this, but I feel since he brought it up, that particular situation, and that he believes that you're upset for that reason, I only feel it's right for me to say what I know. And you may feel how you feel, but I just want you to have an open mind. So you bought the rights to the story about Quiet Storms spilling the tea on Bonnet. Come to find out, it all happened on your live, right? We watched the video 100 million times. There's been several shows after that. You brought Quiet Storm onto the show afterwards and interview him. Honestly, I felt like that was only right to do that. You know, get the other side. You bought the rights. You heard from Bonnet. Let's hear from the other side. Only makes sense, right? Hopefully the chat's following me. You agree with that, right? Only right. Okay. He tells his story. There's another episode where Quiet Storm is on. He's in the same building with Bonnet. I don't know if his dad lives in the building, whatever the situation may be. They're a floor apart. Here's where it gets a little messy. And I'm going to be very honest with you. I was a little uncomfortable. Are you frozen? When we get to the good shit, his Wi-Fi starts acting crazy. So I don't know if he's getting this, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop the link for him again so he can come back up. And hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. It's going a lot longer than I thought it would, honestly. If you guys are enjoying the content, enjoying this interview, please go ahead. Hit your girl's Cash App. You know, over here, the minimum's only $3. I had to go $1 above Maine. I see you, Maine. I see you. I'm trying to drop my Cash App, brother. I'm trying to get like you. Now, you have you can hear me? Okay. So, back to this story. So, there's another live, and you're talking to Quiet Storm. If I'm not mistaken, Kid Murray's on. Fresh Breezy might have even been on that one.
Mike Martin
and Al.
Al the trucker, yes.
Okay. You guys are talking. All fine and dandy. He's explaining. Quiet Storm explains, Bonnet ain't what he used to. He popping his shit. And y'all want to know if the nigga scared. I get it. Like, all right, yeah, you talking. Bonnet light body will fuck you up. Y'all know what y'all do. I'm putting the battery in the back. Like, Bonnet is not somebody that's just gonna roll over if you do some shit to him and blah, blah, blah. So y'all wanted to test this nigga's gangster. And in a way, it's different because it's not like written, but it's almost like y'all doxed Bonnet first. And the reason I say that is because y'all sent the nigga Quiet Storm to Bonnet's house. Now, I get that, and Kid Murray said it a lot of times. I get that everybody felt like, man, this shit ain't real. They gonna make up in 5 minutes if they not already cool. They just two old niggas going at it. Like, it didn't seem like it was really that big of a deal, because when you looked at the tea that he spilled on him, there was no steam. It wasn't even like, it didn't look like it was hot. He didn't throw it on his blanket, but he also didn't like throw it on his face or anything. It was obviously on his shirt. My thing was, by sending him to his house, you don't know what the fuck could have happened. Like, Bonnet could have really been on some shit like, who the fuck's at my door? He could have really been like wanting to hurt this nigga. Or Quiet Storm could have been on some like, I don't know what's gonna happen. You see, he put the shit in his pocket. He turned it away. Like, I just felt like something could have went left with encouraging someone to go to somebody's house. Are you following me? You following me?
Talk freely.
Okay. So something could have. I'm gonna fuck you up, man. I honestly didn't believe that it was super serious. I felt, man, you the worst. I didn't think it was super serious. I really felt like they were gonna make up. I didn't think it was a play necessarily, but I could see why people felt that way. But I'm not gonna lie, I was very uncomfortable when y'all suggested, and it wasn't just you. And when I spoke with Bonnet, I was like, you can't put all that on Maine. It was a group effort. Like, yeah, let's see what happened. And I honestly don't think y'all did it thinking something could go left, because I don't think you would have allowed that to happen if you really thought something was going to jump off. But I'm just asking you to look at it kind of from his perspective, that he felt some kind of way that it was okay with you to send him to his house. It was a petty move, but what if something bad would have happened?
All right.
So, just to wrap it up, he dropped an address in the chat. I never saw it, but you said he did it, and it is what it is. He dropped the address. Now, according to him, he dropped a partial address that only you and him would know was an address. And his reasons for doing it, no matter what, for me, it's wrong, because you don't respond to a bad situation with another bad behavior. Like, you don't do that. And I don't believe in doxing. I think that's sucker. I don't think you should do it. And I don't condone what he did, even if he was upset about what you guys did. I'm just going to ask you, aside from the fact that he put your address afterwards as a response, as he says, to let you know that he know where you at, whatever. Can you kind of see where he's coming from as far as being upset that you sent Quiet Storm to his house? Do you feel in any way that could have been problematic?
Who's backstage?
That's Eve, but I'm not pulling anybody up right now. So
we ain't doing that.
No, we not. I'm not pulling anybody up right now, Eve. I may be able to do it towards the end of the show, but we're still doing an active interview, so I'll And if that's Eve, because I've never seen that that avatar before.
All right, so now what you said, and since I'm the channel holder, I'm gonna get the blame automatically. You know what I mean? It's gonna say
right.
The narrative is gonna say Maine the Milkman from behind the bar said for somebody to go upstairs and do that, right? Now let's deal with the facts. Here's a fact. Bonnet was saying, "Nigga, where you at when I see you?" And the nigga was like, "I'm downstairs." Quiet Storm said, "I'm downstairs." And I said, "Yo, Bonnet." He said he downstairs. And Bonnet said, "Well, bring it, nigga." Right? So that was how that shit started. Because Bonnet, technically, if you go back to the tapes, invited that man and said he want all the smokes. Bonnet said, "Nigga, I'm gonna come downstairs in your father's apartment and slap the shit out your father so you could feel it." So he was talking all that hot shit like he wanted the smoke. Right now, I wasn't the one who said for nobody to go upstairs.
I did say that.
It was a nigga NPR. Money, Power, Respect was said it initially. It said, "Nigga, I'm testing your gangster. How much money you want? I'll give you $50 right now. You go up and knock on his door." And Kim Murray said, "I'll put another $10 on it." And people started piling up money so that NPR go upstairs and knock his door. I was just a spectator at the time. These are the facts. I was a spectator. But since it's my channel, I'm going to automatically get the blame. But people have to take into consideration that technically, if you're speaking from technical standpoint, Bonnet told that nigga, "Where you at? When I see you, what's on site? Where you at? I want all the smoke." This is what he was saying, talking all that hot shit. So how the hell why am I getting the blame for that man knocking on this door if I didn't tell nobody to go up to knock on the door? Why am I getting the blame?
I did state that it was an instigated situation. It was a bunch of people on the platform that was saying for him to go down to the house, and that I didn't feel that you should have been blamed for that. I did say that, and Bonnet can attest to that. However, because it's the two of you that have the issue, naturally he's gonna have the issue with you. I mean, duly noted. That's all I can say is what you said makes sense. He did say all of those things. Me personally, and like I said, you're not the one that said to do it. You didn't stop it, but you weren't the one that instigated that. I would have never suggested anyone to go to someone's house. I just would have let that play out on its own. Because my thing is, yes, you're the channel holder. You didn't necessarily entice that. People on your platform did. If that shit would have went left, Behind the Bar's ass would have been on the line because it's your channel. And that was the first thing I thought of. Like, I got in defense mode for the channel, for the network, for y'all safety. I'm like, oh shit. I was like, I don't think nothing gonna happen, but if something really went left, like, Maine could get in trouble for streaming. Like, something could happen right there on that live. And so I just instantly got into protect the channel, protect the brand, protect life, of course. So I had the conversation with him. He obviously was bothered by that act.
But people have to remember, Bonnet know this guy longer than he know me. They know each other for 5+ years. You know what I mean? So they have a real life friendship. I met Bonnet one time. You know what I mean? And when I met him, he was talking about something. Yeah, he had people on the rooftop looking for me. He came down here with the Glock. I came down here to show him love. He came down to show me slugs. You know what I mean? So we're not gonna sit back and do all that type of stuff like I'm some type of bad guy. You know what I mean? Like I said,
well, it's not that you're a bad guy. And obviously, like I said, you weren't the one that even suggested it. You didn't even suggest it. You didn't even suggest it. So, I totally get
why I gotta get doxxed there, huh?
I don't know. Bonnet's in the chat. Bonnet like body. If you would like to address this, you can. But like I said, I do not agree with. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with what your stance was. But I will say this about people when they get in their feelings. They do things and they don't think. they do things in the heat of the moment because they're feeling some type of way. You're guilty of it very often. And he's guilty of it in this aspect. Like, so I'm just curious if it's a situation, and you and I spoke about it. You said he has to apologize.
Absolutely.
And I agree.
But he won't do it. He not going to do
Maybe
it.
he wouldn't. Maybe he won't. And this may be something that will take care of itself behind the scenes, because of all the people that have left behind the bar. I mean, he left like 10 times. Of all the people that left behind the bar, this one stings for me a little bit because of everything y'all guys have gone through and just the amount of support and pledge for one another. Like how you looked for him feverishly when there was no, and y'all wasn't on the outs. Y'all was Bonnet Light Body in the building. Hey, Bonnet. And I'm sorry if I wasn't supposed to have that discussion, but I wanted your side to be explained on how you felt, because, you know, everybody's entitled to explain how they feel. And like I said, I don't agree with doxing, but I also don't agree with sending someone to someone's house. Like, that's a form of doxing, and I wouldn't do it. Just to protect my channel, you know, even if I don't give a fuck about the other person, just to protect me, I'd have been like, y'all, you know what? If he want the smoke, Bonnet will come out.
But here's the deal. This is not the first time this happened. You know what I mean? Like, you get, you know, you fool me once, shame all that, shame on me, shame on you type of shit. Let me tell you something real quick. There was a time, I don't think he was a part of Behind the Bar at the time. Bonnet randomly, I didn't ask for a dime, gifted me $1,100. It was like $1,100. I remember I was at work, and every time my Cash App kept going off every 30 seconds, and I look at my Cash App, $100, $100. He did it like 11, 12 times, gave me like $1,100-$1,200, right? I ain't never received that amount of donation at one point, right? And I knew it was too good to be true, so I just kept it sitting there dormant in my Cash App. I set it there, right? I never cashed it out, just kept it there, right? A few weeks later, we had a show on my show, a contest on my show, where Bonnet was just throwing out money like he was Oprah. You get $100, you get $100, everybody get $100, right? So there was a situation. I think it was KW, as a matter of fact. She won some money, and I was like, "Yeah, Bonnet got you. Bonnet gonna take care of you." Bonnet never pulled up with the money, and I said a terminology. I said, "Oh, I think Bonnet is capping." That's what I said. I think he's capping. That word capping triggered him to the point where he started threatening me to get his money back. "Oh, I know where you live at. I want my money back right now. You said I was capping. I want my money back. If I don't get my money back, I'm going to send people to your house. I'm going to do this, that, and the third." So this ain't the first time this shit happened. The nigga threatened me the first time. I let it slide. You threatened me the second time. So how many times I'm going to sit back on some sucker shit and allow somebody to keep on threatening my life and know where the fuck I'm at? What does that mean? So what do you have to say about that? This ain't the first time this nigga threatened my life.
Was he really threatening you, or was it like that?
If I don't get, it kept on calling me, leaving me threatening voice messages. Nigga, if I don't get my money back, nigga, I'm gonna come see you.
Gotcha.
And I'm not yelling at you. I'm talking this.
Oh, I know.
You know what I mean? You know, but you know you could get it too. Goddamn it.
Look, not over here on the Fresh Perspective, nigga.
You know I love you. I'm just playing around, but yeah.
Well, you know, listen, I'm not here to force. I just like for shit to be able to be put on the table. That's all. Some people may not like that, you know, for shit to be put out in the open. I think that's the way you put things out in the open, with the intention of trying to rectify, not putting shit out in the open with the intention to hurt or to, you know, just put it out there just because. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it needs to be a you know, a reason, something to try to work forward or work towards. But, you know, I just wanted to tell you of my conversation. Apparently he felt some kind of way about that particular thing. You can choose to receive that information however you see fit. Okay? So that's Bonnet. Okay? But hopefully he'll come back. That's one of my drunk uncles. And Fresh Breezy wanted me to let y'all know, we're rearing off the topic just a little bit. Wanted to let you know, the drunk uncles are kind of like a fraternity. They are always recruiting new drunk uncles. So if you feel like you could be a drunk uncle, if you an uncle and you be drunk, then you could be a drunk uncle. Fresh Breezy said we always recruiting.
Don Philly.
Okay.
Don Philly, pull up, my nigga, as far as we need a third drunk uncle with Bonnet scared.
That's right. Don Philly, your name keeps coming up. So, right now we got the 3 main drunk uncles.
I like that. I like that logo, yo.
Isn't that dope? And I like the drunkos. Drunkos. That's really like some drunk shit. Like they're always recruiting. So it doesn't have to be just the 3. They're the 3 that initiated it. But they're always looking for new recruits. So if you're interested in being a drunk uncle, go ahead and hit Lady Fresh's email address. Or you can hit any one of the drunkos on IG. I'll go ahead and circulate.
That's a fact. Make sure y'all up in the room right now. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. We got 30-something plus people in the room. Let's get them likes up, man. You know what I mean? We're going on 3 hours over here. The shit is lit right now. It's a good interview, man. Good job, Lady Fresh. I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But I think we had okay, so I had this question made me go, oh, because obviously you do resonate with people in a positive way, because somehow or another they still want you to be a part of their life. They want you to be a part of things that are important to them. Like I couldn't imagine in doing this show without you helping me. I'm sure I could have looked up how to do certain things and X, Y, and Z, but I wanted to take from your knowledge. So I have a very important question from one of your supporters, Mr. ATGTV, asked if you would DJ his wedding.
Oh, wow.
That's a big honor, brother.
Listen, I'm not a real DJ. ATG Bar, I am not a real DJ, bro. You know what I mean? I come on behind the bar and I practice on this little turntable here, but I'm not a real DJ. I mean, and listen. How about this? Here we go right here. How about this? This is from Maine the Milkman. This is my word right here. You got my word. Check this out. Here's how I'm gonna do the ATG bars. Let me show you how much of a real supporter I am to the people who support me. As far as me DJing for your wedding, respect, I can't do it because you all the way in Chicago, especially if you get married in Chicago. I'll take a plane to go out there, so I can't do it. You in Chicago, right? Even if I wanted to do it, I can't do it. If I was to go out to Chicago, I will fly out there to your wedding. But I will put $300 towards a DJ for your wedding. So whatever your DJ cost, so if your DJ costs $500, behind the bar, me, Maine the Milkman, will pay for your DJ up to $300 for your wedding. That's what I could do.
Oh, that is beautiful. Drop a bomb for that, man.
Yeah. But he's in Chicago, my nigga. If I get invited to the wedding, me and Sweet Tea pulling up, but we pulling up.
He definitely, I saw somewhere, it's something I saw. He definitely did invite you, and he actually invited me and Fresh Breezy as well. Don't know when it is, but yeah.
Listen, we go to Chicago, goddamn it. What y'all talking about?
That ain't nowhere for me. That ain't too far.
Listen, I ain't never been to Chirac before, baby, but this if I obviously I know I got an invitation. I will come to your wedding. I will enjoy I will have Sweet Tea sing for you and your wife. How about that, my nigga? Let's talk about, nigga. Shit. That's a fact, my nigga. Yeah, Maine the Milkman got the wedding DJ up to $300 for the DJ. That's a fact. We lit. That's a fact. We lit.
So you never did answer my question if you would bring anybody back. Would you bring anybody back, or would you just be like, hey, the door is open, it's up to you?
A wise man once said this is Nas. He said, always forward, never backwards, right? And I told you know what I mean? Like I said, man, Larry Beach has this that's my guy, man. I just wish that nigga would get himself together. You know what I mean? And no disrespect, but I don't know if the nigga's on some type of substance or whatever, like some mushrooms. The nigga be lit too much, man. He be too lit. I don't know, man. I just tell that nigga Larry, if you listening right now, nigga, if you want to figure something out, my nigga, give me a call. We'll talk. You know what I mean? Because
That say a lot.
I tried to call the nigga. He ain't answer my phone call. He said he ain't got to explain himself to me. Fuck you, man. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. Tell that man to give me a call, man. I'll holler at him.
What do you see in the future for Behind the Bar as a platform?
Man, as I look around these YouTube streets and I see what's popular, I don't know if Behind the Bar will ever get to that level where you will see like me at the point where it's, and I don't want to speak that into existence because what's popular on YouTube is something that I'm not willing to do, which is get into too much of the negativity and beefing and drama. Like, I believe in real content. I don't think content of motherfuckers on a panel screaming and yelling at each other, disrespecting each other. That's not content to me. But unfortunately, that's what's popular on YouTube. So pretty much, if we was to get me and Bonnet and Larry and all these people who so-called I may have controversy with, and we come on here and we disrespect each other, cuss each other out, threatening each other, the lie will double, maybe triple. People like the negativity. When I doing this interview right here is so fulfilling, it's so necessary, and it's so soothing. But only the core people are in here now. Look at the audience right now. These are our regular people that we see on a day-to-day basis. It's not really any new faces for the most part. You probably see one or two, but this is the core audience because they're going to watch us whether you and I are sitting back talking about planting a garden or we having an interview because your core audience is your core audience. But the future of Behind the Bar, what I was hoping for initially, I wanted to build a network. You know, I wanted to have Behind the Bar be a network where we could allow people that have talent to be able to display their talents, and we promote these people. We promote podcasters, we promote rappers, we promote singers, and I wanted it to be a network in order for people to network. That's all it was. Build Behind the Bar, because I remember, like I told you at the beginning of our interview, when I first tried to get out there and I told people, hey, I'm Maine the Milkman, I want to get my foot in the door and be a podcaster, they laughed me out the fucking door. They said, who the fuck is Maine the Milkman? Ha, 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 and laughed me out the door. So I said, fuck it. I'm going to go build a studio in my basement, call it Behind the Bar, turn my mic on, and turn the fuck up.
And that you have done
Right,
successfully, may I say. I mean, there's always going to be issues with people. It's, like you told me, I can't please everybody. And everybody's not going to support Behind the Bar. You're going to have people who are going to watch this interview and decide not to support anymore. You're going to have people who watch this interview and who feel like they've learned something and may actually support you just that much more. And having said that, I have another clip for you.
Oh, wow. Let's go.
Yes.
Hey, Maine. Of course, your bobblehead bitch had to show up. Fuck all these little whining ass motherfuckers. You keep being that piece of shit that you are. Man, Lady Fresh, I've been behind the bar since before the motherfucker even got behind the bar. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people left. Because he's fucked up. Then he wonders why people leave. Because you're a piece of shit. Words of encouragement for Jermaine. Like, he ain't even gonna listen anyway. He's just gonna act like a fucking bull and do what the fuck he wants and just fuck something else up. Like, I mean, what could we really say to this nigga Maine? Like, all he does is fuck up relationships with his friends. Like loyal people. Just fuck that.
Yo, that is hilarious.
Bobblehead bitch came through for you.
Yo, that is hilarious. Hey, yo, That is fucking hilarious, yo. Like I'm like at a loss for words right now. Like Pink Sugar, like I never met Pink Sugar in real life, but for some reason I felt like we met before. I can't explain it.
Look, I felt like that. I feel like that too.
Like I never met her in the flesh, but I feel like we know each other in real life. I don't get it. Like she would randomly just text me in the middle of the day telling me about her own personal issues, like I'm Dr. Phil or some shit like that. I don't know what the hell to say or do. I just be like, man, good luck, goddamn it, shit. You know what I mean? But I will say this: I don't have too many female supporters. You know what I mean? And the female supporters that I have, it takes them 6 months to get tired of me. Fuck this nigga. This nigga's a weirdo. This nigga's a piece of shit. And people never take, even though I've never been officially diagnosed with any type of mental disorder, but I know something's wrong with me. Listen, I know something's wrong with me, but I never been diagnosed.
That's it.
I have piece of shit syndrome, right? And people never take in consideration, like, yo, man, y'all need to take it easy on Maine because he has a piece of shit disorder. Everybody else that have a situation where they have a mental illness, everybody has sympathy for them, but not for me, my nigga. I have a piece of shit-itis. Let's call it piece of
nigga,
shit-itis.
you choose to do the bullshit you do.
No. It's out of my control. Believe me.
No, it's not. It's not. It's
but
not.
I want to say this. Pink Sugar been supporting me since my first episode, and she's still around after 4 years. Why? I don't know. Pink Sugar, when I was COVID and I was fucked up and I thought I was a plate and I thought I was half dead, she was one of the few people who would call me and text me and make sure, man, you're still alive? Man, you're not a plate? And I'm like, okay, yeah. So I always got love for Pink Sugar. You know what I mean? I can never see myself, like, for example, I think out of everybody, especially the females, between her and Willie B, they understand my personality. You know
I was
what I mean?
getting ready to say that she understands and she doesn't take you too seriously. Even when you violate, because sometimes I'd be like, damn, he pushed it a little. I'd be nervous sometimes because I'd be like, damn, yo, they not gonna fuck with me no more.
But it's the combat. It's the mutual combat, though, Lady Fresh. Like, she's not innocent. Like, she was
not. Yes.
Did the other day on Instagram and shit like that. Like, I deserve that shit. I'm like, what the hell I do to you?
That shit was funny. And yes, you did deserve every bit of that. She should have put that out a long time ago. And I told her I did say something. And when I did, you was like, why Lady Fresh gotta be Lady Fresh always snitching, talk about where's sweet tea. But 95 people said it in the chat, where's sweet tea?
But the difference between the difference between those 95 people in the live chat that said what they said, Lady Fresh calls my wife and says, get your husband, he's crazy. I'm like, yo. I come upstairs, my wife is waking up like, yo, what's going on? I'm like, what are you talking about?
I didn't call her.
Hey, Tia just texted me, said you on the internet while I'm like, what the? I'm like, oh, hell, what the hell?
I was actually legitimately concerned.
Nah.
No, for real, real talk. Real talk. I ain't never seen you burn your bull.
Slow down, man.
I ain't never seen you do that.
Slow down,
He
man.
was doing a lot. I was like, okay, somebody
keep sweet. Hold on. Here it go right here. Hold on. I got something for you right now, Lady Fresh. You ready for it?
No, I ain't ready for nothing. This is an interview of you.
My wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Moonlight. I text. I didn't talk.
Yo, I was like, God damn, my nigga, what the hell kind of snitching shit is that, my nigga? I know you from Harlem, the home of Alpo, but God damn, my nigga.
You was wilding.
God damn. If I
still to this day, I think that was the worst.
If Maine the Milkman, my alter ego's online, wilding out, allow me to wild out, my nigga. I'm Gucci, man. Damn. Yep. Wow, this interview is going greater than I thought it would. Lord have mercy.
I'm almost done with you.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to nobody either. So as soon as you about to can people up, I'm out of this bitch.
Hey, that's your prerogative. I mean, you don't really have any control, but
I got control to leave this.
Well, we gonna find you.
Yeah, I don't. Let me tell you why. Since I'm drinking right now, can I talk freely?
Nah, we good. This is just Lady Fresh and
can I talk freely for a second?
You've been talking freely your whole career.
All right, cool.
You gonna stop now?
I'm good. I'm glad I can talk freely now. And I know Kid Marie in the bushes. I didn't want to talk to Eve because Eve don't come to behind the bar no more. You know what I mean? She, in my personal opinion, don't pull up to behind the bar because of Roz. You see Eve everywhere but behind the bar.
Let's not make assumptions on why anybody does
No.
anything.
I can make
You notice that she doesn't support it, but that's where you mess up though, because you always
this is Maine the Milkman. Maine the Milkman is talking, and I'm right 90% of the time.
You're not, but
She haven't pulled up to behind the bar in many months. And I believe it's because of Raz, right? She pulls up to Raz shit, Labudo shit, Bullis Gotti shit, Lady Fresh shit. Don't pull up on behind the bar no more. 2 + 2 is always going to equal 4. So don't talk to me over here now. I'm Gucci, my nigga.
2 + 2. What happened to 1 + 1?
I'm just saying, my nigga. I see what it is. You know what I mean? Foxy Moon. I'm the one who, and Foxy Moon don't pull up over here no more, but she knows everybody else shit. I mean, let's keep it real.
But that's their prerogative, man.
I understand that. So
just why not ask why someone does something instead of assuming? Because you know what happens when you assume, right?
Man, the Milkman
You
is
make
right.
an ass of
90% of the time, man, the Milkman is right.
I'm not gonna ever give you that. 90% you pushing it. You're pushing it.
89.
You know what? I'm not gonna go back and forth with you because you do be right sometimes. However, that's a dangerous game to play. To just assume that you know why people do what they do. You did that shit with Willie B. You had a whole fucking layout of why he was mad, and he told you that wasn't the issue. And then this is what pissed me off with you is that he told you what his issue was, and you dismissed it like it was nothing. Like, nah, that ain't the issue. It's this. It's what I say. And so it just makes me wonder how many times have you done that and it wasn't really the issue. And a lot of times we'll never know because, what's so messed up is that people will leave and they won't say why. They won't ever tell you why. All we stuck with is what we see you assume, and that's it. That person is gone. They choose not to come back for whatever reason. So we never find out the real reason. If Eve doesn't support your chat because of Rise, so be it. But if there's another reason, guess what? So be it. It is what it is. Sometimes people just take a break. You don't think sometimes I don't want to hear your mouth? Do you ever think that? Are you frozen?
I know. I'm just listening, man.
Do you? I'm just asking. Do you think sometimes people don't take off from YouTube or might not watch a particular show or whatever? I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying, do you believe that sometimes people stop watching people for a little while?
But why wouldn't they watch Behind the Bar? This show, Behind the Bar, is the best show on YouTube. So I don't
understand. Sometimes that just may not be where they at. Like sometimes they might. Sometimes they may not want to be lit and drunk and talk shit. Maybe they want to watch a video about space.
Listen.
Maybe they want to follow the president that week.
I call a spade a spade. I just saying how I look at things and I analyze things, and that's my conclusion that I came up with. You know what I mean? I like that you're being politically correct and you're trying to fight.
I'm not being politically correct. I'm giving you a different perspective. That's all.
Right. That's all. And this is why this is the fresh perspective. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. Yeah. But I'm sticking to my guns. I don't want to be phony with people. Listen, I had nothing against her. I had nothing against Eve, man. God bless her. You know what I mean? But yeah, I know that's my tears in there.
I didn't do this. I asked my husband for some ice, and this is what he bought me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that.
I know that it's your thing, but I just don't like to make it a habit to speak for other people. You can't assume anything. The one time, the 10% that you're wrong is enough to not do that all the time. Like sometimes it's not even worth mentioning. Like, why? What does it do for you sometimes to even say some of the shit that you say? It's not gonna build your platform. Sometimes it's just contributing to more dysfunction. You know what I mean? Sometimes some things are just better.
All right. Let me explain to you why, right? I'm gonna break it down to you straight up and down, just like this. I am the best content creator on YouTube, hands down. There's nobody that could think of better content than Behind the Bar. I'm the greatest at what I do. Point blank, period. Right? So with that fact that I just said, that there's nobody fucking with me on YouTube, on this side of YouTube, that I do what I do, I'm that arrogant to say I don't need anybody to come over here and cam up or help me with content. I'm a one-man band. And I proudly say that. I come on here sometimes 3-4 hours by my goddamn self and entertaining people for 4 hours straight. There's nobody fucking with me. I think of the most creative, the most awesome things to show people as far as the entertainer is concerned. So if I say what I said, I say it with confidence, and I say it with vengeance, and I say it with arrogance because I know how I feel. I am right 90% of the time. So if I see people who are supporting everybody else but Behind the Bar, I'm like, okay, you don't come over here no more. That's cool with me, but don't come over here and want to have a conversation and cam up. Now, my nigga, I'm Gucci.
But at the end of the day, that's still your opinion that you're the best kind. And you got to be like that. Like, you're supposed to say, that's like, me saying my shit is trash. Like, you're supposed to say your shit is the best, but still at the end of the day, it's your opinion. And so some people are not gonna agree.
And I'm the best DJ on YouTube too. I'm the best.
So why won't you DJ the wedding?
It's all the way in Chicago. How can I do it?
Oh my God. Y'all, I'm gonna say this. And Maine likes to say that I'm politically correct.
Hey, yo, money, power, respect. You got me in trouble, my nigga. It's your fault, nigga. Money, power, respect. It's your fault, nigga. Bonnie said you doxed that nigga, my nigga. It wasn't me, goddamn it. Money, power, respect. That nigga acquires them. I give you $50. Go up there, nigga. And I would just sit back eating my popcorn and I get in trouble. Ain't that a bitch?
I'm gonna say this, and hopefully people hear it. Again, the words that we're hearing tonight are his opinions, his facts, his truth, and I respect it. Tonight's interview, it was designated for Maine and myself. At the end of the day, we're not camming anybody up. I'm sorry if there's people who want to cam up. I don't want this to go left. Lady Fresh's platform is not for that. And I don't want it to go left. I feel like I've addressed things that were hard to hear. There were things that people may not agree with as far as what he said about some things, and maybe even some things that I said. I just wanted to be able to give Maine a platform to say the things he needs to say. Air anything out that he felt he needed to air out. Man, you know what? I'm gonna put you in the bag. Air out something, and he doesn't want to. He's not taking any questions unless it's via the chat. So I'm going to respect the interviewer's request. I hope there's no love lost from anyone, because there has been quite a few people who've attempted to cam up, but it is his choice not to take any questions at this time. What, man? What?
No, I appreciate you for respecting that. You know what I mean?
I mean, I want it to be a comfortable interview, even though some things that you say make people uncomfortable.
And I'm very comfortable.
I'm interviewing you.
Right. And the numbers are great. We got over 40 people in the chat. This is lit right now. This is good.
Yeah, a mess. Well, it can't go on forever. So are you doing an after party tonight?
Nah, I ain't doing no after party tonight. I'm Gucci.
You gonna lay it down, man?
Listen, man, I feel good.
Turning it early.
I feel good right now. Listen, I can't wait because I couldn't read. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. I couldn't really read the live chat that much. I can't wait to go back and read the live chat. Lord have mercy. I want to see what people had to say.
They had to say a lot, which I expected.
Mm-hmm.
I expected people to have questions. I expected people to, want to hear more of the dirt, more of the controversy, and all that kind of stuff. But I talked to Sweet Tea yesterday, and I told her that it was my goal to create somewhat of a balance. You know, I know that you do things and say things to rock the boat. And you do it on purpose. That's why I can't even get mad, because I'm like, he probably don't even feel like that for real. He just, it's your alter ego. Like, but you know, when you rock the boat, there's people who are gonna feel some kind of way about that. But you know, it is what it is. That's what controversy is about, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get ready to wrap up this interview, but I wanted to ask you if there was anything that you could change about your persona, about your alter ego. What would it be? Anything, and what would it be?
No, I am one of a kind, you know. As far as, you know, like I say, I'm controversial, but you know, I can only speak from the heart, you know, and I'm not politically correct. So even by me saying what I just said just now, that's how I feel in my heart. And can't nobody change how I feel in my heart. And whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong, that's how I feel. You know, I sit back and I analyze certain things and I come up with a conclusion. And that's my conclusion, you know, as far as how I feel about certain people. What I noticed when certain people left, I see the shift. There was a shift, and there was a line in the sand that happened where people said, damn it, I don't know if I support this person or I support that person. So they pick and choose like this is kindergarten. So I sit back and I take it for what it is. And I sit back and I humble myself and say, okay, cool. This person don't want to, you know, be around me anymore because Texas don't F with me no more. Then in my mind, I say, well, the feeling is mutual. I don't want to be fake around people. All I want is real, genuine people around behind the bar. I keep going back to what Big 72 keeps said to me that time. Stop worrying about the people that don't come around no more. Water the grass that's right in front of me. So that's what I've been doing. I've been focusing on the people who are right in front of me, who are always here, supporting the channel, promoting the channel, and keep me motivated. Those are the people that keep me inspired. Those are the people that keep me motivated, not the people that's wishy-washy. I don't want nothing to do with them.
Well said. Well said. And I know that Fresh dropped a question, I believe, in the chat the other day. And he asked if you could sit down and interview one person, who would it be from under your umbrella?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
He wanted to know if you could interview someone, who would that person be? But I guess the person would be under
him.
Well, there's your answer.
Right there, him.
There's your answer.
I got some.
Your answer, Fresh Breezy.
I think my guy, all jokes aside, I think Breezy got a hell of a story to tell. You know, him and I, you know, we speak behind the scenes and in person. He told me some things about his history and the things that he's been through in his real life. And you know, I think that nigga need to write a book. To be honest with you, all the shit that he's
all the time.
You know what I mean? But I don't think he'll be willing to really tell people his story right about now. You know what I mean? So, but to answer your question, y'all want to interview that nigga.
Okay. And I know that you've said before that you feel like people need to choose them or us. Do you really feel like people need to choose, or is there room to support whoever the fuck you want to support?
No. Initially, that's my mentality initially.
Mm-hmm.
But once I found out that people are picking and choosing, well, I say, okay, so if that's the game we playing, then let's pick and choose. Like I was the guy at first saying, wait a minute, don't stop supporting me because Mike, Ash, or Anthony said fuck Maine the Milkman. What does that even mean? You know what I mean? I'm not doing that. I'm going to keep it real. Like, okay, so it happened. I don't want to say, because right now I said a name right now, and the person in the live chat in their feelings because I said their name. I could name 10 other people who did the same thing. We could talk about it. We could talk about, I'll throw another name out there, Redemption Song. She got mad at me because of Raz Girl. What the fuck you mad at me because of Raz Girl for? Redemption Song? Redemption Song been supporting me before she knew who the fuck a Raz Girl was. Now Redemption Song is gone, and she said it because of Raz Girl? The fuck? You know, come on. Like, I'm telling you this from experience. There's people who told me, Maine, A-Boy said, oh, Maine, I can't come around no more. Why? because of what I said to Raz Girl. My nigga, this is what I'm hearing. So since I see that people are splitting up because of I heard and listen, I'm trying to squash it with Larry, but Larry went on his live the other day and said, "Oh, you're the reason why Raz Girl this, and you're the reason why this." He said it on his live. I recorded this shit. I'm like, oh, okay, that's how you really feel. So these people, when these people leave, I see a shift, and people act funny. I said, God damn, when Larry said that last week, Larry said last week on the show, "You're the reason why Raz Girl left, and you're the reason why this person left when he won his little rent that he did the other day." These are what the people are telling me. So if I hear that out my own ears and I hear what the people are saying, am I not supposed to receive it? If I hear these people saying that, whether they're saying it in the chat or whether they're saying it on the channel, am I not supposed to receive it? Or I'm supposed to just ignore it?
You do with it as you may. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna never tell you not to do something.
A-boy popped out the bushes just now. He ain't typed one time until he heard his name. He ain't typed one time. We've been live for 3 hours and 15 minutes. He heard his name. Hey, hi, you said my name.
Well, we know the bushes are full. We know that.
A-boy said to me on a chat one day, he said to Raz Girl, "I didn't like what Maine the Milkman said to you on this channel." The fuck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, hearing something is confirmation. So
you know what I'm saying? And see Bonnet over here in the live chat crying. "You're the reason that we here." But Bonnet won't tell you how much times I look out for that nigga when he's out there fucked up in life and needs some fucking money. You ain't gonna tell people that shit though, right, nigga? That's the problem with niggas, my nigga. I'm the bad guy to Bonnet, but Bonnet is the guy that I call when his ass is fucking hungry. "I need to eat tonight, man. Can I hold something?" "Here you go, Bonnet, no problem." But I'm the fucking problem. Nigga, you ain't never give me shit, nigga. You gave me $1,000 and asked for it for 2 days later, but I'm the fucking bad guy. When your ass is hungry and needs cigarettes, nigga, who you calling, nigga? Ghostbusters or Maine the Milkman, nigga?
Well, you are the bad guy. You are the bad guy.
I'm tired of the fake shit, my nigga. I want to sit back and play victim, my nigga. I don't owe nobody shit. I don't owe nobody nothing. When I do something for somebody from the kindness of my heart, I don't owe you shit, nigga. What I owe you, Bonnet? Huh? If I check my gas,
actually, A-boy did type in the chat earlier. He was here earlier. So
okay.
He was.
I gotta check my receipts on that shit, guy.
No, everybody's saying it in the chat that he was.
But he still said what he said, though. He said that's a fact. What he said about "I can't fuck with you" because what you said to her. "I don't like what Maine the Milkman said to you," right?
But it was a lot of people that felt that way. A lot of people that felt that way. Way more people felt that way until they got a chance to go back and see what transpired on that particular live. They were able to see things a little differently. Not many people, but it was a few. So, you know, people are entitled to feel how they feel. Just like you feel you're 90% right, people feel like they're right too, and that they're justified to do what the fuck they do, just like you feel like you're justified to do what you do. So, I mean, it's always going to be, you're going to feel one way and other people are going to feel another way. And you're going to feel like you're right and they're going to feel like they're right. But guess what? Some of y'all are wrong some of the times, and the other person's, it's just nobody's right all the time. And I hate to burst your fucking bubble because I'm not here to blow that bubble up for you, but you're not right all the time.
I never said I was.
I'm saying, you said 90%. That's pretty good. But you're not right all the time.
How much percent do you think you're right in life? How much percent do you think you're right in life? How much percent would you say you're right?
I don't look at it.
Oh, so
No, but I don't. I don't, because I know that I'm not right all the time. I listen to people. I take other people into consideration. Now I realize that's not who your alter ego is. That's why I'm able to still fuck with you at the end of the day. But not everybody's built the same way. So sometimes you just got to be okay with people leaving. You don't always have to know why. See you later. Because just like you said earlier, you lost one and you got three. Seems like you win to me.
That's a fact.
Seems like you win to me. Sometimes it doesn't even matter. And that's just what my the process is, but it doesn't have to be the same. I still respect you for what you do, what you contribute to me, my life, my husband's life, and my platform.
Hold on, Willie. Who threatening who, Willie? I'm lost right now. Somebody threatened me in the live chat. Hold on. What Willie talking about? Was I threatened again?
I don't know. I haven't even really been looking at the chat.
Come on, man. Let's see somebody. I can't even read the live chat right now, but it is what it is, man.
But to wrap things up, I have 5 words or 5 statements, words, whatever, that I'm going to say to you. And I want you to tell me after each one, the first thing that comes to you.
Read Bonnie's last comment out loud real quick.
You're not going to do that. So we going to, because this ain't the space for that. Like, we're not even going to do this.
Hold on. I thought you said
because just 2 minutes ago, you didn't want to take nobody coming up to say nothing to you.
Oh, but I'll just anything in the live.
Now you want to read the bullshit in the chat.
All right, man.
Is this what you wanted to see?
All right.
That's the statement you wanted to see?
Where is that?
It's on the bottom of the screen.
Oh, yeah. Why would you feed a nigga that strong armed his $1,000 and $2,000 back, fuck boy? Stop the lies. Okay. He strong armed his $200 back. And that's the propaganda, right? The difference between me and a lot of these other niggas on YouTube is that I'm not a broke ass nigga. $1,000 ain't shit to me, my nigga. Like, what the fuck is $1,000? You ain't strong arm shit. I felt sorry for you, my nigga, because I know you was fucked up in life and you need that money to go re-up on your crack, nigga. The fuck is you talking about, your crackhead? That's how you got caught on fire, nigga. You was high, nigga. Let's keep it real, nigga. That crack pipe burst in your bed. That's how you got on fire, nigga. You ain't strong arm shit. So I felt bad for you, so I gave you back your money to support your drug habit, nigga. Fuck is you talking about?
And so that's gonna be on the next episode of Behind the Bar. So now we're going to answer these last questions I have. And I want you to tell me the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear these words. Okay? You ready?
I'm listening. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Maine the Milkman. First thing.
What's that? What's the question?
What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear these words or terms? Maine the Milkman.
Behind the Bar is about to expose somebody today, but I tell you what, if it's me, bitch, I got one coming for your ass.
Maine the Milkman Behind the Bar is about to expose somebody today, and I'll tell you what, if it's me, bitch, you will have one coming to your ass.
I see you guys made up. Congratulations. You're capable of making up with some people. So that's
to break up. That's all we do. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Behind the Bar.
BDB don't like me, BDB don't like me. Come to Atlanta, nigga, ain't hard to find me. Maine don't like me, Maine don't like me. That still comes on the mind.
Friend.
To none.
That's a damn shame. The Fresh Perspective.
This ain't that.
Sweet Tea.
My love.
And there you have it, you guys. That's our interview with Milkman, the man behind the bar. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Nah, this was dope, man.
For trusting me to conduct this interview. I know I don't feel like I asked you anything that was too crazy or whatever. I'm sure the chat probably would have liked to know a whole lot more, but I feel
wait a minute. Hold on. How many people in the room right now? Is that number accurate? Yo, you got almost 50 people in the room. That's lit. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. This is gonna be the highest viewed show today. We're gonna get this shit.
I wonder why.
By tomorrow, I told you I'm gonna turn this bitch up. By tomorrow, we're gonna see this bitch have 500 views. Let's go, goddammit. Let's go. Make sure if you ain't here for the first time, subscribe to the Fresh Perspective. This ain't that. Maine the Milkman co-signs Lady Fresh. I support her, and we're gonna make it do what it do. This shit is up now. That's a fact, nigga. We lit.
I think I have one last clip for you. And this one's from Al.
And I got a motherfucking email from Lady Fresh, and she want to know what's popping with funky ass Maine the Milkman. First of all, Maine, you my G, homie. I like you, young brother. That big boy police going by, nigga. I don't give a fuck about no po-pos. People like you, Maine, I got a lot of respect for you, bro, because you did it the right way. You starting out from scratch. Same way that people think we can't do it. My G, you and T, y'all doing y'all thing, man. Fuck your motherfucker behind the bar. I like how you bringing your kids up, how you living your life, and you show an example to your boys. I first found you when you was doing the Queen Flip motherfucking after show. You know how that go. I done said that many times. But you say you don't have no friends, well, motherfucker, I'm your friend. I like you, man. I like Sweet Tea, and I like the babies of yours, because y'all remind me of me. I got love for you, dude. Fuck what the haters say. Fuck what anybody else say. And then when you're speaking on your growth, the growth of how you doing things, don't worry about how fast you grow. I've already seen it, though. You come from a punk-ass computer to a full-blast bar that's glowing, blowing. You're doing your thing down there, bro. Don't worry about what nobody else say. That's your biggest problem. I'm 5150, my dude. That means I don't give a fuck. 100. So, my advice to you, grow, but take your growth organically. Don't you pay a motherfucker. Don't fall into the bullshit. You keep being behind the motherfucking bar. And forget Bonnet, if you can. Because that motherfucker crazy ain't a big part of the show. Salute to everybody out there that participates in Behind the Bar and help pump that shit. Because we having a good time out here. And I remember life when it first started, like I said. When I first met Behind the Bar, I was working for a nigga. Now, nigga living real good. Behind the Bar 2.0, nigga.
Yeah, that was dope. Shout out to my guy Al, the trucker in the building. I like that, yo. Listen.
I took my time putting these things together.
Listen.
You gonna come with your own damn footage.
Listen,
Who do that?
You learn from the best. Listen, you have a mentor in me, right? And I see that you're taking notes and you're paying attention, and this is what I like to see. You know what I mean? I'm here to give you all my knowledge and all my whatever I could give to you. I'm gonna pour it into you because, like I told you behind the scenes, I want you to blow up so you can help me up. If I blow up, I help you up. It's one hand wash the other around here, and it is what it is. That's a fact.
I just take the good stuff though. I leave all that other shit
You
behind.
can learn. You can learn from the bad though.
I do learn from it, but I definitely don't apply it. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, learn from my mistakes.
No, but you gotta take the good with the bad. Like that's the only way you learn, because if you only learning good shit from somebody, something ain't right. Like you gotta learn what not to do.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So
I say that's the motto. I tell you, it's like people say, man, why you say friends to none? Because the people that say they love you, the next day they threatening you. It's not real love on YouTube, my nigga. I'm trying to explain to y'all. I love you, man. I love you. Your kids is my kids. I love you, man. When they get in their feelings, I'm gonna pull up to you and get a cheesesteak. Well, you'll be meeting me, and I will make sure I make a nice cup of tea, my nigga. That's it, my nigga. All these threats and shit like that, it is what it is. God bless you, my nigga. Point blank, period.
So while we're talking about love, let me give a couple shout outs to some people who sent me cash apps.
Mm-hmm.
Andre Obama don't. For a good show. Mike Martin, thank you. I think this is the first time you hit my cash app. Thank you.
Andre Obama don't like show.
So Andre Obama, Mike Martin, Mills Lane. Thank you, Mills Lane. I definitely still want to do that interview with you as well. And my Willie B. Willie B always got my back. Thank you, Willie, for the support. He says I had a great show. So I do appreciate you guys. There's still room for more cash apps, though. $3 minimum. Took one up from Maine. He $2.
How about you get my cash app?
I'm waiting to see Fresh Breezy name come across. You send me a cash app. But Maine, again, thank you so much for granting me this interview. I appreciate you for wanting to sit down with me. Again, ladies and gentlemen, his views are his views. They do not necessarily express that of the Fresh Perspective or Lady Fresh. Again, there are things that I may agree with, and there's things that I don't agree with. Maine and I have several conversations behind the scenes. I am a little bit different in terms of I believe in handling my stuff off screen. So a lot of times when I have things that I need to say to him, I will say it off screen. If it warrants me saying it on screen, I'll do that as well. But there is a mutual respect between Maine and I, and I'm always gonna be super gracious, super grateful to what you and your wife have poured into the Fresh Perspective, and I include Sweet Tea in that because she gives us you. She sacrifices time with you so that you can produce the content, so that you can help with platforms. And I hope that you will really consider focusing more on the production part, because you really are talented at it as far as working behind the scenes and helping to build platforms, and helping people with the tools and that they need in order to create their shows. And you really did that for me, and you left me in a position where I'm feeling so much more independent now. I feel like I don't have to call you and ask questions as much. I think I asked you a question for the first time today in a long time. You know what I mean? And you're always there if I have a problem. Like the other day when I don't know what was happening, I kept hearing myself. And it turns out we had two things open. Like I had two Lady Fresh on the screen, but in a different part of StreamYard. I would have never found that. So I do want to say thank you. I do want to tell you that I don't think that you're a bad guy. I don't think that you are malicious. I don't think that your intention is to do harm or hurt. Does that happen sometimes? I think it does. You're such a fucking troll, though. So it's always hard to know. You're a troll. So it's always hard to know when you're really being an asshole and when you're being receptive to something that someone tells you. So just again, thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you doing this interview. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we head up out of here?
Shout out to Global Media Inc. inside of the building. If it wasn't for him,
Global Media, thanks for tuning in.
A lot of this wonderful product you see here, even with Lady Fresh, you know what I mean? A lot of the jewels and a lot of the game and a lot of the stuff that he gave me, I was able to pour it into Lady Fresh and her platform and teach her, you know what I mean, and pay it forward. You know what I mean? He came to me, he seen the potential behind the bar, and he taught me everything I know, no charge. They ain't want to charge me a dime, you know what I mean? All you see is zooming in and zooming out and all that type of stuff. The equipment that you see I have here and what I need to get, what I need to do, what software to download, what to get this to make my internet run faster, this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. He's the guy who sat with me for hours upon the day. He don't show his face to nobody, but showed his face to me. He said, I got to let you know how I look, man. You know what I mean? I'm official tissue. You know what I mean? So shout out to Global Media Inc. for making this possible as far as ill production. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and thank you for tuning in. I appreciate that. You coming over and supporting the Fresh Perspective. Hopefully you'll be back. And thank you for everything that you poured into Maine, because he definitely I'm talking to Global Media.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say.
You
Goddamn.
better come back, man. I'm taking his man.
Even if y'all try to run me off, I ain't going nowhere. I'll be in the bushes.
Yeah, because I got some people that's probably mad at me tonight, but it's okay. Listen, I knew that this interview would ruffle some feathers. I knew, and you told me that you were going to probably say some things, off the wall, and it went organically. Nothing was like, let's do this for effect. Let's see if Maine. It was legitimate questions that I felt, um, that I wanted answers, that you guys would appreciate answers to. Some people didn't like what they heard. And I mean, that's going to be with any interview that you have, especially if when you're dealing with a person who's controversial. So, I mean, it is what it is at this point. Hopefully people can take away something from it. Either you solidified the fact that you don't really fuck with him like that, or you were willing to listen to, his point of view on a few different things, and you still have your point of view about it. But that's what makes this world so beautiful. We don't have to agree. We don't have to agree with one another. We don't have to even like one another, real talk, but there should always be a certain level of respect. And I have respect for all of you guys, and I have respect for Maine. And again, thank you so much for tuning into the Fresh Perspective. I don't know what's next. I got a really busy work schedule coming up, but I got a couple of great shows coming up. I'll probably come on Wednesday. I know I got a crypto lady coming, so hopefully I hope you guys will tune in for that. Okay? So again, Maine is not answering any questions. We will keep the show going for a few minutes once he leaves, but he's opted not to take any questions verbally. But in the chat, and then after he leaves, if people wanted to come up and say anything, I'll allow that for a little while before I get too tired. But
All right,
again,
Lady Fresh, I'm out of here.
thank you so much, Maine.
All right,
I
peace.
appreciate it.
Peace.
Well, all right, you guys. And Fresh Breezy, thank you so much for hitting your wife's Cash App. You gotta lead by example. How you expect other people to send me Cash App if my own husband not hooking me up? And so he came through. Again, thank you so much, guys. For the people in the chat that I didn't get to shout out, boy, thank you so much for tuning in. Global Media Inc. Thank you so much. I appreciate everything you've poured into Maine because he has paid it forward. So in essence, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have learned, so much great YouTube knowledge and how to use all this equipment. I have, the Rodecaster, and he's taught me how to use it. So, it gets difficult sometimes, but it's definitely a journey that I welcome. So thank you so much. To my mods, thank you so much for circulating the different chats, supporters. I'm gonna drop the link real quick. So I'm gonna say this because you guys how I try to keep a positive space. But I know for a fact that I cannot interview someone as controversial as Maine without people having something to say. However, I'm not going to spend 2 hours trying to rebut everything that he says. But I do want, to give the opportunity, if necessary, for people to give some feedback. You agree, disagree, hate that nigga, you don't like that nigga, whatever, if you really have something that you want to come up and say, feel free. I just dropped the link. I'm gonna you know what? So I got some new music submitted to me. Let me see if I can pull it up and play it for you guys. All right, I'm going to play some music for you guys.
What's going on, guys? It's Murph, aka the Dirty Kenzo.
And Kels from Cooking with Kels.
Dirty Kenzo Productions. And I first met Maine. I believe it was from Larry Beach in a different chat, and he was talking about the night before was like a troll competition, or like a roast off or a rap off or something. A cash prize, and everyone was talking about how it was fun with the music and everything. So that's what first. Brought me to Maine. Eventually, I, brought Kels over, a few of our other friends.
And as to the future of Behind the Bar, I mean, with the panels and the music and the comedy, I think I could see it on Spotify.
That's what I agree. Like something a few times a week on one of those shows, I could definitely see that. So, from Dirty Kenzo Productions to the whole Behind the Bar Productions, Sweet Tea, salute to the fresh perspective, and thank you always for including us, and we appreciate it. Wishing you guys nothing but the best and tons of success. Thank you.
Off. This shit hit you all the way down to the bone.
Toast to the streets. All we got is hope. So I reach for the stars. Do whatever it takes. Make sure the family's straight and just toast to the streets.
Flicking ashes from the Cuban, jeweler flood the Cuban. Conversations with the plug, talking over sushi. Up the pack, lower the price, how I'm talking usually. Break a brick to the Grammys like I'm making music. Love to squeeze it to the clicks where it's therapeutic. Now we toasting for the times where we had to do it. Niggas want my spot bad, but they talking. They say pressure make diamonds, I'm gonna press it till I get a ruby. Fellatio from something fine, swear it's so soothing. Sitting back, sipping wine, bumping old music. Toasting for the times where we had to do it. Toasting for the times where we had to do it.
Toast to the streets. All we got is hope. So I reach.
I don't know what happened. We lost Bonnet. He hit the link. That was Drado Streets. We're gonna finish that track at the end of the show. It was called Cheers. Drado Streets, that's my nephew. That's Harlem Girl's husband. Go nephew. Go nephew. I'm gonna give him another couple minutes to pull up. It's only fair I'll let him speak since I did bring him up. Again, you guys, most of us are supporters of Maine the Milkman and Behind the Bar. And so we know, how he is and the things that he does. And I'm hoping that today's show gave him a platform to explain exactly who he is. Of course, again, we're not going to all agree with it, but who does? We don't agree with a lot of things that people do, but he's an entertainer at the end of the day, and most of us watch his show for entertainment. So I'm gonna bring up Bonnet Light Bunny. Hey, Bonnet. Are you there, Bonnet Light Body? All right. He's added to the stream. Your mic is off. Bonnet, are you there? You see, there's always something going on with somebody's Wi-Fi, something. All right, Bonnet, come out and come back in. So I'm going to put up my email address again. You guys keep sending in requests for shows. If you like the interviews, if you like more of the open panels, open discussions, tell me what you like, what you don't like. If it's trash, like whatever, I'm open to all types of constructive criticism. Keyword constructive. You know, the goal is to get better and not to tear down. So you know, we're all imperfect. And sometimes I think that people miss that. They overlook that. Nobody's perfect. We all have flaws. We all have issues for sure. Um, and you know, it is what it is. Eve, did you want to come back up? I know you wanted to ask main questions specifically, but it wasn't the structure of the interview. So if you still want to come up, sis, you can come up. I'm gonna drop the link one more time, y'all. This is the longest episode I have. It's like 4 hours. So, you know, I'm gonna start getting sleepy on y'all. All right, Bonnet, there's the link. My Jin. Thank you for coming out. I know normally by now you be sleepy time. So thank you for hanging in there with me. I dropped the link. It's there for you, Bonnet. Thank you for modding Lotus Flower Bomb. I appreciate you. All right, let's see. Bonnet. I don't know if you can't hear me or if something's going on with your audio. But if you're talking, we can't hear you. Did you, Naomi? Thank you. I practiced because I want, like, that's what my goal is with the show is I want to do interviews. I like talking to people. Yes, now you can speak. I'm sorry. That was the format of the interview today. You know, like I said, some of you guys, you know, you understand it, some of you don't. If you want to hit the link, you're more than happy to do so. But for the show, that was how it was organized, so that is how it was executed. Okay? I will drop the link for you again. We're going to be wrapping up pretty soon. We're going on 4 hours. And honestly, I'm tired as hell. I've been working all week. I've been preparing for this interview. I've been working on trying to get more people, more interviews lined up for you guys because I really enjoy doing the more interview type of shows. So I've been really busy and it's been a long week. So yes, Jen, 4 hours. Like that is not. I'm always like, I'm gonna keep all my shows below 2 hours. I even organized my questions to only last a certain amount of time. But then of course we had issues. Bonnet Light Body, are you there? Okay. My Eve.
Hey, darling, how are you?
How are you?
You know what? I could be doing a lot better. And let me just tell you, you are lovely, beautiful in the skin that you are in.
There's a butt coming, y'all.
Cocoa,
There's a
sugar,
butt.
baby.
Don't gas me up. What's
the
coming?
dimples, the dimples sitting up in there,
What's
honey.
coming? But what? Because but
with them dimples.
Let's see. Hold on 1 second. Let's see if we can add Bonnet. This is the last time I'm gonna try. Bonnet.
Jay, I love you, Jay. I love you, Jen. I love you, Jay. Jen and Jay. Sipping on Jen and Jay.
So you, Miss Eve, you had a lot to say. Which I don't I don't expect anything less from you. You even text me behind the scenes. And I don't want you to feel as though I didn't want to hear from you. However, the interview was structured a certain way for a reason.
You structured the interview the way that you wanted to structure your interview, and that was, listen, I have to respect that. But when some person calls for me, when a person calls for me, okay, when they send for me, I arrive, okay?
I understand that, but having said that, real quick, having said that, when you watch an interview on TV, right? And the person
watch the interview on TV.
If you watch an interview on television and a person talks about somebody,
I watched it on the ID channel. What happened?
But you can't call in. You can't call into that interview at that moment. Right? So do you understand where I'm coming from? Yes, no,
but you know what? That's not that, and that ain't this. You get what I'm saying? That's your whole mantra.
I like that. This ain't that. But tonight, that was it.
Oh, but that's not your mantra, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
so
but you make adjustments for certain situations.
Oh, we make adjustments for behind the bar.
In all fairness, I did allow.
In all fairness, it's not in all fairness.
It's in all fairness because I allowed the live to continue after he left, so that if people
allowed somebody to sit there and say something about me that wasn't true, and in hindsight, you did say no. You cannot make these assertions about this person.
Absolutely,
I will give you that. You did say that you stood in your convictions.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If I don't agree with it, I don't agree with it. Or if it's not my view,
whether he been right or wrong.
Bonnet, are you there?
You cannot make these assertions about somebody. Okay. Shout out to everybody out here. And I'm addressing you right now behind the bar because you took a direct shot at me. Okay. I love you to Reese's Pieces. I think that you were looking in the chat to know some of the things I was saying, but I think you appreciate more of a public assertion. But let me just tell you this. You have never done anything to me on a personal level, questionably, to where I would say I'm done with you. To say that I'm done supporting you. You have never done anything to me on that. Regardless, contrary to what your own beliefs are, that's not the case. However, I will sit in defense of your assertions about mental health. I will do that. And you and I had some few points that I didn't really find so appealing to what you said. We'll get to that in a second.
It's behind the bar.
But first, let's get to this. You've never done anything to me on a personal level to where I would say I'm done supporting you. I'm done going to you. Yes, I did stop coming to your channel. I did stop supporting you in the fashion of I need to extract myself from certain environments that you bring forth in your environment. It has nothing to do with you. You can take it or leave it. It doesn't make me any difference. But if anybody knows, then they've seen that I've been a fixture throughout my sector, okay? And I'm a notable figure throughout my sector, that I have distanced myself. You don't see me in any of these people's chats, panels, or any of these sorts. Because of the fact
I will say that you have
to because of the fact that I'm like, this is not it for me. Okay. I really took a great liking to a lot of people that are in my sector. And to just say, I'm done, you spend a quality of time with a certain demographic of people, you gain this certain liking to these people. But nevertheless, self comes first. Okay, self
So
comes first.
Eve, I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
Just to clarify it, and that way he knows whether or not he was wrong. Did you stop coming to Behind the Bar because of what happened with Roz? Is that
No, and he needs to know that when that happened, I can pull my live up right now. Maine, you need to stop this narrative. You need to stop the messy BS, because I'm not the one or the two. Okay. Play that with everybody else, but don't play that with me. Okay. I've always been forthright with you. You have nothing but been that with me. So why would I be indifferent of that? Okay.
And like you said, I've seen you step back from YouTube significantly over the last few months, not just from Behind the Bar. You pop into me, like that's why I'm always so gracious and grateful to you, because I'm like, yo, Eve hasn't even really been on YouTube like that, but you managed to pop into every single one of my lives. Even if you don't stay to the end, you still come in, you ask about the show. And I feel like you've been trying to change your energy a bit.
Absolutely. I never wanted to initially come in as my channel as like everybody knows it's the Ignorant Misfits Report. So you have this image that you have to upkeep, but keep in mind there's so many other elements to me besides that. I shock many of people with the knowledge that I have. And it wouldn't be a surprise to people that the sector that I come from, because they know that. You know what I'm saying? But they're also used to me being a person that was scratched, that would do this and that. But I don't want that. That's not my life. I don't welcome that. You know what I'm saying? So to answer Behind the Bar, okay, I've seen that you have integrated yourself with a lot of people in my sector, because that's my sector. Okay, these are people in which I've been enthralled with for a matter of time, and I don't have an ill thing to say about them. I wish them nothing but the best, but that's not my life, nor has it ever been. And if they choose to be able to live their life in this certain fashion, if they want to do what they're doing on YouTube in this certain fashion, they have the God-given right to do so. Doesn't mean that I have to be able to be in attendance to that. Correct? Correct?
I agree.
I don't want that. So what happens is this. When you start integrating yourself, I've seen it happen. You're not the only person. You're not the only person that this has happened to. I've seen a great loss that happened with me this past week. Let me just tell you that, Behind the Bar. Because I'm like, oh my God, somebody came over here and took something that I thought was mine. You know what I thought was mine? Behind the Bar. You know why? Who introduced me to you? Let me tell you something. Star introduced me to Milkman Behind the Bar. You were Milkman Behind the Bar. You weren't Behind the Bar 2.0. You were Milkman Behind the Bar. Okay? A lot of people ain't gonna know you by that, but I do. Okay? People don't understand how this mergence took place. Right? And so when you were Maine Milkman Behind the Bar, you were also merging into Behind the Bar. But guess what? I also knew about other elements over here in a sector. I'm going to get to it in a second now. But I didn't know until one other person came along. You want to know who that one person that came along? Mike Dougie. Okay? He was a person that came along. I always knew who you was, Milkman behind DaBar. I always knew who you were. But you didn't pick up speed up under my feet until Mike Dougie told me who you were. Okay? Because he had first-hand knowledge of who you were. You guys were people that were integrated with each other. And he helped me get integrated with you and other people, meaning Lady Fresh, meaning Fresh Breezy, meaning Behind the Bar, meaning all of these other greats, Raz Girl, meaning all these greats, NPR, even the diabolical Rich Bleezy, okay, and even the extra diabolical.
Hold on one second, Eve. I want to see if he's connected now. He's having trouble with his phone.
Who is that? No, but listen, but these are people that I knew out of the beef sector. And you can't forget, the beef sector started, and y'all can say what y'all want to say. The beef sector would never even had it in existence if it was not for Sugar Shay. It would have never been a beef sector if it was not for Sugar Shay.
Kid Mary wants you to say his name.
My baby Kid Murray, I love you. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I love you so much. But we will not forget that as diabolical and as bad off as she is right now, that Sugar Shay was an intricate part of how the beef sector started. And I want other people out there to understand that too. While they're over there getting acquainted with this stuff, we've been enthralled with this stuff, okay?
Well, I'm not trying to be enthralled.
We're not. But
I love you though, Eve. I love you
what's
though.
old to us, but what's old to us is new to them, okay?
Say that again.
And we can't help but to just forget. We can't help but to say that.
Okay, so Eve, though, we have clarified that you stepping away from behind the bar had absolute, because from what I saw, you were very neutral. You even tried to facilitate.
I did.
Yes, you did. And that was the one and only time that I addressed anything about the situation. Nobody ever asked Lady Fresh what happened, what my perspective was, or nothing. I only came up because the name was mentioned. And you know, I felt like you were being fair. I felt like you were giving a space for all of us to speak. And so even though I wasn't asked, I just came in and threw my 2 cents in because I just wanted to let people know, don't say my fucking name. Like, keep my name out your mouth. Don't talk about me. You don't care about me. Don't talk about me. Because I haven't done anything to anybody. So leave me out of it. You know what I mean? And I think you were very fair, and you tried to actually provide a space for reconciliation. And unfortunately, it just didn't happen. And that's okay. Like, everybody's not meant to reconciliate. Sometimes you just have to be okay with you being over here and you being over there. So I never got the impression that you stopped supporting Behind the Bar because of that situation. Did I notice that you weren't in the chat as much? Yes, but I also noticed that you weren't doing lives as much. You weren't in other chats as much. Like, it was kind of a whole thing. So I assumed it was just something with you. And you text me and you was like, I have to remove myself from certain situations, like certain chats and certain things that's going on. It doesn't have anything to do with anybody else. This is about me.
Absolutely. And this is what I'm trying to say to this man. But if you don't see me guess what? And it can go both. See, here's the thing. I want to say, well, you could have reached out to me and said that. You see, well, I was about to get there.
But see,
no, you don't owe me that. I can say that to him too.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? I can say that to him too. I'm not saying that I'm above nor likewise. Okay. I don't sit here and hold myself. But what I do take issue with is you being a man and you're sitting up here saying that this woman and your total demise is by way of her mental health disparity. That's what I take an issue with. Because guess what? Any friend, if whether you understand it or not, you're going to want to understand like what's going on. How can I don't think
that's what he said though, Eve. In all fairness, I don't think he said that his total demise was contributed to her mental illness. Now, there were a lot of people who said that they left behind the bar because of what happened with her. I think
because they didn't support what he said and what he did.
They don't need to. That was the whole point of the interview.
Hold on. But let me tell you something about mental health. Let me tell you about that. Let me tell you about mental health. You better understand it before you speak on it. Okay? Because it's no different than speaking on the LGBT community or speaking on a person that claims themselves to be a man and they were really biologically born as a woman. Okay? But this goes way deeper than that. This is really biological, psychological. Okay? So if you sit there and say, and though this person is also claiming that she has suffered with some sort of mental health disparity, okay, and we still exploit that person's ailment, what does that make us? See, I can never support that. Can never. If you say that this person is your friend, and I'm not here speaking against you at all, Maine, okay? But let me tell you something. As a person that is a person that advocates for mental wealth, mental health, a lot of you people get this thing misconstrued, okay? Because she is a person that has some diagnoses. Okay, you guys think, well, she said that she has, let's say, she has a prognosis of bipolar. Okay, so she has that, right? Understandably so. Let me just make it even easier for you. If she came in there saying that she has panic disorders, does that make her, what does that classify her? What does that classify her as?
Go ahead. I ain't taking no damn quiz.
Okay. See, this is what I'm saying. When people don't know, they need to be quiet and let the professionals speak. Okay. And I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you.
I'm not speaking on it because
I'm not talking about you.
It doesn't. I understand. I'm not speaking on it because it doesn't.
But what would classify a person other than them saying this? You may have some leverage to be able to speak on a person in their mental health in their mental health. Right?
But there was never a situation where anyone was speaking on her mental health. As an individual, we did not sit there and discuss her mental. But listen. What was stated was that It is a condition that we don't understand. And I say we because I am in that as well. I don't understand it. However, when she
I'll
gave
be
me
right
the
back. Hold on.
information, I took it upon myself to make the effort to understand. And I think what Maine was explaining was that at the end of the day, he doesn't have the answers about mental health or mental illness. None of us do. We're still learning. We're works in progress. All of us are. Nobody has a full understanding of that realm. So we can't speak on it. All he can speak on and all I can speak on is how we felt at the time, what was happening at the time. It's not to take anything away from or blame or shift or anything like that. It is what happened at the time. And so, mental illness or not, our feelings exist, was what was trying to be stated. I would never sit here and be like, oh my God, like she has a mental health problem and it's all her fault. And I would never do that. My goal is to understand. And since we're at a point now where we're no longer partners on the show, I no longer have to try to figure it out. I want to understand mental health for my own reasons at this point, not because of the show. But that's how I was introduced to trying to understand mental health. The only way to understand it is to talk about it. And I think what Maine was trying to say, and I'm not going to speak for him, but where does the disconnect come when something happens in a situation and the other people just have no feelings at all? We have feelings. Something happened to Lady Fresh when all of that happened. Something happened to Roz when all of that happened. Something happened to Maine when all of that happened. Something happened to each one of us.
Let me just say this.
He doesn't listen, because he doesn't understand mental health. Right now in his mind, it's like, well, damn. At the end of the day, like all this shit still happened, and I don't understand it.
Lady Fresh, we can sit up there and put a bow on this all we want to.
I'm not putting a bow on nothing. I don't believe in that shit. I don't believe in it.
But let me just say this.
I don't believe in putting a bow on anything. What I'm explaining is as a person who does not understand mental health herself.
Allow me to speak.
I am. Let me finish. As a person who doesn't understand mental health herself, who is trying to understand. I don't understand everything.
Let me just give you a little synopsis of what mental health is.
I don't need you to give me a synopsis tonight. What I'm saying is, during that time, Eve, is what I'm saying. During that time, I didn't understand it. Neither did Maine. So we were caught like deer in a headlight, just like she was, is what I'm saying. So it was never ever malice. It was never like that.
So let me just say this, right? Okay. In our lives, we're taught common sense in certain things. Being able to be aware of certain behaviors and things of that sort. You know, it doesn't mean that you need to know all the terminologies and all these things, right? Right. We learn what the we know about the simplistics of what mental health is, right? But let me just say this, because you say that you don't want to know what that is, but let me just explain this in this show. Mental health
didn't have to get into depth tonight.
It's a stigma, though.
I agree.
There is a stigma attached to mental health. See, mental health is just that. It's mental health. Okay. And so when we say, oh, a person, you got mental health. So what does that mean? That means that you must be in great form. No. Or you must be in a process of. Listen, the thing with mental health is is to be able to regulate, stimulate, and push forward the regulation of mental health. The thing is mental disparities. Okay. There are some things that are despairing us from our mental health. So what do? We need to go and get these other operatives to help us towards our mental health. Okay. So let's say this. A person can be in great form, but I need to make sure that my mental health is regulated. Is there something wrong with their mental health that they're just trying to make sure that their mental health is regulated? No, because it's making sure that their mental health is regulated. Okay? These are the things that people need to be careful about when they speak about mental health. Okay? There's such a stigma put upon people in mental health.
I agree with that.
You can be totally fine in your mental health, but I still need to make sure I maintain my mental health.
We all have to do that.
We all have to do that, right?
Absolutely. We all have to do that.
I need to maintain that. But there may be some prognosis and some diagnosis along the way. There may be some elements with my mental disparity. There may be some disparities along the way. We need to use that disparities and not just health. Oh, mental health disparities. We have to be careful with language, especially in this day and age. Okay.
Is that not something that people have to understand and learn? Not everybody got common sense, Eve. Not saying that we don't. There's certain things that we know not to say. There's certain behaviors we know not to display. However, my point that I'm trying to make is we're still learning. Just like with
LGBT, that's why we're here.
Just like with LGBTQ community. They are so hard on the Black community specifically because they feel we don't support, we don't do this, we don't do that. They come down very hard on the Black community, lack of understanding, but you're doing exactly us, what you don't want us to do to you. Tell me where that makes sense anywhere.
I didn't catch what you said because it was like a delay.
The same thing with the LGBT community. We need to have a certain amount of understanding. We have to have a certain amount of acceptance. We're expected to behave a certain way, even if you don't know any better.
Who is we?
People in general. That's
Society.
The problem. Not everybody is on the same learning curve, Eve. Some people need a little bit more time to get it.
So you're telling me people that would never.
Some people need to listen. Some people need an Eve to pull them aside and be like,
"Hold on," but people that would never be
Lady Fresh, you might have been a little bit insensitive. You said this because you don't understand mental.
No, sis. Because you are who. Because hold on, we don't as a society. And what this progressive society has become upon people, some of us in a culture, it seems like this was become, don't have to accept the fact there are people that are calling themselves she's and or he's. We don't have to accept that normative.
No, we don't.
Normative. But you're saying that, that now we live in a society now that we have to be able to accept this gender role is this and this and that. No,
I didn't say that. What I said was that we are expected to accept, right? We're expected to understand. What I'm saying is that community comes down on the African American community.
And so what?
Partially, specifically because they feel like we're attacking.
So what?
And I'm like, why do we have to be attacking just because we don't Agreed.
And so what?
We don't know.
And so what? At what point are we going to be able to stand out against this normative? Then these people, they're trying to push this normative, abnormal behavior upon society. People that don't agree with that. People that still live by traditional norms that say, hey, listen, I understand that there's a man and I understand that there's a woman. But why is it? Because this leftist society, and this is where it's coming from, we have to call a thing, that we have to say that these people still fit within the society. But let me tell you something. If you refer back to Dr. Phil's his expert, they had people on here that identified themselves as women, but there was a man that challenged them in reference to them being a woman, and they backed down and said, I cannot identify as a woman. I can't. But what? How? How? Why? How can you not? If you're calling yourself a trans woman, how can you not identify yourself as a woman? And if you're identifying yourself that, what is a woman? And they cannot even describe what a woman was.
They couldn't answer it. But But my point is, like, where is the understanding for people who are still learning, Eve? Like, I'm telling you right now, I want to understand. I conducted myself a certain way during that entire situation because I wanted to understand. But at the end of the day, I'm still a human being who has feelings and who could have possibly been hurt by certain behaviors. Am I not entitled to feel that?
Let me go back to, because people are getting confused.
Look, I just had the good sense not to.
No, I'm getting it, because we're getting crossed over here really on some stuff. But it was with Maine.
We're talking about the exact same thing.
No, remember, sis, we were talking about Maine.
People don't. Well, it's
that's why I'm sorry, ladies. Lady Fresh, salute. Eve, salute. Y'all, this is a great ass debate.
Salute,
like this is a whole nother show. You see what I'm saying?
It really is.
Right. So, like, with all of this, the point of this episode was to any grievances you have with Maine or anything that you want to say, or you want to get 2 words out, just say it and be done with it. That was the focal point. And Eve, I definitely get where you're coming from. And believe me, everybody over here rocks with you. Everybody over here, they love you. They make sure that you're known when you enter this chat. So, we just want to, me per se, I'm not going to say nobody else. I want to know, you're still cool with Maine, right?
Yes, I respect Maine. I'm cool with him. My thing is this: Maine has certain audiences that I don't choose to align myself with.
And I know what you're talking about. You don't even have to. Yeah, you don't even have to explain it. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's some bullshit going on right now with a lot of people, and they're doing the wrong thing, and they're coming around for the wrong reasons. I understand that, but with behind the bar, it's you. If you look in the live chat right now, I guarantee you somebody's saying something about me. I guarantee you.
I don't know what that has to do with anything Willie.
Hear me out.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
All right, so I'll tell you what it has to do. Right, I still attend behind the bar chat.
Mm-hmm.
Despite what I see, because I bring something toward the platform that I don't care what anybody else thinks, or I don't care what anybody else does. You bring a lot to a platform.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to. That's the good thing about you. You don't have to stir that way, and we don't want you to stir that way. And that's pretty much all I want. Yeah,
I get what you're saying, but it doesn't matter. My name will follow. You understand that? My name will follow anywhere I go, and especially if people are aligning themselves with certain people that I have been once aligned with.
And if I'm saying like, hey, listen, go over here, subscribe to Lady Fresh, go subscribe over here to Behind the Bar. They're gonna follow you guys.
But
just
that's
to
exactly
fuck with
why I said
me.
it had
Do you
nothing to
understand
do
what
with
I'm
it.
saying?
You assumed it was that, but that's why I said I know it has.
No.
So I get so Lady Fresh, I get where she's coming from
Oh no,
because
I know.
okay,
I know. That's why I asked Maine what I asked him. I was like, how can you make that assumption that the reason she's not in the chat as much is because of that? Because I already know.
I get it.
I already know. That's why I asked him. I just didn't get into all the. I'm not doing that. Like
one thing go ahead, Eve.
No, Lady Fresh was talking. She was
sorry, Lady Fresh.
I already knew. Like, but you know, when you talking to Maine, he knows everything. He know
everything.
He's 90%. So
I
I'm gonna keep going. It's not even necessary. That's why I said I will keep the live up. I was gonna respect the fact that I had a certain format that I was doing this interview where I had said earlier that we were gonna let people come up if we had time, but it was decided we weren't gonna do that. So I honored that. And I said I will leave the live up to give people whose names were brought up, Bonnet, Eve, an opportunity to come up and say what they needed to say. I know exactly why Eve isn't in the chat like that, but I allow him to feel what he feels, say what he say, do what he do, and then let her come up and say what she needed to say.
Right. And one thing I'll say about this is that like I get it, but one thing you got to understand about me is it is a method to his madness of what he does. Or if he trust and believe, Eve, if he sees somebody in the chat, he's not happy go lucky.
That don't mean nothing to me. I don't want anything else. I don't want anything around me like that. Like say for instance, I don't have anybody coming over here with Lady Fresh. I feel safe over here. I don't have to even worry about doing nothing like that because they know Lady Fresh ain't going for none of that. You get what I'm saying? Maine welcomes some of that. Maine welcomes a lot of bullshit in his chat. You get what I'm saying? And I'm like, I'm not down for that. And he goes over there in certain places that he's just all enthralled in. Okay, that's cool. That's you. That's your thing. But listen, what you enthralled with, I don't want nothing to do with. You know what I'm saying? I still support you and everything, but I cannot. I have to fall back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
And you know, with Maine, it's hard for somebody to come up, and we discussed that because it happened with you. When a person says that this is the reason, this is the issue, and he already has it set that it's something else, good luck trying to change that. And basically, he's like, I don't care about change.
It's messy. I don't do messy. And I can say that once, twice, 100 more times. I don't do messy.
Eve, is that the new Eve you talking about? You don't do messy?
No, what I'm saying is like, listen.
It was a joke, Boo. You're supposed to laugh.
Hold on. Because couldn't nobody, hold on, baby. Couldn't nobody else from and Lady Fresh, couldn't nobody come over here and Lady Fresh and disrespect you on my panel. You get what I'm saying? Nobody can ever fuck with you like that on my panel. Period. I'm killing all shit. That's like, motherfucker, he spoke on me over here with Lil Budo and everything like that, right? I know over there with Lil Budo and them Lady Fresh.
Can you hear me?
They tried.
Oh my God, we can hear you, Bonnet. Oh my God, you finally got
Bonnet, it. Are you there? But
a whole hour, I'm sitting here fucking around with these buttons and shit. A whole damn hour. I'm like, yo, it's on your end, Lady Fresh.
Let Eve finish her point real quick, and then we're gonna get to you, and we're gonna wrap up.
My thing is this: when I go over there to Labudo, okay, when I go over there to Labudo, I know the trolls that's over there been watching me over there in my channel is not gonna come over there and play that BS. They'll do that stuff on my channel, but they're not gonna play that with you, Lady Fresh. They're not coming over there and playing that with Labudo because they know that there's hitters over there and they don't want to see or hear that type of stuff because it's not a troll sector.
It's not a B sector. It's not none of that.
It's
Like,
not.
why are you coming over here? You looking stupid at this
And I
point.
feel like that's okay. Like that's okay. It's okay to support who you want to support. Sometimes you need a different kind of energy. You know what I mean? That don't mean I don't fuck with you forever. It just means that maybe, you know, right now it might be some people frequenting your chat, or it might be some
Right. So Maine, I hope you listening.
He got too many people. He got too many people that I don't mess with that he over there messing with.
You good, bro. Don't worry. You good. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Take the energy down. It's just you it's a lot going on.
It's not even you directly. It's not even you. And that I knew that.
Got too many people and I don't mess with. But at the same time, let me also speak on the mental health thing. Like
nope. We're gonna do a show on this because I want.
I don't get
that would be a good ass show.
Seriously, Eve. All
because people need to be awakened on
I
that.
think right, and that is my whole point, Eve. Is not to be
say stuff like that.
Because I promise you, there's not an insensitive bone in my body. If somebody presents something to me, especially if it's something that they're going through, and Fresh will attest to this. That is the person that I am. If it's something that they're going through, something I don't understand, I'm going to enthrall myself deeply into it to get an understanding, especially if I'm partnered with you to do something. So where I come from is like, I just didn't appreciate, like, I just got tossed to the wayside and I ain't even do shit. So I'm entitled to feel that. I'm entitled to feel that way. And I'm speaking for me, not for me. I'm entitled to feel that way. And that's just what it is. I still want to understand. I still want to learn. I still want to carry this conversation on into its own show because I think you have a lot that you can teach me and other people who may not understand the way that we should. Yes, we have, but we still don't understand the way that we should. But I wanted to give Bonnet an opportunity to say what he.
Lady Fresh, can I address one thing in the chat? Jen, we know that. I mean, Maine can rock with anybody he want to rock with. You know what I'm saying?
Yo.
He know he got that. It's just that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just that we don't check the words. We can hear you, Bonnie. The words that are coming out are, you know, like we don't want him to say like.
Can you hear me? Check.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hold on.
We don't want you to say like, oh, why this person don't fuck with me no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, just kind of
check.
You know,
I can hear you.
That's it.
Check. What up?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you. We hear
you. Cool. So, salute, Lady Fresh.
Okay, hold on 1 second, Bonnie. Let Winnie finish real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get it, and I'm not like I said, man. Just, you know, the whole why this person don't fuck with me. You know, we could, you know,
see, I can't
just trim down on
Willie.
That's about it.
You can't hear Willie, but Bonnie, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't hear Willie, and I want to address him real fast.
Just tell him address me, good, because he can't hear me. So tell him address me.
I can't hear Willie.
You can't hear. How you hear me but can't hear Willie? That don't make no
sense. This is a brand new phone. I can hear you and Eve, but I cannot hear Willie. And I wanted to address something real fast with Willie because I don't see what the problem is of what I'm talking in the chat. You said that you don't. I mean, I need to hear Willie and hear this feedback. But if he can hear me, I want you to address this to me. What you mean you don't like the threats or whatever? I'm not threatening no one. And if I do, that's what I do. But number one, did you hear what that nigga did? I'm talking about fucking Maine, the fucking whoever he is, did to me. This is what I want to know from Willie, but I can't hear him. And you going up about you can't take the threats lightly. It's nothing that you can do about a threat for me.
What
so I can't hear you, Willie.
What did Maine do to you?
Eve, let me just do this real fast. Eve. Is it on my side? I can't hear Willie, or is that just me?
He's not saying anything right now.
Okay,
I'm just trying to. I'm letting him get it out.
He can hear you.
All right, so cool. So back to you, Willie. I don't understand you saying that. Oh, well, you don't take the threats lightly and all that towards your boy. But in turn, your boy fucked around with my boy Quiet Storm, which I will get into in a fucking few minutes and shit, and had this nigga come up to see me. Did you stop that, Willie? Was you there to know this information? And I don't give a fuck what he say or said. You know what? He encouraged Quiet Storm to come towards me. And I heard him on the fucking phone. So whomever that's hearing is telling me that it's something differently. No, it's not like that. And Maine had the control to say, you know what, Quiet Storm, I don't give a fuck who the fuck told Quiet Storm to bring his ass up to where I was at to fucking come and see me. Maine had the controls in his hand, just like Lady Fresh, and he could have shut that whole shit down. You know what I mean? If he was a real dude, he could have shut that shit down. Nah, Quiet Storm, don't go up there. Fuck what the chat talking about. Nah, don't go there. Don't go there. All right? So he didn't do it. So he's fucking on my radar just for that. So Willie, if you didn't get that memo, please don't tell me how to conduct my business. Because see, sometimes when you put your nose in other people's business, it winds up bad for you and the other guy. So I'm respectfully, Willie, if that makes any sense, if you didn't hear that story, then I'm telling you it now. So don't go talking about I'm threatening people or whatever. I'll make my threats promise. I promised you that.
Okay, but we're not gonna do that over here, though.
Okay, but I just wanted to address that. Lady Fresh, he talked, right? Main talk.
Cool, Lady Fresh. It's cool.
I know.
Cool.
Lady Fresh, main talk, right?
Yeah, I wanted you to be able to say that's why.
And I'm saying, but I'm just addressing Willie.
Threatening people in the chat. I didn't see that.
I know, but I'm just saying, Lady Fresh. Like I know, Lady Fresh, but I didn't like, and you shouldn't have liked all that shit Maine was talking up there when he was talking to you at the same time.
And I did not.
But then you ain't shut him down. You didn't shut him down like how you trying to shut me down, Lady Fresh.
I'm not shutting you down on it. I'm allowing you to speak. I
know. So can I just get this out because I ain't got much time.
Do not put threats in the chat. That's what I said.
That's not a threat. What I'm saying, here's the difference. And then I think that you should see this too, right? Words is, however you take words is words. He encouraged this dude to come up to where I was at on the type of temperature that him and I was on to encourage this dude to come up there to do whatever that his dumbass thought that he could do to me. Maine, if he tell me that, no, I didn't say that, people in the chat was telling him to do it. Nah, my nigga, I heard you talking about, well, yeah, they still there. I heard you point blank. Yeah, while me and this nigga was in the hallway and I was putting his ass in his place. Maine did not stop that. Where's your loyalty? Why are you encouraging that shit? Why you didn't shut the power down? Why the fuck you didn't go offline and said, nah, fuck that. I ain't trying to let the people hear that. Because you got ulterior motives. See, I didn't start this shit. I didn't start this. This bitch ass nigga Maine did it. So Willie, if you can hear me clearly, that's what's going on.
So when I told the story, everything that you're saying, I did say.
Okay, but I got more to say, Lady Fresh. So I'm just gonna roll with this, sweetheart. Please let me just roll with this. So that's the end of that business. And then again, back to Quiet Storm. Oh, Maine, we working on something because that nigga is my homeboy. And as I said, that was all a joke and gamble. Remember, I told you the story first about what happened between me and Quiet Storm. I told you that shit. But see, the bitch made nigga that you are, that I been knew you was at, you know, that you still got a problem with me taking back not $1,200 fucking dollars, my dude. It was $1,500 fucking dollars that I gave you at one fucking time, more than any nigga gave you at one fucking time. Not over the courses of years, 20 and 30 there, nigga. I gave that to you, and I told you at the first time to keep it quiet. You do not have to go on the fucking air and let everybody know what the fuck I did for you. Did I not? I'm moving back to Quiet Storm and shit. You encouraged that bullshit. You could have shut the shit down, but you got problems with me. All the times I roll for your black ass, you waking me the fuck up in the middle of the night because you on this person chat and they getting at your ass. You waking me up to get in these fucking chats I don't even know about, and I'm defending your fucking black ass to the utmost. Where's your loyalty? You talk about doxing, and I'm glad Lady Fresh gave me the meaning of doxing, nigga. You fucking been doxed me, nigga. If that's what the fucking meaning is, nigga, you been trying to find your way to me. And only thing that fucking let me fucking slide with your black ass, because I could have been addressed. You know how many Cash App niggas want me to get at your ass? When they heard that you and I was in it, going at it? Well, you was going at it. I wasn't paying you no mind. Every time I think about your black ass, when I got the fuck out the fucking hospital and you did that fucking show for me that produced you most views, I guess, without, you know, whatever the case is, like 900 and fucking something views the last time I checked, when you did that shit for me, when I got the fuck out, I think I still was up in the hospital. When you did that fucking show damn near in tears. Nigga, don't play with me, boy. Do not play with me. You know fucking better. If you got mad because I took back that money fucking 3 years ago from your black ass, nigga, because you caused that too. You got a blabber fucking mouth. You can't hold water and you really are a fucking snake. But see, I'm going to be the bigger man about this. When I say I'm down for you, nigga, I'm down for you. But if you cross me, nigga, I heard you all this week, my nigga. I didn't even watch the last show that you and Quiet Storm was on. Because I said, fuck that. Remember, you asked me when I told you what happened with what Quiet Storm did. Bonnet. Your exact words, Bonnet, can I take it on the air? Can I talk about it? With your sucker ass. I said, you know my fucking model. I said, you send me some money. Go ahead and do you. But, you know, don't get out of control. Nigga, you had fucking different motives on what you did and question this nigga. And I'm going to tell you something, but I'm going to have to respect Lady Fresh show. But you're going to hear this.
Oh, thank you.
So, my nigga, me and that nigga always been good. Nigga, you is the one that got fucking played. You fucking stupid dummy. Now I'm going to ask you another question. With all this fucking, you the milkman, right? All these babies ain't getting milk. It's a shortage out here in America. What are you giving back? Instead of worrying about other niggas' dicks, pardon me, ladies, and shit like that, what Light Body's doing, what you the milkman, how are you contributing back to these females with these babies that don't have no fucking milk, milkman? Answer me that. Riddle me that, homeboy.
I got another question.
Eve, let me just go, Eve. I ain't got too long. I'm sorry, Eve.
Wrap it up.
Bonnie,
I'm about to wrap it up.
I ain't
got long to stay here.
Bonnie, I'm with you, Bonnie.
Hold on, Eve. Eve, can I just finish, Eve?
Bonnie,
Fred telling me to wrap it up.
I'm behind you, Bonnie. I'm behind you.
I heard you, Eve. Let me wrap it up real fast, though. Let me wrap all this shit up real fast. Eve, I heard you, Lady Fresh. I'm trying to be respectful because I don't even talk like that. I'm trying to be kind of politically correct. Again, so little homeboy, little fucking ass Maine. Again, what are you doing for society out there instead of running around want to know who fucking who? And see, I don't really listen to you because I knew you was this way from the beginning, from the fucking beginning. I never trusted your little fucking snake ass, and you know I am that nigga. You know that, and I'm gonna say this much. You know when the problem came between you and I is when Fresh Breezy and Jay Savage and I myself call us the drunk uncles. And you see what the fuck we did on that show. And we were talking that shit, nigga. You so insecure that after that show, that's when you fucking start your little bullshit with me. Nigga, I saw it, nigga. You got fucking jealous on the drunk uncles. And I'm speaking pure fucking facts, nigga. You got fucking jealous. And I noticed something the last week or the week before last, Lady Fresh, when on a Saturday, when you did your show, I think you got like 4 shows in, maybe the second show or the third show. You went live at 9:10. That nigga went live at 9:10. So who's really helping who? Look out for that shit. Hold on, Lady Fresh. I'm gonna tell you because this is all documented.
Don't do that.
He went live at the same time that you went live at 9:10.
Are you talking about the show you did with me? The show y'all?
No, the show that I don't know. Again, you only did 4 shows to my knowledge right now on a Saturday. It's not the first show, the second show, the third show. Look at that time you went fucking live. That nigga you set your time for 9:10 it was. He set the reminder for 9:10. Like, what the fuck is you doing? But you fucking doing that to Lady Fresh? Why would you want everybody to come to your show and she's really fucking trying to start a show? What I'm trying to show you, Lady Fresh, without trying to
Lady Fresh,
out-talk
if you want to cut
you
this
gotta
off,
watch
you can.
that
Like,
snake, that motherfucker.
Like,
and then my take on Roz, girl, I always held my tongue. This nigga used to call me. Oh, Bonnie, how you think about Roz, girl? I used to tell him that he's fucked up. All right, I'm sorry, but this is I'm getting it all out. Like he got it all out. And nigga, anytime you ever think that I even fucking smoke some type of crack, nigga, I would give it to your mama or your baby first, nigga. I'm out.
Well,
this nigga's crazy.
Nah, I had to let him get that off because Maine said what he had to say, but.
But that's a never ending thing with him. Like my thing is don't
we're not doing that.
Yeah, my thing is, don't, like if you're not ready for all of that and you're not doing all of that, don't talk like that. Right. That's all I'm saying.
Don't bring up talking about Maine went live at the same time. I was aware of when Maine needed to go live. He was somewhere else.
Yeah, it's frivolous.
Like for a freaking show. He was out somewhere. So I'm aware of all of that. So don't try to throw shit in there to you know what I mean? Don't do that because that ain't cool.
Yeah, like that's all I'm saying is like
get your own shit off. Like I feel like he really deserved the opportunity to say what he needed to say because he felt how he felt. But don't bring my shit into it because I don't have nothing to do with that.
Like all I heard was the situation with the whole coming upstairs and all of that. So I'm gonna leave that alone myself because like it's dumb. It's over. And what's most important is like if that's how you feel, just leave it at that. You don't have to do all the extra.
I love you, Lady Fresh.
I made my on that.
Listen, Lady Fresh, I love you. Listen. Let me tell you. I love you to Reese's Pieces. Do you understand me?
Thank you, darling.
To Reese's
Right, we all do.
I need you to know.
She's telling me something by saying that the way
I love you to Reese's Pieces, baby, and I'll never waver on you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate that.
I will never waver on you, but I also want you to keep an open mind to everybody else that come up here and support you, support your husband, and y'all that have just been just as done wavering in their support for you too. Okay, I love you, Fresh Brown. You know you, bro. I love you. Okay, I love you, sis. You know that, right?
I appreciate you.
And that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Thank you.
What I'm saying?
And I, like you said, I honestly legit want to finish that conversation that we had, whether it be on a platform or behind the scenes. I'm always open to learning and understanding. I'm receptive to everything that you.
I never brought anything to this platform. I never brought anything. Did I?
You bring a lot of good to the platform.
But I never brought what Maine brought to this platform. Did I?
Why we
come on now? No, well, a thing now.
All right, Eve. Good night.
Did I or did I not?
I'm about to close the show.
Salute, Lady Fresh. I'm gonna get up out of here.
Don't do that, sis. Don't do that. Don't do that, sis.
Yeah, I got you.
Did I? Hold on, Willie. Did I? Did I ever bring anything?
I just said nothing but good.
Okay.
You bring a little drunk auntie element.
So no. But what I'm saying, what any type of controversy or somebody they feel like they got something, and then okay, so that opens up a window. it still ain't gonna open up no window for me. But guess what it's gonna do for me and you? We're gonna have to talk about this. You understand what I'm saying? We're gonna have to talk about this. Because I don't have no ill feelings about nothing.
I don't think you do.
What have he?
Listen,
thought?
Eve, you clarified it. You cleared it. And I asked you to clear it. I did. I asked you. I said, so just so I'm clear, you didn't do this because of this. So it's clear, honey. You good.
Yeah, you squeaky clean. You good.
You clean. You did what you were supposed to do. You said what you
should have said. He should have said what he felt about me behind the scenes. I would have never brought that shit up on the scene. You know what I'm saying, man? I would have never brought that up on the scene, man.
Oh my God, Eve.
No, I would have never brought that up on the scene, man.
I'm muting you because you need to hear this. Did we not just interview this nigga? Did we not just talk about his methods, how unorthodox he is, how he doesn't do shit the way that we would do it? Did we not just discuss this? So I don't understand why anybody's surprised by anything that happens. All right, now you can answer me.
I don't give a fuck about how another motherfucker do shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna do shit. How the fuck you gonna do shit? You think you gonna get away with that shit? Fuck out of here, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga.
All right,
if I've never done nothing to you, and this is how I'm talking to you because this is the only way you understand. Okay?
True.
I don't give a fuck if you understand that shit or not. Okay? I backed up and I did my own thing because that's what the fuck I wanted it to do. At the beginning and the end of the day. Okay? If you felt some fucking way about it, my nigga, you should have hollered at me behind the fucking scenes. And that could have cleared all that up, right? It could have, but it didn't.
But it doesn't.
It could have, but it didn't. Because you so fucking busy running around the fucking lobby, looking at other motherfucking things, seeing what the fuck it ain't for you.
I'm getting out the lobby.
Preach.
Fuck out of here. Nigga, don't play no games with me, bro. And you ain't gonna get your motherfucking ass up here and try to air me out on some bullshit. And all the fuck you had to do was talk to me. And then you said not once but twice that you didn't even want me up here. But you gonna sit up there and you think you gonna speak on Eve? No,
nigga.
You ain't gonna speak on Eve.
Hey, Kid Murray.
What's up, Lady Fresh? I've been watching. I woke up late though, but I catched up on this shit. This shit fire. I'm about like
not was like all the drama and the bullshit.
I'm finna clear it up. Not necessarily this episode, even though this episode is good. All the work you have put out, honestly, from me, that shit been like it been refreshing. That's the not hear the nigga shit all day, cause they would see you different. They want cause you fucking grown ass woman. They can't put you in a box. But this shit right here is fucking refreshing from all the bullshit. But you see, like, the bullshit seems to be on people's shoes all the fucking time.
All the time. But I knew it would come with this particular episode.
But yeah, that shit crazy. The thing is, these people, not Eve, because Eve a fucking artist. She know what she doing. But like Lightfire and other people, I always say this to you all. You all looked at him as a friend, not as not as a content creator as you found him. So you all can't be so upset and like, oh, he did this, he did that. We know that nigga called himself petty. What nigga call himself petty? You can't do shit about that. But the thing is, everybody wants to be on stage. Everybody. Some of y'all don't fucking get it. You gonna get talked about. Stop hitting the fucking link if you don't want to be talked about, and you shouldn't hit the link to try to defend another man when you see he's not defending himself. Just go with the fucking flow.
Look at you,
because it makes you look weak.
I dare you get up here. I dare you get up here and combat me. I dare.
I'm muting you. I'm muting you in love, sis, because I want Kid Murray to finish his point.
Hey, she said if it ain't the Douce, she ain't sipping.
Is that what you drinking, Eve? You drinking the Douce? That's the devil's juice.
Hey, Eve.
I'm trying to figure out why you subbing me, nigga. What's wrong with you?
You know who I'm talking about, Willie. Yeah. You do this a lot, though. You do this a lot, Willie.
I'm not defending nobody, bro. I came. Do you know why I came up here? Ask
ahead.
me a
I've been
question
listening.
before you assume something.
No. I'm not assuming nothing. I've been listening, Willie, and I'm
I
highly.
just heard what you said. Stop playing with me. Didn't I
Okay,
tell you
listen.
you're not smarter than me?
Okay. Listen, I'm highly educated in
That's
the
why your
word.
show is in the trash because
Damn,
you
Willie,
don't
I'm
know how
trying to
to pay
talk, Willie.
attention.
Guys.
I'm trying to talk.
Retarded.
The thing is, we all listen and we all pay attention, and I say this a lot. A lot of us are grown with family, so we know how younger people act and younger people talk when they try to be cool. When somebody has to repeat a statement 3 or 4 times, I'm not making up anything. I'm just speaking. I'm talking freely. And for you to say my show is in the trash, I have a highly successful YouTube channel, Willie. Honestly, I do. To be honest with you, the numbers there. My shit
You
was so.
definitely gotta have that
Hold on,
mental
let me
illness
finish, Willie.
episode
Let me finish, Willie, because I'm being
for
an
this
adult.
nigga right here.
Let me finish. For you to say that, then copy my method, that falls into mental health and retardation.
No.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, there we
But
go.
I'll tell you, like I said this, like I'm not even gonna get into it like that. But you know, when you come up here, what are you coming up here for? Are you adding to the show? Or are
I
you
just
taking
did.
away from the show?
I just did. See what you did. Honestly, what you
No,
did.
you
when
didn't. You just said
Can we talk?
I
Let's
don't
talk one at
like
a
when
time,
people come
Willie.
up here to
Willie,
try to defend another
Willie,
dude.
it's
But you
professional.
just came up here and said something positive about Maine regarding his character. So what are you talking about?
Let's talk one at a time, Willie. Because when you cut me off, I'm posted like a light
No, I'm
bulb.
trying to figure
So
out what are you doing? What is your point?
I'm talking
What are you trying to
freely.
say?
I was talking freely and adding to the conversation that was had.
What are you adding? What are you adding?
My thought process and my feelings towards the conversation.
All right, so leave everybody out of it and just talk about your thought
No,
process.
this is a public. We are all public entertainers in some form or
Listen,
another.
I'm gonna tell you like this, and I'm gonna get down because I know Lady First.
Go ahead.
Get up out of here.
Talk.
When it come to threats in the chat, I don't root. I don't egg that on. I don't root for that. When you start dropping addies and you start doing stuff like that, I don't root for that.
But
when
who
you
does?
when you tell people you love them and you speak highly of them and their family, you don't double back on that for
True,
nothing.
I agree. I agree with you.
Okay, listen. What we're about to do, we're about to get up off of here. Lady
Eve,
First,
I wasn't done. Eve, I wasn't done. Like I didn't disrespect you.
I definitely want no, Eve. I definitely want Willie to finish that. I'm gonna let.
I just want to finish what I got to say, Eve.
Okay,
I understand what's
well,
going
let
on.
her go after this.
I think I really do.
No, I am. I don't like. He came up here. We was trying to close out the show. That's why I asked him. What is he? No.
So we can
How
move
about
on.
you calm down? Because we was trying to get out of here before you calmed up.
I
We
give
didn't
a
need your
closing
input.
statement. Can I get my closing
Go ahead.
statement?
Let Willie finish saying what he was saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Like I said, I don't tolerate nothing. And if you in the chat and you egging that shit on, I don't tolerate you either. So when he started doing that shit and you niggas start to egging that shit on, I'm gonna look at you funny. Because that's not a game, that's not a joke. That man got kids, that man got family, that's nothing to play with. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I don't tolerate it at all. I don't joke with it. And if you saying that you conducting business,
I don't think that's funny either.
when it comes to bondage, you saying you conducting business. Then what type of business is that? Threatening innocent people? For what? You sold the story to Maine.
Oh shit.
So like I said, if you didn't want all of that extraness, you shouldn't have sold the story.
Y'all motherfuckers is wilding tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and do this.
I apologize, Lady Fresh. I apologize.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna fall back. Y'all go right ahead.
I love this shit, nigga. This shit entertaining, nigga.
Y'all please make sure y'all hit my cash app. I'm asking for that shit tonight. Hit my cash app.
I'm doing this for Lady Fresh. We're gonna make this shit epic. You know what I mean? Because
I'm gonna fall back.
Oh, let's go behind the bar. I want to talk to Maine. Me and Maine behind the bar talk right now.
There we go.
Let's go.
Let me start it off.
I don't want nobody else.
One at a time. Do not
want
talk
nobody
over.
else.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all right now because I'm gonna step away from the computer. Y'all need to talk one at a time. If
Don't
I
step
start
around.
seeing y'all talking over each other, I'm putting people in the back.
I want me and Maine to talk. Just me and you. Nobody else over there talking. It's me and you, Maine.
All right. So all I said about you is that I noticed that Eve has been MIA from behind the bar ever since I noticed with the discrepancy with Raz Girl, right? And you came up here and you admitted, because you are an advocate for mental health, you felt some type of way about the situation that happened with me and Raz Girl and how I shouldn't speak on it and I should be more sensitive to the situation that's going on.
Let me stop you right there. Before you go any further, I also said before I even after the situation with you and Raz, I said I still supported you after that. Continue.
Right. So I noticed that you started falling back for me. And just because
it had nothing to do with that, but continue.
You definitely, it had definitely had something to do with it, because you made
No, it did not. You're making assumptions.
Hold on, because I just heard you say just now about, you brought up a whole conversation about mental health. Did you not?
Absolutely.
Right. So I know that it triggers something when you see me on here.
It did not. Let me stop you right there. Do you know how long ago it was that you and Raz Girl and hit my panel regarding the situation with you and her? That was a long time ago. It was a long time ago. And even after that, I was still an advocate for you. I was still an advocate for you. Now, even though I stood indifferent to what your ideologies and what your rhetoric, I'm going to call it that, was, I still nonetheless still supported you. But continue, because I'm going to get you.
How could I continue if you keep talking?
Go ahead, baby.
So were you offended by how I dealt with the Raz Girl situation? Yes or no?
I was offended by that, but guess what? That had no bearings on how I was with you. I still continue to support you even after that. But continue, please. I don't want you to get anything misconstrued about anything. It had nothing to do, but your rhetoric that you continue to spew as you did today, I do take issue with. And that's just today, but also taking into account the gap that has been that I have not been in your channel supporting you. So we have to take out these different facets that you may, bring up in your mind. Okay. I want you to really get down to the cusp of really why is that I have not been over in your channel. It has nothing to do with the situation that occurred with you and Raz Girl, darling. Nothing.
So you're telling me because of some of the people that you see in my live chat and the channels that you see me in the live chat with, that's the reason why you fell back? Is that the reason?
I'm going to absolutely tell you that. And I can definitely in 100% say that, because you know why? I am looking to be in an environment of people that does not represent, I'm not going to even say they represent me, but doesn't bring forth a certain past, and that only brings forth nothing but positivity. I'm not saying that your platform does not exude that, but at the same time, it doesn't, to a degree. Okay, because understand that a lot of people that you do have over there in your chat is a lot of people that I brought forth. Okay, and a lot of people that are over there in my camp is a lot of people that you brought forth. You get what I'm saying? So it is a mixture. And what I'm trying to do is get away from that. It has nothing to do with you and what you have done to me. I hate that. I've told Jen can account that there have been plenty of times that I'm like, I just want to get away from this. I hate the integration. I hate what this has become, because it has become nothing but the same thing. I've got to get away from that. It has nothing to do with you. And so when there's other environments in which I, put myself in, guess what? It doesn't have that type of baggage coming along. And I hope you understand that it's not because of you. But I know when I come to your chat, I know there's a lot of people from my past that is coming along with them. And I love them. Some of them I love. There's just some of them that I'm just trying to get away from. And that's just what it is. You understand what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with you. You have to take self out of this. I see that you align yourself with a lot of things that are messy. You're a messy person. And I don't want to be associated with that. You know what I'm saying? So I put myself in environments that will be conducive to what I deem fit for me. It's nothing to do with you. It's not about whether or not, oh, I'm taking sides with another person. I can see from where you're sitting why you would say that. Absolutely. I can see that. But it has nothing, it has no bearing at all. You were once my safe haven. You really were. And you're just not that anymore. You're just not.
All right, if I can speak now.
Go ahead.
So it seems clear to me that I was on to something when I seen that you were being distant to behind the bar. I'm going to say that, the Rasgirl separation had a little bit to do with it, but it was more so the final straw is when the people that you just said that you sent to my chat, since they're over there, when y'all was cool, everybody was all happy-go-lucky. I saw you over there. Hold on, let me finish. I saw you over there months ago. Everybody kumbaya, you know what I mean? Even the person name you just mentioned just now. Everybody was over there all having fun and kumbaya. So when y'all fall out and you guys have some type of discrepancy, now I'm supposed to fall out with them as well.
That sounds good. Maine, let me tell you. Hold on, let me stop you right there. That sounds good, but that's not going to work over here. That sounds good, but that's not going to work with me. Okay? It's no. It's not going to work. No. It's not going to work.
So I speak. He allowed
it's not going to work. It's not going to.
Go ahead,
Eve. If I'm going to get muted, I'm going to get off of you.
I understand, but Eve, he allowed you
to speak. Because he's not going to do that. He's not going to do
from his perspective. So just allow him to get it off, and you.
But I'm telling him that that's not what it is. Okay, that's not what it is. I don't care who you go follow after that. But if I choose to not follow you because you have immersed yourself with people that I don't align myself with, then I don't have to deal with you. I don't. Because it's like sometimes we have to choose a side. And I've seen it with other people. They're in this chat right now. We're not going to even say names. We're not going to put a name on it. But I've seen that there's people that have been involved with other people in this sector. And you think that this is what it is. And that ain't what it is. And guess what happens? You lose this type of internet relationship with that person, which I've lost with that person. Which I've lost because I've told her, choose wisely. Choose wisely. And you think that shit look good and this shit is sweet at that moment, and it ain't that. It's not that. Okay? Continue.
All right, so here's the deal, right? So it seems I'm not really familiar. I'm not a part of no sector. Fuck a beef sector. Fuck a black sector. Fuck a Mode 3 sector. I'm all about behind the bar. I go around networking, shaking hands with this person, that person, trying to go over here and build my channel, right? So I don't care about no kindergarten type of stuff, since allegedly it sounds like you was kicked out of a particular sector. I don't know how that worked. That's the beauty about having your own sector. Behind the bar, can nobody kick me out of behind the bar? Can nobody say, yo, man, you can't come over to behind the bar no more. We're not down for you. So whatever issue that you guys have over there has nothing to do with me. So since you drew your line in the sand over people that you said that you brought over here, and since y'all not cool no more, it is what it is. I was blocked from people who supported behind the bar when they went to go support them other people. I was blocked. I couldn't even see these people comments no more. And when these people get kicked out the sector, then they come over back to behind the bar, and it's like, wait a minute, but I never did nothing to nobody. I'm sitting here being neutral. I saw a slick comment that you made in another in Lady Fresh chat that you said about last week. I chose to ignore it. I mean, if we're going to put it all on the table, let's put it all on the table. A lot of y'all turned your back on me, blocked me, and I never did nothing to nobody, right? Never did nothing to nobody. And when y'all fall out,
It's that damn Wi-Fi again.
Okay, let me say that since there's Wi-Fi going out, right? Can you hear me, Lady Fresh?
I can hear you.
All right. So let me just say this. When I made this comment, I never needed you behind the bar to be able to push me to do anything. But we had a good system going to where that you did support my channel. You supported the channel that me and Mike Dougie shared together. Okay, you did that, and I would respect that, right? But I never took my channel serious like that. If anybody came over there in that channel, it is what it is. But let me just say this: I took you serious. I took you serious, and I took your channel serious, right? And your mantra is friend to no one. Okay, I'm gonna hold that. All right. So if there's people that I'm not dealing with, I'm not expecting you to just be this person that just like, but cloud chasing can go wrong. I see there's people over here that are solid supporters of me and the solid supporters of you that don't even tip off in them other waters with other people. You understand? They don't even tip out. I can say for this, Fresh Brown, Lady Fresh, Bishop, Jay Savage, none of them get out there in other people's chats. They don't do that. They stick within their confines. Okay. Now I started seeing that you, Bonnet, okay, started really getting into them other elements. Okay, and that's fine. That's fine because I welcome that. I want you to be a person, to be a free thinker and do what you need to do. What you say?
I didn't say anything, but that's the difference between.
We found behind the bar from Max, not you, Captain Hood. You're a lie. You did not find him from over here. You found behind the bar from me. You did not find him from Max. You're a lie. Okay? You're a lie. You know how everybody found behind the bar? You want to know? Everybody found behind the bar because of Mike Dougie. Because I'm the one that fucking came over here and brought everybody over here in this sector. You sounding stupid right now, Captain Hood. I love you, but you sounding stupid. Okay? No. Max did not find. Is that a fact or not? And he's right here on the panel. Maine.
What's your question?
Did Max find you?
I don't know how these people find behind the bar. I can't tell.
No. I'm saying that he's saying that Max found you by way of her. No, that's absolutely inaccurate. Because this whole sector, this whole thing that you guys, this whole dynasty you have, it wouldn't even become a thing if it was not for me. But if it was not for Mike Dougie, that wouldn't even be a fucking whole thing. It was not. It would not. I introduced these people to over here.
Nah,
Max shared this live.
Get this
Max
straight.
shared the live.
Hold on,
What do you
slow
mean?
down.
Hold
Slow
on. Max shared the live. Hold on.
Can't even
Max
talk.
did not share
I'm
the live.
out of here.
Max did not share the live. Max did not share the live from back then. Okay.
Eve.
She did not share the live.
Eve. We went way past what we were talking about. Like we weren't even talking. No. Let me finish, because it's been so much talking up here and not enough listening. People aren't listening to what
he got up out of there.
What the other person is
up out of here. Okay.
Well, he left because he didn't get a chance to say.
I get him up out of here, Lady Fresh.
Okay.
If you can stay the course, then you stay the course. Okay.
No, well, nobody's gonna want to be on a panel if they don't get a chance to say anything.
It's always
I'm gonna say this.
But what about if when there's people that sit up here?
I'm gonna wrap this. I'm gonna wrap this because we're over.
I love you, Lady Fresh.
We're
I'm
over
gonna
time.
here.
Love you, sweetie.
Love you. I'm about to go. Bye. Love you, baby.
Bye bye. Willie, are you still there? I don't know if he's still there.
Yeah, I'm still here. My fault. Yeah, Lady Fresh.
I had put you in the back because I wanted to.
No, you good, Lady Fresh. Don't listen. You good. Don't explain nothing. You got to apologize for nothing. If anything, I'm gonna holler at you.
Opportunity to speak to one another, but everybody gets so caught up in making their point that they don't allow the other person to say anything. And if they both were listening, I think Eve made it very, very clear. And I can attest to this because I know for a fact she didn't stop supporting Behind the Bar simply because of what happened for Roz. I know that with Roz. I know that for a fact. She's been around since then. She started falling back because, and she said it many times on the few lives that she's done over the last few months, that she was falling back because for her personally, she wanted to make an effort to not be involved in mess. Does she still get involved in mess sometimes? Yes, that's Eve. That's where she comes from. That's the sector she comes from. So it's gonna happen from time to time. But I allowed Behind the Bar when he was speaking on that to say what he felt, and I was very clear about sometimes you may think it's one thing, but it's not. Yes, she took issue with some stuff about the mental health and kind of where he stood with that. That was one thing. But the reason she fell back wasn't what he thought. And that's what she was trying to explain. And of course, we went on to a whole nother bunch of other bullshit that doesn't even matter. And then when he tries to explain what he thinks, she's not letting him speak. And so I don't want to have a space where we're out talking one another. I don't want to have a space where we're not allowing each other to speak simply because we don't agree with what the other person is saying. That's not a safe space. And I want a safe space.
Yeah, I definitely feel you on that. But one thing we all got to understand is that when you log into this app, it is no one's responsibility to make it a safe place for you. You make it a safe place yourself by conducting yourself how you would want others to conduct themselves around you. So if you are in certain places, people are going to do certain things like that, and certain things are going to happen that you're not going to like. But you have to understand to just remove yourself, and everything is going to solve itself. That's it.
Right, I agree. MP, are you there?
Hello, Lady Fresh. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you. We wrapping up real soon, but I wonder you hit the link.
Yeah, I just want to say great.
You up.
Okay, thank you for allowing me on the platform. I know we haven't talked too much, but I'm loving the show. Great interview. And I just want to let BDB know that I'm taking him to court. I'm suing him for defamation of character.
Oh, Lord.
And emotional distress. I'm coming after you, Maine. You gave me up, Maine. I'm coming after you. I want to fight. Or we can take you to court, Maine.
He gave you up?
He gave me up.
I mean,
it was NPR that I was the one that told that guy to knock on his door. I do nothing.
It was a team collective. There's a whole lot of people there
That is
saying
so
all type of
funny
things.
that you said that. It was I agree it was a collective. It was more than just
Listen, yo, NPR, that ain't about nothing. Listen,
Listen, I can't go to sleep. I can't sleep. I haven't ate. I listen. My lawyer said we got a case, baby. We taking the Milkman for everything. Nah, I'm just joking. Listen, it's all fun and games. Listen, I know Bonnet said himself. It's between y'all, but I'm just sad that it had to go this far. You know, like, come on, guys, let's get back to how BDB used to be. But that's all I wanted to say. Great
I
show.
appreciate you coming up. I appreciate your support. You know,
And,
like I said, I saw you get that link a couple times. I was like, I gotta let him up.
And excuse me, this is just for myself, and this is a clear copy to the courts. NPR is an innocent man. Clear. Yeah, thank you again. See you later, guys. Have a great night. Great show. Great interview. Great show.
Thank you so much. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like the interview was phenomenal. I got some good information out of Maine, you know, and at the end of the day, let me say this. You know, I knew that this interview would be controversial. Didn't know exactly what would come out of it, but this is the United Nations of Lady Fresh. I am open to allowing people to air out whatever they want to air out as long as we can be respectful to one another. And I want to be very, very, very clear, you know, and it's not about towing a line. It's not about being on the fence. It's just about being respectful. And sometimes maybe some people need to be over there. Other people need to be over there. That's okay. That's why this is a free fucking country. And you don't have to agree. Like, we don't have, who said we have to agree? Who said that's a rule? We don't even have to.
That's America.
Right. We don't even have to like some of the shit people say. We don't even have to like the person. But it's all about respect and allowing people to get their shit off. Sometimes you just need to get it off. And you need to be receptive to, you know, if you say something about somebody, they just might have something to say back. I mean,
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Eve is gonna be her normal self the next day, and you know, everybody has a bit of a disconnect at one point, but you know, it's that's life. You know what I'm saying? But let's not forget, life is short, so everybody just relax, take a breather.
A breather. That's why I love you, and I know
Take a breather.
you didn't come up here to defend anybody.
No.
You came up here because I think you saw the dynamic between Eve and I, and you wanted to make sure everything was everything. And like, I actually enjoyed the dialogue that her and I was having, because at the end of the day, I don't know the things that I need to know. I do know that I'm human and I have feelings, and that those feelings can be hurt. They can be manipulated. They can be, you know, disrespected by anybody, whether there's a condition or not. And so, you know, I'm willing to have those hard conversations so that I have better understanding on how to deal with certain things. That's me. That's Lady Fresh. That's who I am. So, you know, it was totally all good. A lot of people will hear like the conversations between Eve and I and think that it's gonna go left, but it doesn't. Her and I are the same. We're born the same day, and I think we think a lot alike. But there's some things that she can shed light on that I don't really have the answers to. But at the same time, like, I want to give everybody a space to be able to speak. Like, we can't dominate the conversation. We can't overspeak each other, because then we don't get to the bottom of shit. Like, we didn't get to the bottom of that last conversation because people weren't allowed to speak and speak their truth. So, you know, I'm hoping that we get better at that. I appreciate you guys being super patient with me and tuning in for 5.5 fucking hours. Like, I never would have thought this show would have been 5 hours. I never would have thought I'd have had 40 plus, nearly 50 people in the room. So salute to y'all. Thank y'all so much for supporting me. Willie, I appreciate you so much. Over the moon, like, behind me, like, you and BDB, Fresh Breezy, y'all have been my go-to people. And I just want to let you know that the efforts and the work and everything that you've put into the Fresh Perspective, it does not go unnoticed and it does not go unappreciated. So thank you for that. And thank you for trying to be the voice of reason.
I got a little beside myself, and I want to say to Kid Murray too. I don't hate you. I don't despise you in any way. I don't even want none of that friction going on. It's just that I'm serious about behind the bar as far as like a platform, as far as going somewhere. You know, I have a lot of great things in store. So it's like I take it seriously. I take all of that seriously. I take safety seriously. I take anything that has to deal with keeping behind the bar, just out there. You know what I'm saying? Whatever I can do, banners, anything like that. So, I'm gonna leave that alone. We're good. As far as everybody else, let's all put our hands in and let's help push Lady Fresh, because that's what this is about. This show is about Lady Fresh. This everything that we're doing on this platform is about Lady Fresh. It's not about me. It's not about anybody else. I'm just trying to help any way I can. So salute to y'all, and I'm about to get up out of here. Salute to the chat. Appreciate y'all for rocking with us for 5 hours. That was a little crazy, but
5.5 hours.
crazy. Lady Fresh, I'm gonna holler at you. Salute.
Thank you so much, Billy. Thank you.
No doubt.
Woo! Now, let me say this. I did not think that I would ever get up here by myself. Hell, 5.5 hours later, and I'm finally up here about to close the show. I pretty much said everything I wanted to say. This is a safe space for any and everybody. Like I don't have honestly, I have no issues with anyone. And some people may feel like that's towing the line or, not picking a side. I don't believe in picking sides unless I need to pick a side. I am team BDB. I'm going to be team BDB until there's a reason for me, a real reason for me not to be team BDB. But at the end of the day, I am a solo content creator and I am attempting to build something here that stands alone, that's not a part of this sector or that sector. All are welcome. If there's a grievance, let's come, especially if it's, between people that frequent the show. If you want to come here and air it out, I'm here for it. Larry, you want to come to the show? Come to the show. Ivan want to come to the show? Come to the show. Roz want to come to the show? Come to the show. I have no problems with nobody. It's a safe fucking space. And I mean that with everything in me because I feel like there's not enough of that here. We're not protecting each other. Yes, we create content. Yes, we like controversy. Yes, we like to get the numbers up. I don't care about the fucking numbers. I appreciate everybody that's here. But at the end of the day, my drive is not for the numbers. It's to actually do something, for something to be meaningful, to teach you something. My goal tonight was to maybe teach people something about behind the bar that we didn't know, or maybe, clarify exactly what we thought we knew. It's all about learning. And I'm still learning. And so I just want to say to everybody in the chat, like, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Thank you so much for the continued support. I know it's been a long night. I know it's been a very interesting interview. I hope BDB still loves me because I still love you. I think it was a successful interview. I thought it was only right to allow, the few people who we called out tonight to have something to say. And at the end of the day, I think we still got to get some good things accomplished. And so thank y'all for who endured this long evening. I'm gonna play a couple of the videos that we watched, the clips that we saw today. I'll hit you with a song and I'm wrapping up. Again, thank you to everybody. Let me acknowledge my Cash Apps one more time. Thank you, Al Hennings. Just hit me with a Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Fresh Breezy, my king. Thank you so much. Andre Obama, thank you. Mike Martin, thank you for hitting the Cash App. Mills Lane and Willie B. Thank you so much, all you guys. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Pink Sugar, you probably took a whole nap and came back and see we still on here. Yup. We still here. We finally wrapping it up. And it's still like 27 people in the in the room. So hopefully y'all come back and see Lady Fresh, and I'm gonna see if I can chop this live up a little bit and drop a couple of a couple of short versions so you can catch up. And thank you to everybody. Thank you to my mods. I'm gonna play a couple of these clips and I'm gonna bid you all a good night. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Fresh Perspective This Ain't That podcast. Y'all have a good night.
Hey, Maine. Of course, your bobblehead bitch had to show up. Fuck all these little whining ass motherfuckers. You keep being that piece of shit that you are. Man, Lady Fresh, I've been behind the bar since before the motherfucker even got behind the bar. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people left. Because he's fucked up. Then he wonders why people leave. Because you're a piece of shit. Words of encouragement for Jermaine. Like, he ain't even gonna listen anyway. He's just gonna act like a fucking bull and do what the fuck he wants and just fuck something else up. Like, I mean, what could we really say to this nigga Maine? Like, all he does is fuck up relationships with his friends. Like loyal people. Just fuck that.
Yo, it's your boy Psychel. I heard Maine the Milkman through the Star Report. If I got any advice for him, it ain't on you. It's in your homie. Keep pushing.
Milkman, this is Solutions saying, you know how to keep those haters away. I'm on assignment, of course, but you know how to keep those haters away, Milkman. You make sure you make them a plate.
Hey BDB, it's your wife and children. Sweet Tea is in the building. Thank you for being such a family man. That's the most thing that stand out to me when I first met you and to this very day. I wish you the best and love behind the bar forever.
Hey, what's up, you piece of you know what? All right, let me think. How did I meet you? There was a question of, where did you meet behind the bar? And I'm kind of like, did I ever formally meet this man? And you know what? I'd say no. We kind of clashed into each other. And from that day forth, it's kind of been a, push and shove relationship. And I was warned about you. They're like, hey, that guy, don't deal with that guy. He's a piece of shit. He's this, he's that. And, that's what gets me in trouble all the time anyway. Is never listening to what people say. I'm like, well, I'm going to give him a chance. And long and behold, I got to see that, man, you are definitely a piece of shit. But you know what? In the ways that you kind of got to love it. You ain't big brother, little sis, even though we're pretty much the same age. But kind of let me know a little bit about this YouTube and how it works. And I just see him, the name behind the bar, going real far as long as you keep your eye on the prize and not let.
And I got a motherfucking email from Lady Fresh, and she want to know what's popping with funky ass Maine the Milkman. First of all, Maine, you my G, homie. I like you, young brother. That big boy police run by, nigga. I don't give a fuck about no po-pos. People like you, man, I got a lot of respect for you, bro, because you did it the right way. You starting out from scratch. Same way that people think we can't do it. My G, you and T, y'all doing y'all thing, man. Fuck your motherfucker behind the bar. I like how you bring your kids up, how you living your life, and you show an example to your boys. I first found you when you was doing the Queen Flip motherfucking after show. You know how that go. I done said that many times. But you say you don't have no friends? Well, motherfucker, I'm your friend. I like you, man. I like Sweet Tea, and I like the babies of yours, because y'all remind me of me. I got love for you, dude. Fuck what the haters say. Fuck what anybody else say. And then when you're speaking on your growth, the growth of how you doing things, don't worry about how fast you grow. I've already seen it, though. You come from a punk-ass computer to a full-blast bar that's glowing, blowing. You're doing your thing down there, bro. Don't worry about what nobody else say. That's your biggest problem. I'm 5150, my dude. That means I don't give a fuck. 100. So, my advice to you, grow, but take your growth organically. Don't you pay a motherfucker. Don't fall into the bullshit. You keep being behind the motherfucking bar. And forget Bonnet, if you can. Because that motherfucker crazy, and he a big part of the show. Salute to everybody out there that participates in Behind the Bar and help pump that shit. Because we having a good time out here. And
I was first introduced to Behind the Bar from my brother, my good brother Jack Ham. We had did a couple records together, and he told me behind the scenes, Seven, this brother Maine the Milkman spinning our record, go over there and support him, go show some love. And so I came over to the show, checked it out, and I loved it, man. As a spectator, as a viewer, you know what I'm saying? I just loved the show. And Maine hit me up behind the scene and was like, yo, send me some more music. So I stayed tapped in with him that way. And I just became a part of the squad, man, BDB. In the future for Behind the Bar, I see sponsors, Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcasts, more interviews, you know what I'm saying, branching off with the family tree, with the Fresh Browns and the Lady Freshes and the Larry Beaches, the Willies, you know, you never know, man. Big 707 might have a show under the BDB umbrella, you feel me? Keep grinding, bro. Keep grinding. Because you got so much talent and you got so many people that love you, man. You got a dope team behind you. It's a machine, bro. Just keep going, bro. Don't stop. Because Kevin Samuels, rest in peace, didn't pop off. It took him 10 years to become a household name. He was grinding for 10 years on YouTube. And I believe that Maine the Milkman Behind the Bar will be a household name. Maybe not, maybe it won't take 10 years, but maybe 2, 3, 4 years. He's gonna be up there with the Vlad TVs and the Norries and the Star Reports, you know. BDB's gonna become a household name.
What's going on, guys? It's Murph, aka the Dirty Kenzo.
And Kels from Cooking with Kels.
Dirty Kenzo Productions. And I first met Maine, I believe it was from Larry Beach, in a different chat, and he was talking about the night before was like a troll competition, or like a roast off or a rap off or something. A cash prize, and everyone was talking about how it was fun with the music and everything. So that's what first brought me to Maine. Eventually, I, brought Kels over, a few of our other friends.
And as to the future of Behind the Bar, I mean, with the panels and the music and the comedy, I think I could see it on Spotify.
That's what I agree. Like something a few times a week on one of those shows, I could definitely see that. So, from Dirty Kenzo Productions to the whole Behind the Bar Productions, Sweet Tea, salute to the fresh perspective, and thank you always for including us, and we appreciate it. Wishing you guys nothing but the best and tons of success. Thank you.
Shit soft. Shit hit you all the way down to the bone.
Toast to the streets. All we got is hope. So I reach for the stars. Do whatever it takes. Make sure the family's straight and just toast to the streets.
Flicking ashes from the Cuban, jeweler flood the Cuban. Conversations with the plug, talking over sushi. Up the pack, lower the price, how I'm talking usually. Break a brick to the Grammys like I'm making music. Love to squeeze it till it clicks where it's therapeutic. Now we toasted for the times where we had to do it. Niggas want my spot bad, but they talking. They say pressure make diamonds, I'm gonna press it till I get a ruby. Fellatio from something fine, swear it's so soothing. Sitting back, sipping wine, bumping old music. Toasted for the times where we had to do it. Toasted for the times where we had to do it.
Toast to the streets. All we got is hope. So I reach for the stars. Do whatever it takes. Make sure the family's straight and just toast to the streets.
I be litty on the Henny, but I keep it on me. I pay for the wake if you sleeping on me. Show love to the real, eliminate the phony. Same snake, different bite, better watch your homies. Graduated from the streets, I know you see the trophies. Already wear the title, you ain't gotta goat me. If I know one thing for sure, I know that's smoke free. Need to have some respect when you approach me. I ain't do this shit for me, I did this shit for we. Them long nights paid off, we toasting to the streets. Yeah, we toasting to the streets. The long nights paid off, we toasting to the streets.
Toast to the streets. All we got is hope. So I reach for the stars. For the stars. Do whatever it takes. Make sure the family's straight and just toast to the streets.
Big streets.
My family, my life, and I appreciate it.
Let's cut that back.
You know, like I said, I always try to express my appreciation, to everybody. It's a lot of
Fresh perspective, real empowerment, you better be respected. Lady Fresh on that motherfucking check-in. Weezy got her back, she stay protected. Just fresh perspective, real empowerment, you better be respected. It's for the dreamers, it's to get you through the night. Not for the haters that you they don't come outside.
Lady Fresh Brown, and that's just kind of started
Rock bottle on the track, boy.
Yeah.
Lady Fresh, keep it real, and that's a fact. She gon' tell it like it is, that's just that on that. Yeah, that's just that on that. This the fresh perspective with Lady Fresh. Lady Fresh, keep it real, and that's a fact. She gon' tell it like it is, that's just that on that. Yeah, that's just that on that. Tune in every week, rockin' with Lady Fresh.